Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Lena. The lights in briefing rooms are always too bright. Cold fluorescence designed to expose flaws, amplify silence, and remind you that privacy is an illusion. I've learned not to blink. A green progress bar pulses across the screen in front of me. Decrypting. 71%. The room is dead silent, save for the low hum of electric security. Even the air feels filtered of emotion, just the way I like it. I sit with my hands resting lightly on the table, spine straight, breathing even, heart rate calm, focus absolute. No nerves, no attachments, no room for error. The door hisses open behind me. Maya doesn't knock. She never does. She walks in like she owns the world, or at least the part of it where black ops aren't theoretical. She's wearing a fitted black blazer, wireless tablet tucked under one arm, and a coffee cup in the other that reads, "Trust no one." Fitting. Very fitting. "You're 2 minutes late," I murmur, without looking away from the screen. "Hell froze over," she replies dryly, setting the tablet down in front of me. "Grab your coat." I glance at the screen just as the final line of data finishes decrypting. The header flashes in bold red. Operation Glasswire. Priority Shadow Alpha. I raise an eyebrow. Alpha class. Embedded asset deployment. No backup. No margin for error. The kind of mission that ends with silence and sealed files, even if it succeeds. I assume this is the part where you tell me I'm going undercover in some backwoods hellhole filled with paranoid warlords and cheap vodka, I say. Maya smirks. Not quite. This time you get to play in the corporate sandbox. She taps the tablet, and a series of documents unfurl across the screen. Contracts, personnel rosters, asset maps. One name is highlighted throughout. Donovan Security Group, private defense firm, tactical consulting, elite-level government contracts. On the surface, they look clean, Maya says. But there's a leak, high-level, ongoing. Classified intel's been bleeding out for months. Not just files, live data streams, satellite paths, encrypted field agent reports, stuff that could get people killed. I scroll through the documents, eyes moving faster than most people read. Every piece of evidence tells the same story. Someone inside DSG is playing both sides. Selling secrets, maybe worse. Maya's tone sharpens. You're going in as Dr. Sloan Pierce, cybersecurity analyst with a record so clean it squeaks. You'll be embedded as a senior consultant, brought in by one of DSG's board partners. You'll have access, time, and cover. What you won't have is backup. I nod once. This isn't my first shadow op, and it won't be my last. Maya pauses. Then, like a blade unsheathed, she says, "There's one more thing. Kael Donovan." "Who the hell is that?" The name lands heavy between us. She slides a profile photo across the screen. Steel gray eyes, brutal jawline, intensity like a pressure chamber. Holy hell. Founder, former Navy SEAL, known for being ruthlessly observant. He doesn't like strangers. He doesn't trust easily. And if he senses you're not who you say you are, he'll gut me with a look. I finish, studying his face. Maya's voice drops an octave. He'll gut your mission and walk away clean. I say nothing. I've taken down cartel leaders and foreign agents with smiles on their faces and blood on their hands, but something about Kael Donovan already feels like a variable I can't predict. Maya taps twice on the tablet and the documents vanish. No attachments, Lena. You go in, find the mole, extract the proof, and get out. I meet her gaze and say the words like I mean them. I never get emotionally involved. She snorts softly. That's what you said last time. I don't answer, because I don't lie to Maya. And this time, I need to believe it. Back in my apartment, I move through the checklist like muscle memory. The new ID badge snaps into place against the lapel of my slate gray blazer. The name reads, Dr. Sloan Pierce, printed in sterile Helvetica. No title, no backstory. Just the kind of ambiguity that works in places with too many secrets and not enough time. I press my thumb to the encrypted biometric tablet Maya gave me. It flashes green. My access codes load, including a limited set of files tied to DSG's internal network. The rest, I'll have to navigate blind. I open the wardrobe, ignoring the things that belong to Lena Monroe. They're too personal, too soft. Instead, I pull a sleek black carry-on from the top shelf, already packed with tailored suits, clean tech, encrypted thumb drives, and a backup earpiece linked directly to Maya's private channel. My passport, one of 3, is already in my pocket. The flight is wheels up in less than an hour. The drive to the private airstrip is uneventful. I sit in the back of a black SUV with tinted windows and think about nothing. Thinking leads to attachment. Attachment leads to mistakes. I learned that lesson once. I don't need the scars to remember it. The plane is waiting when I arrive. Sleek, quiet, efficient. A single agent nods me through security with practiced indifference. No fanfare. No record. I climb the steps without looking back. Inside, the cabin is dim, cool, lined in muted leather and steel, the kind of transport that flies billionaires and war criminals with the same discretion. I sit by the window and open my tablet again, bringing up the last file. Kael Donovan's too handsome face fills the screen. The photo is standard. Clean lighting, squared shoulders, unblinking eyes. But even in stillness, he looks like a man you don't surprise twice. There's a thin scar along his jaw. It doesn't show in the agency photo, but Maya mentioned it. SEAL op gone wrong. 2 men dead. Kael walked away with blood on his hands and silence in his throat. He built DSG from the ashes of that mission, and he's been guarding it like a kingdom ever since. He's the kind of man who doesn't ask twice, who doesn't need to. I close the file. The hum of the engines vibrates beneath my feet. The plane starts to taxi. You go in, you find the mole, you get out. Maya's voice echoes in my head. And you don't get emotionally involved? Right, because that always works out. I lean back and close my eyes, letting the hum of takeoff blur everything out. Kael Donovan may be sharp, he may be dangerous, but I've walked through fire before. The question isn't whether I can survive him, it's whether he can survive me.
Chapter 2. Kael. I watch her step out of the car like she's walked into 100 places like this before and owned every single one of them. Black heels hit concrete with surgical precision. A tailored suit hugs her body like a weapon, and her posture, chin up, spine straight, shoulders relaxed, is pure control. Too polished, too perfect. Something's up. The surveillance camera's set at a high angle, but I can still read the subtleties. She surveys the facility's perimeter in one slow sweep without turning her head. Doesn't stop to check her badge. Doesn't check her reflection in the glass. She walks like someone who knows how to break a man down and smile while she does it. "Resume looks good," Evan says from behind me. I don't turn to look at him. Too good, maybe. No such thing as too good, I mutter, eyes never leaving the feed. There's clean, and then there's sterilized. And that is a problem. Her name, Dr. Sloane Pierce, pings in green at the security checkpoint as the biometric gate slides open with a low hiss. The guard gives her a nod. She gives nothing back, just keeps walking. The way she moves, composed, calculated like her pulse has never jumped a beat in her life, sets my instincts off like a tripwire. She's not here to assess firewalls and data endpoints. She's here to watch, to infiltrate. I know it because I've done it. And I didn't look half that good doing it. I let the feed run a second longer. She disappears into the elevator. Doesn't look up at the camera. She knows it's there. She just doesn't give a damn who's watching. That's the first red flag. I tap the console and kill the feed. The monitors across the wall blink into darkness. All but one. A single frame holding a black and white photo that's been sitting untouched for years. My team. SEAL Team 9. 5 of us in full tactical gear, rifles slung, sun-baked and bone-tired, eyes shaded but alive. That was before someone flipped us inside out, before the op that left 3 of them in body bags, before my leg got torn open by shrapnel, and I spent 12 weeks learning how to walk again with a metal rod where bone used to be. Before I came home with silence in my ears and fire in my blood, knowing the truth would never come out because it was easier to bury a scandal than expose a traitor. Donovan Security Group wasn't a choice. It was the only way to build something that couldn't be touched by bureaucratic lies and classified mess. A security force made of wolves, not sheep, men and women trained to see the shadows before they become threats. My legacy, my redemption. And now someone wants to slide a ghost into the middle of it. I won't let it happen again. You trusted the wrong man once, never again. I hit the comm switch. Evan? He answers on the first buzz. Yeah, boss? Pull the consultant's file. I want a full run on background, certifications, agency handler, alias history, everything. She already cleared federal. He sounds casual, but I catch the hesitation under it. Came in certified, greenlit by 2 of our own board contacts. I grunt. Then I want to know who signed off and who owes them favors. There's a pause, the kind that means he knows I'm right. Copy that. I glance sideways, catching a glimpse of his face through the glass partition between command and my office. He's already moving, but as he walks away, he turns slightly, just enough to track where she disappeared down the corridor. Too long, a little too interested. I file that look away like a loaded round. If I'm right, and someone on the inside already knows who she is, I need to figure out if Evan's 1 step behind her, or 1 step ahead of me. I choose the glass conference room on purpose. It's exposed, transparent walls, no corners to hide in, surrounded by security feeds and mirrored windows that reflect every flicker of body language. A room designed to make anyone feel watched. If she's who I think she is, she'll notice that immediately. When I enter, she's already there, seated. Perfect posture. Legs crossed, hands loose on the leather folio in her lap. She doesn't fidget, doesn't check her watch, doesn't glance up right away, which means she heard me the second I opened the door, and is waiting for me to make the first move. Subtle. She rises smoothly, like every motion is calculated for maximum efficiency. Not a wasted breath. And then she offers her hand. Mr. Donovan. Her voice is silk pressed against steel. Smooth, but not soft. I don't take the hand. Instead, I meet her gaze and hold it, long enough to register the flicker of amusement that dances behind her eyes. No offense taken, no fluster. Just a mental note filed away for later use. That's the second red flag. I nod once. Dr. Pierce, welcome to DSG. She lowers her hand without missing a beat, then gestures to the table between us. Shall we? We sit. She opens the folio. Inside is a tablet, some notes, impeccably neat. Her nails are short, clean, polished in a pale neutral shade. No jewelry, no scent I can detect. She's either obsessive or operational. I've reviewed DSG's current infrastructure as provided in the board's briefing packet, she begins, tone smooth as she glides into her pitch. Based on my preliminary analysis, I'll be conducting a 3-tiered risk assessment: digital, procedural, and human interface. I raise a brow. Human interface. She meets my gaze without hesitation. Personnel vulnerabilities, behavioral flags, social engineering exposure. I lean back slightly. You're auditing our people? I'm auditing your systems. People are the system. Touché. She moves to the next point without waiting for approval. Your network segmentation is strong on the perimeter, but you've got lateral bleed on the core. File permissions are inconsistently managed, and shadow IT use is present across multiple divisions. I'll need full access to all secure branches by end of day. You're assuming we'll authorize unrestricted access. I'm assuming you want results. She offers a smile that's just shy of provocative. And I don't waste time on half measures. Damn, she's either brilliant or a damn good liar, maybe both. I don't take notes. I never do. Instead, I watch her. The way her throat moves when she speaks. How she sits forward slightly on key points, like she's testing how close she can get before I pull back. She hasn't blinked once, which means she's waiting for me to show my hand. Too bad I've spent a lifetime mastering the art of the stare down. You've worked private sector before? I ask, voice cool. She nods. 7 years, defense, banking, satellite operations. All cleared? She knows what I'm really asking. She nods again. Cleared. Vetted. Quiet. I tilt my head. Quiet can mean two things: professional or invisible. Her smile sharpens. If I wanted to be invisible, I wouldn't be sitting in front of you. That earns a beat of silence between us. Because the truth is, I'm not sure who's interrogating who. She says something about patching internal redundancies, dry, polished, intentionally provocative, and the corner of her mouth curves in a way that isn't professional. Not exactly flirtatious either. Just aware. She knows what she's doing. Knows I'm watching her. She likes the edge she's walking. I don't give her the satisfaction of reacting. But I file that expression away. The tilt of her chin. The heat behind her restraint. I lean in slightly. Not a threat. Not a retreat. Just enough to cross the invisible line between control and challenge. You'll find DSG doesn't tolerate loose ends, Dr. Pierce. My voice drops, all gravel and ice. Or loose lips. Her eyes don't flinch. If anything, they spark. Good thing I don't have either, she says softly. We're close enough now that I can see the faint gold flecks in her eyes, the tight control in the muscles around her jaw. Everything about her is rehearsed, but not robotic. She's not a machine. She's something else. Something trained. Something dangerous. And damn sexy. We hold the stare too long. Long enough that the silence says more than words could. Neither of us blinks. Neither of us looks away. It's the silence that lives between snipers. Or lovers. And for one stupid, reckless second, I wonder what she looks like without the armor. No suit. No fake name. Just skin and fire and that mouth curved for a different reason. I shut the thought down hard. Can't happen right now. She ends the meeting with one final swipe of her tablet, snaps the folio closed, and stands. Thank you for your time, Mr. Donovan. There's a faint lilt of amusement in her voice, like we both know this meeting was anything but ordinary. She leaves without waiting to be dismissed, heels clicking with precision as she walks out of the glass room like she didn't just pull a live wire between us and leave it humming. I watch the door for a beat longer than I should, not because I'm rattled. I don't like not having the upper hand, and I sure as hell don't like the way my pulse jumped just now. I'm not 20 anymore. I don't get flustered. I don't chase. But I feel it, that shift in the air, that tension settling between my shoulder blades. There's something under her skin. and I'm going to find out what the hell it is. When I'm back in office, I pull the secure terminal toward me and plug into the deep logs. I don't wait for Evan. Don't trust third-hand summaries when I've got my own goddamn instincts screaming in my ears. I scan every linked access point tied to her credentials, cross-reference with our internal intel database, run a silent tripwire on her movement throughout the building. She's already triggered something. I just don't know what it is yet, but I will. I always do. If she's hiding something, I'll tear it out of her, one piece at a time.
Chapter 3. Lena. The first rule of blending in: dress like you've got nothing to prove. Dark slacks, black blouse, low heels, no jewelry, hair pulled back in a tight twist that says, professional but forgettable. Just another consultant clocking in for a high-level audit. Nothing to see here, except everyone's looking. They either stare too long or pretend I don't exist. And both tell me the same thing. You can always tell when people know something's wrong. They either pretend you're invisible or stare like you might detonate. I walk through the DSG lobby and past the security desk without pausing. My ID scan's clean. Level 3 access confirmed. The guard doesn't say a word, but his eyes track me like he's memorizing the way I breathe. Fine by me. I clock 4 cameras before I reach the second-floor lift. 2 mirrored surfaces designed to reflect angles from the hall, and 1 motion sensor that's pulsing slightly off-tempo. Not a glitch. A test. Upstairs, the tempo shifts. The halls are colder, quieter. DSG's brain lives on the 3rd floor, wrapped in biometric access, bulletproof glass, in that kind of obsessive military silence that says, we're watching everything all the time. Which is cute. So am I. I turn the corner toward the cyber ops wing and spot him before he sees me. Kael Donovan. Issuing orders in a clipped, calm voice to a team of 3, all of whom nod like their lives depend on it. He's in charcoal slacks, sleeves rolled, no tie, jaw locked tight like something under the surface is always ready to snap. Our eyes meet for the second time in 24 hours. He doesn't speak, doesn't nod, doesn't stop. Just watches me for a breath too long before turning back to his staff. Noted. I continue down the hallway. The DSG Cyber Hub looks like a bunker, disguised as a luxury showroom. Glass walls, matte black consoles, custom heat dissipation panels tucked behind the server towers. Rows of LED displays monitor global traffic streams in real time, casting the room in a faint electric glow. Most people would call it beautiful. I call it bait. I settle into my assigned terminal, login confirmed, access greenlit. First scan, top-level directories. Everything looks clean on the surface, but nothing's clean when you scratch deep enough. I start to dig. Within 10 minutes, I find the first inconsistency. 2 encrypted folders with identical digital signatures. One buried in archived access logs from 3 months ago, the other tied to a user tag from last night. Same file tree, different paths. One of them's a ghost. I sit back slightly, let my fingers hover over the keys. Someone's building backdoors inside the system. Not sloppy, intentional. And they know how to stay quiet. I launch a cloaked echo scan. Watch it roll across the core like smoke through a locked room. There, a phantom access trail. No username, no IP bounce. Just a timestamp and a flicker of elevated clearance. Admin level. Of course it is. I've seen this pattern before. Shell access, backloaded trails, dead credentials kept alive just long enough to pass one more update before vanishing again. It doesn't take a genius to follow the breadcrumbs, but it does take a ghost to set the trap. My stomach knots, not from nerves, but memory. Last time I saw this kind of structure, it led to 2 body bags and a funeral I wasn't allowed to attend. One of them was an agent I trained with. The other had a wife and a newborn. I'll never forget the aftermath. I tap open a secondary app, disguised as a shared scheduling platform, and toggle the encrypted field. To Maya, network structure dirty. Echo reads above. Floor 3, possible exec cover. Dig. Message sent. Delivered. Read. No reply yet. I don't need one. Because Maya knows the second I start whispering like this, we're already in the storm. The system gives a soft chime. Visitor override. I glance up. The screen flashes. Priority entry authorized. Damian Mathers, CEO, Blackspire Solutions. Perfect. I look down into the lobby from the second floor overlook, fingers still floating over my keyboard as I watch him enter like he owns the oxygen in the room. White smile, slim-fit navy suit that probably costs more than most people make in a month. His watch catches the light just long enough to be noticed. Platinum, probably custom, probably hiding something more than the time. He walks like charm is a weapon, and he's never had to reload. Kael meets him at reception. Even from up here, I can see the shift in Kael's posture. Shoulders tight, expression locked down to steel. Damian's smile widens, hand extended like this is some kind of casual reunion. Kael doesn't take it. Second time today I've seen that move. Stone versus silk. They exchange clipped words I can't hear. Doesn't matter. I'm reading body language, not dialogue. Damian talks with his hands, gestures wide, relaxed, confident in a way that reads strategic. He adjusts his cufflinks once during the conversation. A deliberate move. Right wrist turned just so. Slow enough that it's meant to be seen. Message sent. Or bait. I snap a photo with my tablet. Is that an embedded signal transmitter? RFID coded? Or just expensive window dressing meant to look like a threat? Doesn't matter. Kael doesn't flinch. Damian smirks, like that bothers him. And me? I'm watching two apex predators circle each other, and I don't know which one's going to bite first. But I do know this isn't a visit. It's a warning. 15 minutes later, Kael steps into the CyberOps hub like he never left the battlefield. No knock. No sound beyond the soft click of the door behind him. But the air changes the second he enters. Charged, magnetic, heavy with a presence that's impossible to ignore. I don't look up right away. I want him to speak first. He does. You've got 3 hours to wrap phase 1. Clipped, controlled. No greeting, no acknowledgement of what just went down downstairs. I swivel slightly in my chair and meet his gaze. Calm, casual. Didn't know you had surprise visitors? I would have brought coffee. His jaw tightens by a fraction. Just enough to let me know he clocked the jab. That man doesn't come for coffee, Kael says, voice like steel dragged across concrete. He comes to count bullets. I smile. Not out of amusement, but because that tells me everything I need to know. He didn't expect Damian to show up, and he didn't like it. I log out of the system, fingers moving slow and deliberate, still holding his stare. Then let's make sure we're not the ones running out. He doesn't answer, doesn't move, but I can feel it in the way he lingers, silent for a second too long before he turns and leaves without another word. The tension doesn't fade when he's gone. It just follows him out like smoke. I duck into one of the private corridors off the main floor. Technically a supply alcove, but the walls are reinforced, and the security cams don't cover the corner at a clean angle. Exactly where I need to be. I pull up the comms app, mask it behind a maintenance log file, and tap out a message using the shorthand Maya and I built years ago. Second actor just walked in. Smiled like he owns the place. Kay shut him down fast. Surveillance shows tension. Possible rival firm, WW, inside interest. It pings out, encrypted through 6 layers, bouncing through ghost servers we built by hand in a Marrakech hotel 5 years ago. Maya responds within seconds. Blackspire? We've crossed them before. Keep eyes open. Don't poke. Yet, I smile faintly, then kill the window and walk back into the hall like nothing happened. I don't need to poke, not when the storm's already coming straight at me.
Chapter 4. Kael. The moment Sloane walks in, I already know she's 2 steps ahead of the schedule I gave her. Jet black hair pinned back. Expression unreadable. No questions. No hesitation. Just sharp focus and a body language that says she's here to slice through the job like a scalpel. "Change of plans," I say, without looking up from the comm logs on my desk. "You're shadowing Evan this morning. Full audit of the secured data floor." She nods once. "Understood." That's it. No pushback. No clarification. Most operatives, even the ones who think they're slick, ask for context when you drop them in with someone else at this level. They want to know who's watching whom. She doesn't. And that's almost a problem. Because I am watching. Both of them. 2 birds. 1 surveillance grid. She doesn't know it. But she's the test. And so is he. Evan's been with me long enough to earn trust. But something's been off lately. A shift in his timing. A second's hesitation in briefings. Like his head's somewhere else. Or worse, like he's playing a game I'm not meant to see. And Sloane? She's still a cipher. Too smooth. Too silent. Today I put them in a box together and shake it. Let's see who cracks. We walk the length of the core access hall. Me at the rear, Evan leading, Sloane in between. Reinforced walls line both sides, matte black, designed to resist everything from EMPs to thermal scans. It's the spine of DSG. The place where everything is stored, routed, and, if needed, erased. Evan's voice echoes slightly off the panels as he speaks. Primary security routing comes through this junction. 3-tier encryption, all on a dynamic cycle. You'll find most of the redundancies are handled at sub-level. Sloane interrupts. Redundancies at sub-level 4, I assume? Evan nods. Correct. What about 7? Pause. Just half a second, but I catch it. There's no redundancy on 7, he says. Design choice. Nonsense. His jaw ticks as he says it, the way it always does when he's hiding something. He's good at keeping his voice even, his hands steady. But the micro-tells, those always speak. And Sloane catches it too. I can see it in the slight narrowing of her eyes. She doesn't challenge him directly, just files it. Mental bullet point, time-stamped and underlined. Smart girl. She's not playing offense. She's waiting for someone else to screw up. And Evan just gave her his first breadcrumb. We're halfway down the secondary corridor that runs along the secure vault room when the lights flicker. A soft ping hits the wall panel, followed by a dull mechanical click. Then silence. The kind of quiet that means doors are no longer functioning. A red strip of light pulses above the bulkhead seal. Lockdown. Damn, Evan mutters under his breath, spinning to the access pad. He types fast, too fast. It doesn't register. System override, core sync failure, he says. Must have triggered a firewall trap on the overlap scan. I'm already on my comm. Control, this is Donovan. Floor 3 sealed, code gray. Confirm lockdown status and reset protocol. Nothing. Static. I sweep the ceiling with a glance, then the floor grid. Airflow's still active. Power's clean. This isn't a full security breach, just a misfire. Or something worse. Sloane doesn't move, doesn't flinch. She steps back toward the wall, hands relaxed, scanning the control pad herself like she's seen it a dozen times before. She's not panicking, she's positioning. That's the 3rd red flag, or maybe the 4th. She moves like someone who's trained for this exact kind of scenario and knows damn well how to get out if she needs to. Evan's fingers are still flying across the override panel, but now I'm watching his hands. They're shaking. Not much. Barely enough to register. But it's there. Nerves. Or guilt. Either way, I file it like a loaded round. The door hisses, unlocks with a reluctant click, and the control room system chirps as power cycles back to normal. Protocol flickers green across the status panel. Temporary lockout resolved. Evan exhales fast, mutters something about rerouting the access junction, and steps out just as 2 floor engineers arrive to pull the logs. "Grayson," I say without turning. "Go with them. Flag anything that caused the delay." He hesitates for half a second, eyes flicking between me and Sloan, then nods and disappears into the hall. The door seals behind him with a final, mechanical sigh. Now it's just me and her, inside a climate-sealed server chamber, 32 degrees Celsius. Light hum of static power, the soft, rhythmic pulse of fiber optic lines threading beneath the floor like veins under skin. I don't say anything. Just lean against the far wall and watch her. Sloan doesn't fidget, doesn't turn away. She steps toward the server casing, runs her fingers along the edge, more like she's testing the temperature than reading the layout. Her stance is casual, but there's tension in her spine. She knows I'm still watching. She finally breaks the silence, voice low, measured. "You've been watching me." Not a question. I don't pretend to deny it. "Of course I have," I say. "Only question is whether you're watching me back." She turns toward me, eyes steady, calculating. There's no fear there, no discomfort, just sharp curiosity, layered over something she's trying hard to keep buried. "I'm here to do a job," she says. "Same as you." I step forward just enough to shift the weight in the room. Not touching her. Hell, not even close. But close enough to press against her field of control. She holds her ground. "You ask a lot of questions," I say, voice dropping, "for someone just here to audit logs." Her lips twitch. Not a smile. Not quite. More like a challenge sharpening. "And you keep assigning me to the places you don't want me to see." Heat coils low in my chest. I could shut this down. Step back. Regain the space. But I don't. I tilt my head, studying her. The way the server light reflects off her jawline. The controlled rise and fall of her breath. She's steady, too steady. And the worst part, that makes me want to break her calm just to see what's underneath. The air between us goes still. Not quiet. Still. Like the space is folded in on itself. Like something volatile is suspended between us, just waiting for one of us to spark it. Sloan doesn't flinch, doesn't shift. She watches me with those sharp, unreadable eyes, dark, anchored, defiant. And for a second, I don't see the perfect posture, the tailored suit, or the consultant cover she's hiding behind. I just see a woman who doesn't run, who doesn't rattle easy, who holds the line even when the room starts to vibrate. She doesn't back down, and I don't step forward. But God, I want to. I want to close the space. Press a hand to the wall beside her head. Lean in until I can hear the shift in her breath, feel the tremor in her pulse. I want to see what happens when the woman who keeps everything contained finally slips. I want to make her slip. I could do it. Right now. Could pin her with one hand, tilt her face up with the other, and find out if that mouth tastes as sharp as it sounds. I could push her up against this wall and kiss her until she forgets what side she's on. But I don't. Not because I'm noble. Because I don't trust what happens if I start. Not yet. If I touch her, I'll stop questioning why I wanted to in the first place. The door hisses open with a quiet, mechanical sigh. The lights return to their standard glow, the gentle hum of protocol settling everything back into order. I take a single step back, just enough to break the invisible line between us. My body still wired, jaw tight, thoughts coiled so hard it hurts. I clear my throat, not to speak, just to ground myself. Then I turn, walk out. No word, no nod, no backward glance, but I feel her eyes tracking every step. Not like a threat, not like a woman scorned, Like someone studying the heat she didn't start, but sure as hell knows how to survive. I don't look back, but her presence follows me the whole way down the corridor, like a fuse still burning towards something I know I shouldn't want. Want anyway.
Chapter 5. Lena. Give me 3 walls, 1 vent, and a blind camera angle, and I'll find the truth before anyone knows I'm even looking. The space I've claimed is tucked behind DSG's secondary archive chamber, just far enough from the primary server wing to look like an afterthought. Most people wouldn't give it a second glance, which is why I picked it. The desk is angled away from the security feed lens. My tablet's running a decoy interface. Log file comparisons, batch error scans. It looks like boring data redundancy work, the kind that makes eyes glaze over. But beneath that is the real party. A split view of DSG's internal archive, deep storage protocols, log timestamps, buried code layers I'm sure no one's touched in over a year. That's where I find them. Ghost keys. They sit in a node cluster just outside the main audit tree, slightly corrupted, half-shadowed, embedded deep in a permissions lattice that should have triggered a flag but didn't. They're encrypted, clean, duplicated, but deliberately kept off the radar. Too clean to be accidental, too buried to be honest. My stomach tightens as I isolate the access signature. Grayson. The clearance tag loops back to Evan Grayson's admin level. Same tier. Same pattern echo. I don't react. I just log the time, isolate the path, and lock it behind a secondary wall I coded myself. No red flags. No alerts. Not yet. Because a single key doesn't make a lock, and one access point doesn't prove a goddamn thing. But it hums in the back of my mind, like static just waiting to break into signal. I tap open the overlay comm and drop into encryption. It looks like a color-coded audit tool from the outside, just columns and percentages. But underneath, it's Maya's channel, found ghost keys, Grayson tagged. Too early? The reply pings in less than 30 seconds. Don't jump. Map the full pattern. Stay cool, Monroe. My mouth lifts slightly. She's right. One breadcrumb doesn't make a trail, but it sure as hell smells like smoke. I need air. Or at least something with caffeine in it. I grab my badge, slip my tablet into the side pouch of my bag, and do the one thing no one expects someone like me to do in the middle of high-level clearance work. I take a break, consultant casual. The illusion needs maintenance just like anything else. I take the elevator to the lower floor, calm posture, light steps, neutral expression. Sloan Pierce, mild-mannered audit specialist. Perfectly forgettable, perfectly harmless. The doors open to the hallway outside the staff cafe. And before I even step out, I feel it. A shift in the air, like a weight on my neck, subtle, intentional. Someone's watching me. The cafe smells like burnt espresso and overpriced convenience. Nothing worth remembering. I'm halfway to the coffee station when I feel it again. That shift in the air. That low hum of attention not broadcast by cameras, but by people who know how to read a room. A woman steps into my path as I round the corner. Not in an aggressive way, more like gravity moved her there on purpose. She's elegant, refined, expensive in the way that can't be faked, like time molded her instead of money. Her posture is perfect. Her coat is sharp. Her smile is pleasant but unreadable. "I thought you might be her," she says, studying me with eyes the exact same shade as Kael's, except warmer, more curious. I pause, offering a professional nod. "Excuse me?" She extends a manicured hand. "Eleanor Donovan." "Ah, the mother. Of course." I take her hand with a measured grip. "Dr. Sloan Pierce. I'm consulting on cybersecurity protocols." She hums, head tilting slightly, eyes not leaving mine. "You wear it well, but I'd guess you're more soldier than suit." I freeze, internally. Externally, I smile. Consulting keeps the muscles from getting rusty. That earns a soft chuckle from her, and something in her stance eases. Just a fraction. Well played, she says. For the next few minutes, she asks about my impressions of DSG, how the staff is treating me, whether I'm being looped in properly. Casual conversation dressed up in etiquette, but every word is measured, every glance deliberate. She's testing, not to catch me, to understand me. Before she leaves, she places a hand lightly on my forearm. It's not threatening. It's maternal, disarming. Her voice drops low, soft enough to feel like a confidence. He's good at keeping people out, she says, especially the ones who matter. Be careful with my son. Then she smiles once more and walks away, leaving me in a hallway that suddenly feels a hell of a lot colder. By early evening, I've reread the ghost key data twice and still haven't filed the report. I tell myself it's because I'm not ready. The patterns aren't complete. I need more. But the truth is, I just don't want to move too fast. Not with this. Not with him. I take the path behind the west training lawn. It cuts between the edge of the outer security wing and a quiet strip of garden that looks like it hasn't been maintained in years. I don't expect to find anyone there. But Kael's leaning against the railing near the edge of the steel fence, arms folded across his chest, eyes locked on the horizon, like it did something to piss him off. He doesn't move when I approach. Just says, "This place used to be quieter." I stop a short distance away, hands in my pockets, breath steady. Change makes noise, I offer. So does growth. He glances at me just briefly before looking away again. It wasn't supposed to grow, he says. Not like this. DSG started as a shield for people like me, people who got burned. I don't ask what burned him. I already know the shape of it. Betrayal always leaves the same scars. What changed? His jaw flexes. They kept dying. I don't respond, because that kind of loss doesn't want pity, it wants silence. I rebuilt the wreckage, he says finally. Out of habit. Out of guilt. He looks at me again, and this time, there's something different in his eyes. Not heat, not calculation, something quieter. You ever lose something and not even realize how much of you it took until it was already gone? I swallow before I answer. I deployed with a team once. We came back with fewer names on the roster, changed everything, especially me. Still vague, still the cover. But the crack in my voice is real. I don't have to fake that part. For a long moment, neither of us speaks. This is the first time I've seen him without the armor. No orders, no fire, just quiet. And damn it, I don't want to be the one that puts it back on. He pushes off the railing and walks past me without a word. I let him go. But something lingers in the air between us, heavy, unspoken, deliciously charged. I watch him disappear down the path, broad shoulders tight, hands clenched like he's holding something in that he doesn't know how to say. What happens when the mission stops feeling like the most important thing in the room? Because right now it doesn't. He does.
Chapter 6, Kael. The DSG annex glows like a goddamn showroom tonight. Glass walls polished to perfection, every downlight dimmed to just the right degree of exclusive. A jazz trio plays near the mezzanine, all smooth brass and stand-up bass, and the air smells like overpriced champagne and politics. I hate events like this, but billion-dollar contracts don't renew themselves. And in this business, reputation is as valuable as firepower. I nod at a pair of defense contractors near the bar. 2 senators, 1 undersecretary from the DOD. I've memorized their dossiers, their voting records, and the fact that one of them is probably wearing a wire. Doesn't matter. This isn't where the real conversations happen. I'm scanning the room when I see her. Sloane, velvet black dress, shoulders bare, neckline just low enough to distract half the room, but not low enough to be dismissed. Her heels click with precision as she crosses toward the east platform. Controlled, smooth, lethal. She walks in like she's casing the joint, not attending a party. Even in heels and velvet, she moves like she's prepared to take someone down. And every single cell in my body reacts to it. I keep one hand wrapped around a crystal tumbler, half scotch, half strategy, while my eyes follow her through the crowd. She doesn't cling to anyone, doesn't linger too long in any one conversation. Smiles when necessary, nods where expected, but never drops her guard. She's not mingling, she's assessing. Every time someone opens their mouth, she watches their posture more than their words. She hears the subtext, reads the angle, calculates threat like it's second nature. She doesn't just observe people, she reads them, strips them bare. And the worst part? I want to know what she sees when she looks at me. I'm about to cut across the room and intercept her when the air shifts. A ripple of attention moves through the crowd like cold water through silk. And then I see him, Damien Mathers. Smug bastard, fashionably late as always. Armani suit, no tie, open collar. Crystal tumbler already in hand, something amber and overpriced. His smile is all teeth and charm, and his eyes scan the room like he's hunting for prey. Greasy prick. I stiffen the second our eyes don't meet, because he doesn't try to look at me. He looks at her, and moves. Of course he does, like a moth to flame or a vulture to blood. Damien closes the distance to her in a few fluid steps, all practiced charisma and predatory ease. I start moving too, cutting through the crowd with calculated speed, but not fast enough to stop him from speaking first. "Well, Dr. Pierce," he says, smiling as if they've shared a secret, "I see DSG has finally upgraded its aesthetic." His eyes sweep down her frame, lingering longer than is appropriate. "Velvet suits you. But then, I imagine everything does." She gives him a polite smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes. "Black hides bloodstains," she replies. "A girl likes to be prepared." Damien laughs. "Sharp tongue. I like that." He steps closer, just enough that his shoulder brushes against hers as he leans in with a fresh glass in hand. "You look like someone who drinks something stronger than white wine." His fingers ghost the small of her back when he offers it. That's when I see it, her shoulders, the slightest shift. Not fear, calculation. She's about to pivot, deflect or dismantle him. I'm not sure which, but I get there first. "You know," Damien says, that smirk curving at the corners of his mouth, "some of us actually tell the truth, even when it's inconvenient." I slide in beside her, voice quiet, cold. "Funny," I say. "I don't remember inviting you to speak on behalf of integrity." His head turns toward me, still smiling, but I see it in his eyes, tight and sharp. Tension spikes between us like exposed wire. "You should really keep a closer eye on your staff, Donovan," he says. "Beautiful women have a way of uncovering inconvenient truths." I step closer to Sloane, not touching her. Just close enough that the space around her is no longer his. Claimed. "Some of us don't need to hide behind charm to get attention," I say, "or use parties as cover for bad business." Damien's eyes narrow, but he shrugs it off like dust from his collar. "Ah, but cover's everything, isn't it? You know what they say about masks. It's the people who wear them best you should worry about." He's not talking about me. He's talking about her. I shift the topic. Casual on the surface, all blade underneath. "We've seen your contract projections, Damien. Black Spire's numbers are inflated. Your offshore supply lines look suspiciously bloated." Damien sips his drink, unbothered. "Ghost protocols are efficient. You should try them." Sloane's gaze shifts to me. She's still silent, still unreadable. But she's watching me now, and I don't know whether she's assessing my poker face or wondering why I'm trying so hard to keep it on. Damien drifts away a moment later, slinking off into the next group like the bastard was never there. But the tension doesn't leave with him. It lingers heavy in the air between me and her. I watch him go, then turn to face her. "You all right?" She nods, glancing once in Damien's direction. I can handle snakes. I meet her eyes. "He's not the kind you step on." My voice lowers, thick with something I can't quite shake. He's the kind that poisons slowly. She looks at me then, really looks, like she's trying to figure out what I'm not saying. And me? I hate that I want to drag her out of this party, out of that dress, out of this whole damn mess, and lock the doors behind us just to keep her where I can see her. Safe, close, mine. Upstairs, the noise fades behind triple reinforced glass and secure access. I step into the command suite and seal the door, needing space from the music, the politics, and Damien's smug grin that still burned behind my eyes. A soft chime pings across the mirrored terminal near my desk, encrypted, internal only. I tap the access. Maya's handler signature flashes at the bottom of the stream. Not directed at me specifically, but flagged for my attention. Offshore holdings, 7 shell companies, all linked to Blackspire. Layered bank routing, deep-sea logistics firms, controlled arms contracts running under the radar, arms trafficking, possibly worse. All of it buried just well enough to pass casual inspection. Too many shadows around that man. But this isn't the kind of mess Damien would orchestrate. Not personally. He's a snake, sure, but he's not the fangs. He's the distraction. Someone's using him like a decoy. Something to draw the eye while the real threat stays hidden behind the curtain. And I'm getting real sick of watching the curtain ripple without knowing who's on the other side. I find her on the west balcony. Outside, the skyline glitters like a field of quiet warnings. Red aviation lights blinking against the dark glass. City buzz muted behind distance and altitude. Sloane's standing still, hands on the railing, head tilted slightly toward the horizon. I don't announce myself. She speaks before I do. "He's not your enemy," she says softly, "but he's not a friend either." Her voice carries just enough steel to make it clear she knows exactly what Damien is, and what he's not. I move beside her, but keep a half step of space between us. My eyes stay forward. "You're watching him too closely to be guessing." She doesn't respond. The wind lifts a strand of her hair off her shoulder, brushing it across her collarbone like the night itself is trying to touch her. I glance sideways. Her profile is calm, sharp, composed. But I know there's more underneath it. There always is. And I should be dissecting her, unraveling every piece, testing every word, pulling her apart until the truth spills out. But instead, I'm wondering how the hell I'm supposed to let her go when this ends.
Chapter 7. Lena. I've waited long enough. The pieces are on the board. I can feel their weight. Ghost files, signature trails, Evan's twitchy tells, Damien's misdirection, but they still don't line up. Something's missing, and daylight's too clean to find it. Too crowded, too watched. If I want the truth, I have to go where no one's looking, and do it while they're sleeping. I flip open the secure overlay on my tablet, run my fingers along the hidden glyph etched behind the case. It hums once, low and fast, and the comm channel flickers to life. Running ghost op. Need cover. 15 minutes. 3 seconds pass. Then 5. Maya's reply buzzes through like electricity biting the air. Can give you 7. Make them count. That's all I need. The hoodie is black. The shoes are silent. My badge is swapped for a dummy tag. I burned into the system myself last week. Just enough clearance to get past the lift. Not enough to trigger alarms if I play it fast. No earrings, no gloss, no trace of Dr. Sloan Pierce. Just me. The operative, I moved through DSG like I was built from its bones, timing the cameras, dodging blind spots, slipping past motion sensors and thermal grids. I clocked the first week I arrived, when everyone thought I was just getting a feel for the place. The body remembers what the heart tries to forget, and mine remembers everything. The command center is cool and humming, blue-lit and pulsing with low-power energy. It smells like ozone and heat shields. There's something sacred about rooms like this. Clean, clinical, perfectly lethal. I sit at the terminal farthest from the glass. No direct angles, no reflective feedback. My fingers move fast. Encrypted shell file. Layer 3. Trace begins. The unauthorized access code loads, slower than I like, but it's there. And then the trail starts to build. Just a flicker. Clearance log, admin level, masked protocol. Not Kael. Evan. I blink, then I hear it. A shift in the air. A weight behind me. The whisper of presence, not threat, but something close. I don't turn fast. Just close the file window with a silent keystroke and exhale. You're not authorized to be here, Doctor. Pierce. Evan Grayson's voice is low, level, unreadable. I swivel just enough to see him. Half in shadow, arms crossed, expression unreadable, like he's been standing there the whole time. And you're not on night duty, I say. His jaw tightens. Not a reaction, just a choice. Looking for something you lost? He asks. I meet his gaze and hold it. He's not angry. He's not hunting. He's watching me like someone who already made a decision. He's not shielding me. He's shielding something else. But what? Evan doesn't move, doesn't raise his voice. He just stands there, composed in a way that feels too careful. Go back to your quarters, he says finally, his voice low and flat. Don't come back in here without an escort. That's it. No warning to Kael, no alarm triggered, just a directive, subtle and strangely protective. I study him for a beat. His posture is relaxed, but there's tension wrapped tight across his shoulders. His eyes don't flinch from mine, but they're guarded, heavy with something I can't name yet. He's letting me go, but not because I've earned it, because he wants something kept quiet. When I step past him, he doesn't follow, doesn't turn. But the air between us feels like a line has been drawn, and I don't know which side of it I'm standing on. When I get back to my quarters, my pulse is still elevated, but not from fear. It's the weight of his tone, the deliberate calm that always precedes a controlled burn. He's hiding something, and for the first time since I got here, I don't think it's me he's afraid of. An hour later, I slip out again. No mission, no stealth, just the gnawing need to get out of my own head. The courtyard is empty, shadowed and still, the night air crisp enough to bite. I move toward the edge of the path, near the gravel walk, lined with silent planters. No one else is out here, not at this hour. Or so I think. Footsteps behind me don't startle me, they slow me. I turn before he speaks. Kael's walking across the flagstone path, like he's trying not to let the wind carry the weight of his mood ahead of him. Coat half buttoned, jaw tight, and eyes like a storm caught mid-build. Want to tell me why the motion sensors flagged your ID in the command center tonight? I don't pretend to play dumb. There's no use, and he wouldn't believe me anyway. Looking for a reason not to trust your people, I say, my voice even. I fold my arms, not to shield myself, but to stay grounded. He stops 3 feet away, then closes the space between us like gravity's pulling him forward, whether he wants it or not. His words come quiet but sharp, like a scalpel instead of a blade. There are boundaries here. You cross another one, I won't be the one who saves you. I meet his gaze without flinching, the heat in my chest rising to meet the chill in his voice. You didn't come out here to warn me, I say, just as low. You came out here because you couldn't stay away. The words land between us with more weight than I intend, but I don't take them back, because they're true. He doesn't say anything. He just steps forward, and suddenly the space between us isn't space anymore. It's pressure, heat, gravity pulling all the oxygen out of the night air. I gasp softly, not because I'm startled, but because I feel him now. Not his touch, not yet, just his presence. Towering, tense, electric. His eyes drop, not far, just to my mouth. God, his mouth. I lift my chin, the defiance in me crackling under the weight of his stare. I know what he wants. I know what I want. And for a second, I swear he's going to do it. His head dips, not all the way, just enough to scorch the air between us. Just enough that I can feel the heat of his breath ghost across my lips. And it sends a ripple down my spine that feels criminal. He's so close I could lean forward and end it. Just an inch and we'd crash. Just a breath and we'd stop pretending this tension hasn't been burning us alive for days. But he doesn't. He stops. Pulls back like the decision physically hurts. His voice is a rasp when it comes. Low and raw against the night air. Don't make me choose between protecting DSG and stopping you. Then he turns and walks away without another word. And it feels like the wind that follows in his wake hurts worse than anything he could have said. I don't move, not for a long time. The air is cold now, biting across my skin, but my body is still humming, lit up like I've been kissed in every way except the one that would have made it real. And yet, it was real. My lips are tingling, my pulse is thudding in my throat, and my hands won't stop trembling. He didn't kiss me, but it feels like he did. And God help me, it feels like I kissed him back.
Chapter 8. Kael. She walks into the briefing room like she didn't spend last night 3 inches from my mouth. Hair slicked back, blazer sharp, heels silent, calm. Composed. Every inch of her is polished restraint, and not one part of her even glances in my direction. But I feel it. In the air. In the silence. In the way her eyes flick over the presentation screen just a second too long before refocusing. In the way my voice tightens the first time I speak and hers doesn't flinch. She's pretending nothing happened. And I'm letting her. But it's there. Coiled between us. Ticking like a damn bomb no one wants to disarm. We didn't kiss. Not really. Not fully. But I haven't stopped thinking about the taste of a kiss that never landed. And how it still feels like it did. The cyber breach drill launches just after noon. No warning, no countdown. That was my call. I want to see how the team performs under pressure. I want to see how she performs when the ground shifts. I want to know if she's built for what we really do here. Or if her flawless file folds under heat. It starts with a strobe sweep. Red lights flashing over the west corridor. Alert sirens kicking in overhead. Then the firewall simulation spikes across all internal systems, locking down floor access points one by one. My comm lights up as the AI control reads through protocol sequencing. Expected triggers, expected lockdowns. But then I see it. East Wing. Secure Hall 4. System breach. Door lockdown. Active. Sloan. I check the feed. She's in that corridor, and the system just sealed her inside. I should follow protocol. Let the drill run. Trust the security matrix to release after a standard cycle, but that's not what I do when it's her. I override the lockdown without asking clearance. Swipe my access card, punch in the master key I'm not supposed to use during a simulation, and shoulder through the steel hatch as it groans under protest. The lights inside flicker as I push into the corridor. Blue flashes casting long shadows across the walls. The hum of the servers lining the perimeter is loud, distorted by the automated power shifts. She's at the far panel, both palms braced flat against the terminal, breath shallow but eyes locked in. No panic, just fury. She turns as I approach. "You weren't supposed to come in here," she says, voice sharp with adrenaline. "You weren't supposed to get locked inside. I snap back. Her eyes flare. I had it under control. No, you were seconds from being cut off from air cycling, and you damn well know it. She pushes off the wall, closes the distance with a heat I feel more than see. You broke protocol. Because you were in there. The words come out before I can cage them. And the worst part? I mean everyone. She shoves my chest, not hard, but hard enough to snap the line. I grab her wrist before it drops, not rough, not tight, just enough to stop her from turning away. And suddenly the air between us is charged, full of all the words we're not saying. Our bodies close, breathing sharp, heat rolling between us like smoke under glass. This was a drill, she snaps. You were still in danger. You didn't follow protocol. I didn't care. We're talking over each other, voices clipped and loud. But underneath it, something else is humming, rising, threatening to crack. She jerks her hand and I don't let go. Her breath hits my neck. Her mouth is close, too close. And then we go quiet. Just for a second. That second is everything. I move first. My mouth crashes into hers like I've been holding my breath for days, and this is the only way to survive. It's not slow, not sweet. It's raw, all tension and teeth and fire. Her lips part like she's been waiting, like she wants this just as badly, and her hands fist in my shirt and pull. She kisses me back like she's angry about it, like kissing me is war, not surrender. And damn it, I want every second of it. And then we both pull away at the same time like we've been burned, breathing hard, eyes wide, hearts punching through ribs. The silence that follows is louder than the alarm that chimes a moment later. I step back, jaw clenched so tight it aches. Panic crawls under my skin like something alive. We shouldn't have... I start. She cuts me off, voice low and tight. No, we shouldn't. Neither of us says anything else as we walk out of the lockdown corridor, not one word. I'm alone in the weapons bay mezzanine, leaning against the railing, watching the skyline burn gold behind the black steel edge of DSG's roofline. My fists are tight in my jacket pockets. My chest still hasn't settled. What the hell is wrong with me? I've pulled operatives out of fire zones, dragged bodies from buildings under siege, walked into war zones without blinking. But she breathes wrong, and I'm ready to override my own goddamn security system just to get to her. It was just a kiss. One mistake. But my body hasn't stopped humming since I walked away. And if I had to do it again, God help me, I would.
Chapter 9. Lena. I drop into my seat like I've just run 10 miles at altitude. Chest tight, skin humming, brain short-circuiting. The monitor flares to life in front of me, cool light against my face. The cursor blinks, waiting for input. So am I. I plant my hands on the desk, exhale through my nose, and force myself to move. Fingers to keyboard, eyes on code, routine, control. But my mind won't cooperate. It keeps pulling backward. To that moment in the corridor. To the hiss of the door behind us. To the fire that lit up my veins the second Kael Donovan grabbed my wrist and kissed me like he meant it. I didn't stop him. Hell, I kissed him back, like I'd been waiting for it since the second I walked into DSG. Damn him. Damn his hands. Damn that voice, rough and quiet, always 2 words from violence. Damn the way he looks at me like I'm both the bomb and the detonator. And damn the way my name sounds when he's not saying it, but thinking it anyway. I shove the memory down hard and force myself to focus. The file I started before the lockdown drill is still buried where I left it, low-level ghost cache, double encrypted and scrubbed from most scans. I deepen the probe, bypassing the false trace layer, and hook into the data well beneath it. That's where I find them. Fragmented code strings. Fractured. Partial. Sloppy, almost. But deliberate in how they're cloaked. It takes me a second to recognize the pattern. Then my stomach flips. Military encryption. Tier 3. Deep tear. The kind that doesn't end up on civilian systems by accident. I've seen this before, not in theory, in combat. It was years ago, back when I was deployed as part of a blackout team in Bahrain. The code ran through a smuggled AI node we recovered from an ambushed recon outpost. That same code, the one that still shows up in my nightmares, is echoing back at me now from DSG's hidden servers. The correlation is undeniable. It doesn't stop there. I keep digging, reconfiguring the string, and the metadata bounces back one location tag from the original deployment logs. Afghanistan, 0327A. Kael's last mission as a SEAL. The one that ended with one man dead, one missing, and Kael carrying more ghosts than medals. That encryption shouldn't exist anymore. And it sure as hell shouldn't be echoing through DSG's architecture, which means only one thing. Someone's keeping it alive. I lean back, breath shallow. This isn't just a breach. It's not a rogue signature or a digital fluke. It's personal. If this trace is legit, if I'm not missing something, then the mole isn't just someone inside DSG. There's someone from inside Kael's past, someone who served with him. Someone who knows the right codes, the right covers. Someone who could make it all look like a glitch while building a breach from the inside out. My mind flashes to the ghost key, Evan's voice in the dark, the way he didn't raise an alarm when he caught me after hours, the way he looked, not scared for me, scared for something else. This isn't random. Someone's using Kael's past to bleed his future. I tap my fingers against the desk, fast, a rhythm I only fall into when I'm spiraling through variables. Do I send this to Maya? Do I go to Kael? Either way, it's a move I can't take back. I feel him before I hear him. It's not his footsteps. I'd have clocked those. It's not his voice either, though I swear my pulse stumbles at just the thought of it. It's his presence. That low magnetic pull that happens when Kael Donovan steps into a room and the air forgets how to move. I don't look up right away. Just keep my eyes on the screen, like maybe if I stay perfectly still, I can hold on to the moment before it changes. But it does. He's here. Standing in the doorway of my workspace, one hand braced against the frame, gaze heavy enough to feel like pressure on my skin. He doesn't speak for a long beat. Just watches me, like he's trying to decide if I'm about to run or explode. "This where you go when you need to escape?" he finally asks, voice low, almost quiet enough to be kind. I don't flinch, don't deflect. "This is where I go when I need answers," I say. Our eyes meet, and something flickers between us. Not heat. Not exactly. Something older. Something quieter. Like recognition wearing new skin. He steps inside, slow and deliberate, and leans against the server wall across from me. No swagger. No sharp retort. Just wait. "That op you're tracing," he says. It ended wrong. I turn toward him fully now, still seated, still silent, but listening. "One of my men didn't come back," he continues. "One stopped being the man he was. And the rest of us," he lets out a sound that's not quite a laugh. "We learned how to bury things that scream at night." His voice doesn't crack, but something in his eyes does. It's not weakness. It's memory. Grief polished down to something so sharp it cuts clean through the armor. He looks at me like he knows he shouldn't be saying this, like the words are clawing their way out anyway. And I sit there, watching this man who commands a fortress full of soldiers and secrets, and see, for the first time, not the commander, but the man, and the wound he never stopped bleeding. I don't touch him. God, I want to, but I don't. I just let the silence stretch between us, not empty, but full. Because something inside me shifts, not toward the mission, not toward the file waiting to detonate behind my screen, toward him. You're not supposed to want to protect someone who can break you, I almost tell him. About the code, the trace, the encryption echoing from a ghost stop no one was ever supposed to find again. I almost say his name like a warning, but I don't. When he leaves, just a few minutes later, no sudden moves, no final words. He glances back once, just once. But it's enough. His eyes say more than his mouth ever could. And I feel the truth coil low in my spine. If the answer is buried in his past, then the threat isn't coming. It's already inside the gates.
Chapter 10. Kael. The room is quiet. Too quiet. The kind of quiet that doesn't come from discipline. It comes from tension. That wound-up, wire-tight kind that tells me everything's about to shift, and nobody's ready for it. I move through the morning briefing with clipped words and colder eyes than usual. The security protocols I lay out are solid. The site review objective is clear. The rotation is temporary. But the air is still wrong. Evan's standing off to the left, eyes flicking towards Sloan more than once. Not obvious, but I see it. And Sloan, she's calm. Too calm. That measured stillness she wears like armor is locked tighter than usual. She doesn't ask a single question, doesn't take notes. She just watches. And I hate that I notice. Hell, I hate how often I notice. She's just another operator on the roster, a contractor, a consultant, a job. So why the hell do I keep watching her like she's a loaded gun I forgot how to disarm? We head out for a physical site inspection, the first of many for the day. The SUV smells like leather and tension. Evan drives. Sloane's in the back seat, silent, eyes fixed on the screen in her lap, but not actually reading it. I know the difference. Her pupils track slower when she's thinking. I'm in the passenger seat, checking the rear view every 60 seconds. Not because I'm paranoid, because something's off. The air feels thick. The sky's too clear. The route's too quiet. I clock the detour notice when it comes in over the comm. Supposed traffic obstruction. Security redirect. Standard stuff. Except it's not. The way it's timed, the way it reroutes us through a stretch with no cams, no backup, it stinks. This isn't paranoia. It's instinct. Something's wrong. We make it 3 minutes into the new route before it hits. A sharp pop cracks the air, then the windshield explodes in a spray of reinforced glass. Evan jerks the wheel hard as a second shot shatters the driver's side mirror. Gunfire. Automatic. Controlled. I'm out of the vehicle before the third round slams into the back quarter panel. Evan's already moving to flank left. Sloan! Jesus! She moves like smoke and precision. Dips behind the passenger door, draws a short blade from somewhere I didn't even see, and charges one of the masked shooters flanking the roadside embankment. Her feet barely make a sound. She drops him with a twist of her wrist, drives an elbow into his throat, then spins and takes the second down with a reverse pivot that ends with her boot to his jaw. 10 seconds. Maybe less. And both are down. I haven't even barked a full order yet. I finish off the third, clean shot to the chest, and scan the area. Evan gives a signal that the perimeter is clear. The attackers scatter, fast, well-trained, but not smart enough to finish the job. We reload into the secondary vehicle I staged last week. I toss Sloan into the back seat. Evan's already pulling up GPS to the fallback location. I glance at her through the mirror. She's calm, breathing steady, hands stained with someone else's blood. That's not consultant work, that's Black Ops. Now I want to know what the hell else she's not telling me. The safe house is an old DSG stronghold tucked in the mountains. Not pretty, not soft. Just steel, concrete, and silence. Evan parks hard and grabs the gear bag. I expect him to follow us inside, but he turns instead, face tight. I'm heading back to HQ, he says. I stare at him. We don't split after a hit. We do when I need to secure our damn base, he snaps. You two get locked down. I'll circle back when I've cleared the mess. Before I can argue again, he's already moving. Efficient, decisive. And just like that, I'm alone. With her. The door shuts behind me with a click that sounds like the beginning of a mistake I'm not strong enough to stop. The silence inside the safe house isn't peaceful. It's oppressive, dense, like the four concrete walls are holding their breath, waiting to see who breaks first. She sits down on the cot, pretending to review data on her tablet, but she hasn't touched the screen in 10 minutes. She's just sitting there, legs crossed, body still, mind clearly a mile away. Or maybe not. Maybe she's right here. Same as me, wound tight and trying not to show it. I pace the far side of the room. There's not much space, but I take it anyway. It gives me something to do with the restless fire in my chest that hasn't gone out since the ambush. I keep replaying the moment she moved, the way she fought. Controlled, fluid, trained, so sexy. She didn't flinch, didn't hesitate, didn't ask for a weapon. She was one. I stop pacing and look at her. Really look at her. You fight like someone who's lied before, I say. She doesn't react at first, doesn't blink. Then she lifts her head and meets my gaze like it's a dare. You watch me, she says, voice low, even, like you're looking for permission. The room tightens around us. Her eyes don't drop. Neither do mine. We're not talking about combat anymore. And we both know it. I'm done waiting. I close the distance in 3 strides, my boots heavy against the concrete floor. She doesn't flinch, doesn't move, just tilts her head up to meet me as I stop in front of her. Her lips part slightly, and I can see the faintest rise and fall of her chest, the only sign that she's not as composed as she's pretending to be. I reach out, my hand gripping the back of her neck, fingers tangling in her hair. It's soft, softer than I expected, and the sensation sends a jolt through me. She doesn't pull away, doesn't resist, just keeps her eyes on mine, dark and unreadable. You're trouble, I murmur, my voice low, rough. You're predictable, she fires back, her lips curving into a smirk that's equal parts challenge and invitation. I don't give her the satisfaction of a response. Instead, I lean in, my mouth crashing against hers in a kiss that's all heat and hunger. She tastes like mint and something darker, something that makes my blood burn. Her hands come up to grip my shoulders, her nails digging into the fabric of my shirt, and I can feel the tension in her body, the way she's holding back just as much as I am. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from BWWM.com. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story. Trouble, I murmur against her lips, and she laughs, a low, throaty sound that makes my chest tighten. Predictable, she shoots back, and I can't help but smile. Morning creeps in like an unwelcome guest, pale light slicing through blinds that never close all the way. That's the problem with safe houses. They're never designed for comfort, just survival. I watch Sloane dress from the corner of my eye while I check my weapon. Her movements are economical, precise. No wasted motion. Everything about her is like that. Deliberate. Even the way she screwed me last night felt like strategy wrapped in skin. The silence between us is thick enough to choke on. I don't break it. Neither does she. She catches me watching her and gives me a look that's both challenge and amusement. Second thoughts, Commander. Always, I lie, holstering my sidearm. It's how I stay alive. The truth is, I haven't had a clear thought since I pushed her against that wall. Since I saw how naturally she disabled those attackers. Since I realized that everything in her file might be nonsense fed to me by whoever wanted her close enough to DSG to do damage. She grabs her jacket, the thin leather one that somehow concealed at least 2 weapons I never spotted in the security check. Another red flag. We should move, she says, pulling her hair back tight. Nothing about her suggests a woman who came apart in my hands hours ago. Evan's waiting. I nod once, grab the gear bag, and lead us out into the cold mountain air. The SUV's already running, Evan behind the wheel looking like he hasn't slept either. I take the driver's seat while Sloane slides into the back. Protocol. Distance. Professionalism. All the things I should have maintained yesterday. As we pull away from the safe house, I check the mirror. She's staring out the window, face unreadable, composed. If she's a lie, I'm already in too deep to crawl back out clean. That's the problem with getting close to assets. You lose perspective. Start seeing patterns that aren't there. Start missing ones that are. Start thinking with parts of your body that have no business making security decisions. I know better. I've been doing this long enough to know that trust is a luxury we can't afford. That anything, anyone, can be compromised. But there's something about the way she moved yesterday. Something about the way she fights. It was trained, yes, but it was instinctive. Natural. Like breathing. She catches my eye in the rearview mirror. Holds my gaze for a beat too long. I'm already in too deep.
I hope you're enjoying this audiobook by Vic Savon. If you want to keep hearing more audiobooks, then please hit that subscribe button and like the video. It may seem insignificant, but the more people that subscribe, the easier it is to produce more audiobooks in the future. So please help us out and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for listening, and now back to your book.
Chapter 11. Lena. We don't speak as we pack. Kael moves like a machine, efficient, controlled, emotion scrubbed clean from his face. He avoids my gaze, but I can feel the restraint in every clipped motion. The silence between us isn't awkward. It's something heavier, thick, uneven, loaded. We're both pretending last night didn't happen, but my body's still humming with the memory. The press of his hands, the sound of his breath against my throat, the way we burned through every reason not to touch each other and lit a match anyway. And now we're both trying not to look at the ash. He zips the last duffel without a word and shoulders it before heading toward the door. I follow without asking where we're going. Because we both know. Back to the mission, back to the lies, back to pretending we didn't just cross a line we can't uncross. We survived the ambush, the mission, each other, but I don't know what version of him I'm walking out of here with. The air outside is cold, crisp, bracing, the kind that makes you think just for a second that you're clean again. Kael steps out first, scanning the horizon like he's expecting it to bite back. One hand rests near the weapon at his hip. His entire body reads high alert, shoulders tight, movements sharp. It's more than instinct. It's personal now. He doesn't say anything, but when I move past him toward the vehicle, his hand brushes the small of my back. Just for a second. A reflex. Protective. And maybe a little possessive. I don't react, not outwardly, but inside, my pulse kicks. I'm fine, I say too quickly. Kael doesn't nod, doesn't offer some grunted agreement. He just looks at me, really looks, like he's peeling back layers I've kept buried in steel and silence. You move like someone trained for war, he says. Not a question, not quite an accusation. I lift a shoulder in a lazy shrug. I had a good self-defense instructor. He doesn't laugh, doesn't smile, just watches me with that unreadable, narrowed gaze, eyes like a trigger, waiting for the right reason to pull. Half true, the kind that gets you killed in my world. He doesn't push it, doesn't need to. That silence between us, it says everything. He's not buying the lie, and I'm not offering him anything else. We're back at DSG by early afternoon. The second we pass security, Kael's gone, striding toward the command center without another word. His energy's coiled again, but not from adrenaline this time. It's something darker. I follow at a distance, keeping to shadows and reflections as I move through the mirrored corridors. I need to know what he knows, what he's chasing, and if I'm still one step ahead or already falling behind. From the upper level, I watch through the angled glass as he pulls breach logs from the system. His jaw tightens with every screen he swipes. His body goes rigid as the data unspools. Files are missing. Not stolen, deleted, cleanly, strategically. Right around the time of the ambush, I see it in his posture. That flicker of something breaking behind his eyes. This wasn't just an attempt to hurt us. It was a cleanup. Someone's covering their tracks. And I have a feeling I already know where the trail leads. I wait until the hallway outside the comm room is clear before slipping in and sealing the door behind me. The light in here is dim by design. No cameras, no live monitors, just a single encrypted terminal and the soundproofing that lets people scream and never be heard. I don't scream. I jack in with the secure key and initiate the silent ping. It takes less than 60 seconds for Maya's voice to come through. Flat, clipped, filtered through 4 layers of distortion. Go. I ran the ghost keys again, I say. Threaded the fragments through decrypted legacy servers. And some of the code matches old ops. Afghan blackout raids. Tier 3 encryption, high clearance signature tags. Silence. I swallow hard. Kael's name shows up more than once. Not overtly, but the pattern matches redacted missions he was attached to. Clean overlays. Familiar methods. Maya doesn't say anything right away, but when she does, her tone is different. Lower. Tighter. You need to tread lightly. I already am. I just don't say it. It could mean he's the target, she continues. Or the leak, I finish. Exactly. There's another pause, longer this time. Then she says it. Software cold. You get one shot at the truth, Monroe. Don't miss it. And then she's gone. I walk DSG's halls like I've become part of the foundation. Visible but unseen. Just another shadow drifting through brushed steel and recycled air. But the eyes I pass, they stick longer than they used to. Some watch with curiosity, others with suspicion, and a few just pretend I'm not there at all. I can feel the shift, not just in them, in me. Kael passes me near the west stairwell. He doesn't stop, doesn't say a word, but our eyes meet for half a second. And something in his gaze has changed. Less heat, more distance, more calculation. Like he's trying to measure how much damage I could do if I turned on him. Last night, he touched me like I was the only thing he trusted. Today, he watches me like I'm the next thing he'll have to destroy. And the worst part is I don't blame him. I spend the next hour in my quarters, door locked, blinds drawn, screen glow, burning my eyes as I scroll through the latest recovered code fragments. The pattern is there. Not just access logs, not just cover IDs, but behavioral mimicry, phantom access patterns, files pinged through third-party servers that lead back to the same handful of missions, all of them tied to operations Kael was linked to. But the access trails don't match his habits. They're too perfect, too rehearsed, like someone wants them to point back to him. I sit back in my chair, heart pounding. What if Kael was never the target? What if he's the distraction? And what happens if I'm the one playing right into their hands?
Chapter 12. Kael, I don't come to the cafeteria unless I have to. Too exposed and loud. Too many people pretending not to watch me while they're watching everything. But today, I don't think. I just walk in and see her. Back corner. Alone. She's got a half-eaten tray of something unrecognizable in front of her, and a look in her eyes that says she's not tasting any of it. She's somewhere else, and I should leave her there. Should turn around, Give her space. Let whatever the hell's between us cool down before one of us does something we can't undo. But watching her across the room feels worse than being burned by her up close. So I walk, and I sit. No ask, no warning, just presence. She doesn't flinch. Doesn't jump. Doesn't even look surprised, like she knew I'd come. She glances at me once, slow and unreadable, then goes back to her tray. Her fork moves, but her focus isn't on the food. She's working something, mentally dissecting a problem. I know that look. Hell, I've worn that look. But it's different on her. Colder. Sharper. Sharper than it was 2 days ago. Didn't think I'd see you down here, I say casually. She doesn't smile. Didn't think I'd see you either. The words aren't hostile, but they're not warm either. They land in the dead space between us and don't go anywhere. She shifts in her seat just enough to let her elbow rest on the table, posture fluid but guarded. Everything about her is layered, calculated, and suddenly all I can think about is her mouth on mine, her hands in my hair, the way she looked at me last night like I was the only thing in the room worth breaking for. But now she looks at me like she already knows how this ends. Neutral, like the moment's passed, like she's filed it under necessary compromise and moved on. I try to read her. Can't. And that pisses me off more than I want to admit. Did I touch something real back in that safe house? Or did she just let me think I did? Oh, before I can ask or walk away, he arrives. Damian Mathers. He glides in like he's stepping onto a yacht, not a security compound. His suit a little too fitted, his grin a little too smooth. And of course he heads straight for us. Kael, he drawls like we're old college friends instead of two men who nearly came to blows in a conference room 6 months ago. Got something for you. A new proposal. Short-term contract. High return. Might be a perfect fit, given the vulnerabilities you're juggling. I don't move. Don't speak. He leans in slightly, eyes cutting sideways to Sloane like she's not even there. Then he says it, loud enough for the 2 tables around us to hear. Of course, you'd want to be cautious. A lot of chatter lately. About DSG's little leak. My hand clenches under the table. I force a smirk that feels like it's cut from glass. I'll think about it. He taps the table twice, mock-friendly, and walks off like he's the one who won something. You think you're playing the game. You don't even know which board you're on. I stand up slowly, smooth as steel. Something I need to take care of. My voice is even. My smile is polite. My whole body hums with the kind of fury I've spent years learning how to bury under charm and protocol. Sloane doesn't ask what I mean, doesn't stop me. She just watches me go, calm, curious, like she's already 5 moves ahead and trying to decide if I'll catch up or detonate. I step out into the hallway and the calm peels right off me. Inside, I'm on fire. Damian's little show was more than a warning. It was a performance. For me. For her. For whoever else might have been listening. And Sloane? She didn't blink. Too many shadows, too many masks. I need answers now. I find Evan where I knew he'd be. Lower comms wing, second hall, in the dead zone where signal shielding makes surveillance feeds useless. A habit we both share. He's alone, standing over a screen, scrolling. I close the door behind me. He doesn't look up. Something wrong? I walk toward him. Slow. Controlled. My boots echo on the tile. Someone's been running surveillance inside DSG, I say. Not from outside. Inside. That gets his attention. He straightens. Eyes sharp now, jaw tight. You think it's me? I don't answer. Just take another step closer. Let him feel the weight of it. I think someone's using credentials they shouldn't have. I think someone's feeding intel through a looped system I didn't authorize. And I think you know more than you're saying. He stiffens. Defensive posture, not fear. I run half the operations here, Kael. You want to start flinging accusations? I didn't say your name. Silence. He looks at me hard. You came down here ready to punch a hole in something. What exactly are you not telling me? I step closer, close enough that the heat off my body meets the cold edge in his. I think this house is bleeding from the inside, and I think whoever's doing it has gotten too comfortable. Evan's jaw ticks. His stare doesn't waver, and that more than anything pisses me off. If he's innocent, he's one hell of an actor, and if he's not, I'll bury him myself. I don't say goodbye when I leave. Just walk out and head straight to my office. My thoughts a wreckage of fire and static. I lock the door, step into the private washroom, and lean over the sink. My palms hit the counter. Hard. Cold water hits my face. Breathe. I look up, and I don't recognize the man staring back. Tired eyes, tighter jaw, a fire in my chest that used to be conviction but feels suspiciously like doubt. Too many variables, too many secrets, too many lies. Someone's lying to me. The only question is who breaks first? Me, Evan, or her?
Chapter 13. Lena. The secure conference room feels colder than usual. Or maybe it's just the fact that he's already here. Kael's standing near the digital wall display, arms crossed, face carved in that familiar expression of focus so intense it borders on brutal. A few other DSG officers are gathered around the table, murmuring quietly over briefing packets and encrypted tablets. The moment I step inside, Kael's eyes lift. They land on me. Don't move. For a beat, just one long, slow beat. The silence between us says more than either of us is ready to admit. No tension, no sparks, just something else, something quieter, loaded. A briefing officer clears her throat and gestures for me to sit. I do. The packet in front of me is stamped with federal clearance, a joint task force request, high-profile cyber defense summit in D.C. Threats flagged, assets prioritized. DSG's been tapped for protection detail coordination, and I'm being assigned co-lead. With him. The irony doesn't escape me. We've already saved each other's lives. We've already been through blood and bullets, and the kind of tension most people don't walk away from. Now we're co-managing a threat assessment protocol. We've already been to war together. Now we're playing house in a boardroom. 2 hours later, we're in the comms lab, running a protocol overview on threat intercept layers for the summit. The space is quiet except for the hum of the terminals and the tap of Kael's fingers as he scrolls through the encryption library like it personally offended him. I glance at the screen, frown. You're using the 6-tier redundancy? It's what we've run for the last 3 years. Right, I say, stepping closer. And that's why it's the first one they'll break. He lifts an eyebrow. You got something better? I don't answer. I just lean in beside him, open a new interface tab, and start coding a leaner, more dynamic encryption method directly into the sandbox feed. He watches, silent, brow furrowed. After a few seconds, he mutters, that's smart. You sound surprised. I'm not. You kinda sound it. He huffs. You always this smug when someone admits you're good at your job? I glance sideways, smile just barely there. Only when they take 3, tries to replicate what I just did in 1. He tries it. Butchers it. The wrong hash fires. The code loops. I laugh before I can stop it. Quick, surprised, not unkind. Just light. He tilts his head like I've done something blasphemous. Was that a laugh, Doctor? Pierce? Don't get used to it. He grins and the damn air changes. Something in my chest goes soft and sharp all at once. God help me. I like the way he looks when he smiles. It makes me forget who I am. Eventually the banter fades. The screen dims. The energy shifts. Kael sets the tablet down and rests his hands on the table, not tense, just still. "You're good at this," he says, voice low now. "Different." I shrug. "That's the job." He looks at me, really looks. Not with suspicion, not with heat, just honesty. "This job," he says, his voice barely more than a breath. "It breaks more than bones. You know that?" I don't answer right away. I don't need to. I meet his gaze, and something in my throat tightens. "Yeah," I say quietly. "I do." And we stay like that, two people sitting in the quiet echo of something too heavy to hold. I know the weight in his voice because I've carried it too. But hearing it from him feels heavier, more human. That night, I dream about him. Not the way I'm supposed to. Not as a mark, not as a mission, but as something else. Something fractured, something I can't fix. The world in the dream isn't real. It's too quiet, too still, wrapped in hues of ash and dull amber, like a war zone trapped between fire and memory, like the sky forgot how to be anything but smoke. Kael walks through it barefoot, dressed in half-torn combat gear, his steps slow and deliberate, like every one of them costs him something. His shoulders are rigid, spine straight, but his head hangs low. He's covered in grime. Blood streaks his cheek. There's no sound. Not really. Just the wind moving like breath through the wreckage. Ahead of him, someone lies motionless on the ground. A teammate. A brother, maybe. The face is blurred, smudged like someone wiped it away from memory. Kael doesn't stop. Another figure stands up nearby. Arms crossed, back turned. Doesn't look at him. Doesn't help. Kael keeps walking. Alone. I'm there too, suddenly. Not part of the scene. Inserted into it. Like I wasn't supposed to be in this memory but forced my way through anyway. A glitch in someone else's trauma. I reach for him. "Kael." He refuses to look at me. "Kael," I say again, louder now. The sound echoes wrong, warped by the air. He flinches, but he doesn't stop. I move toward him, faster now. The ground feels like ash and glass beneath my bare feet. He's almost within reach. "Kael, please." And then he turns, but not to face me. He turns away and walks into the smoke. Gone. A voice. Low, familiar, cruel. Whispers through the dream like it was always there. "You can't save them all, Kael, but what happens when the one you want to save is the one holding the knife?" I jolt awake. Sweat slicks along my neck. My hands fist in the sheets, pulse skittering like I've run a mile. The room is dark, but not silent. The hum of my comm tablet glows beside me on the nightstand, screen still lit. The encryption program from earlier is still running. Kael's coding attempt, frozen mid-string. A small, stupid thing, but it feels heavier now, like some kind of sign. I swing my legs over the edge of the bed, press my palms to my thighs to steady the tremble I don't want to acknowledge. Not from fear, from proximity. He's not just the job anymore. And that's the part that's going to get me killed.
Chapter 14. Kael, DC smells like tension, concrete and humidity, high-rise security, and the buzz of too many egos packed into a single government-sponsored pressure cooker. The summit perimeter is stacked with checkpoints and black SUVs. Every agency you can name and a few you're not supposed to know about. Cybersecurity bigwigs, defense contractors, bureau liaisons with polished badges and twitchy eyes. I hate this kind of visibility. I trust it even less. Sloane walks a step behind me through the front gates of the conference site, her eyes always moving. She doesn't gawk, doesn't freeze, just watches everything like she's already mapping her exits. like she's cataloging every face, every pattern, every gap. It should make me feel better. It doesn't. We check in, run silent on protocol, and wait. It doesn't take long before the briefing comes down. There's been a tip. An intercepted call, scrambled coordinates. A suspected rogue informant may be leaking summit credentials out of a quiet warehouse facility 20 minutes out from the main site. No official detail has been assigned yet. I don't ask who else is being considered. I step forward. We'll handle it. The director raises a brow. We? Sloan and I are already briefed and field ready. No one questions me. Sloan doesn't flinch. I tell myself it's the right call, that I trust her skills, her instincts, that it has nothing to do with the fact that the thought of her walking into something like this without me makes my jaw lock and my spine hum. It's not possessiveness, it's not emotion, it's control, and I'm not about to lose it again. The facility's dead quiet, too quiet. A silence that gets under your skin before the danger shows up. The front gate's unmanned. The warehouse windows are dark. No motion sensors trip. No warning signs, which, of course, is the first warning. Sloan moves beside me, silent and sure, her steps barely audible. She doesn't ask questions. Doesn't need to. We sweep opposite corridors in sync. Tight formation, weapons low, breaths shallow. Suddenly movement. Fast. Left flank. A shadow darts between crates, shoulder catching a hanging light. He bolts a target! I snap, breaking into a run. The guy's fast, but I'm faster. My boots pound against concrete, echoing in the narrow corridor as he makes a sharp turn down a row of abandoned server racks. Sloan circles to flank him from the opposite end, her pace sharp and fluid like she was built for it. He pulls a knife. Big mistake. I slam into him just as he lunges, steel flashing towards Sloan's blind side. My arm goes up, taking the hit before he can reach her. The blade slices through fabric and skin, burning hot. But I don't stop moving. One strike to his ribs, another to his jaw, and he's down. Blood hits the floor. Not his. I stagger back as Sloan drops beside me, eyes scanning, breath sharp. Kael. I'm fine. She doesn't buy it. My shirt's already soaked through the side, pain starting to pulse where the knife landed deep. But I grit my teeth and hold her stare. She's looking at me like I'm breakable. I've bled worse, but not in front of her. And I don't want to see that look again. We do the only thing we can do from there. I patch a secure comm through to the main desk, and they give us the location of an approved safe house nearby. This wasn't part of the plan tonight. The safe house isn't much. One room, cinder block walls, a single reinforced door, and a narrow bed against the far corner like an afterthought. No windows, no chatter on the comms. Just a pulse check beacon running every 60 seconds and a medical kit shoved in the bottom of a steel locker. We're clear, for now. But I'm bleeding worse than I thought. My head swims as I lock the door behind us. The adrenaline's burning off too fast. The pain's starting to settle in, sharp and pulsing under the adrenaline. Sloan turns on the low light, glances at me once, then stalks straight to the med kit. She doesn't ask, doesn't wait, just pulls out gauze, disinfectant, sterile gloves. Sit. I don't move. She steps closer. Kael, sit down. The tone in her voice cuts past everything else. The worry beneath it is buried, but it's there. She's not scared of the wound. She's scared of what it means. I lower myself onto the edge of the bed, breathing through the fire under my ribs. The shirt is ruined. Blood smeared up the side like a badge I didn't ask for. She crouches in front of me and starts to cut through the fabric. Her hands are steady. Her breath's not. Neither is mine. She doesn't speak, doesn't meet my eyes. Just works, methodical, practiced, in control. But when her fingers graze the skin just below the wound, my whole body tightens. Not from pain, from heat, from the tension that's been coiling tighter and tighter between us since the second she stepped into my world. I look down at her, and for a second, For one breath too long, I forget where we are. What this is. What lines can't be crossed. Right now, she's close enough to ruin me. She touches me like she's afraid of the damage. But I've never been more afraid of her. By the time she's finished, I've broken a sweat again. Not from blood loss, from restraint. She rises slowly, her knees brushing mine. We're face to face now. Close. Her hands drop to her sides, fists clenched, eyes unreadable. Neither of us moves. Not at first. But then her breath catches. And mine holds. She leans in, not much. Just enough that I feel the heat from her skin against mine. Her mouth is so close I can taste the tension in the air between us. My gaze drops to her lips. She doesn't stop me. She leans closer. And I want to meet her there. God, I want to close that last inch and forget everything but the way her mouth would taste against mine. But I don't. I turn my head, just enough to break the line. My voice is rough, raw. I can't lose control again. Too dangerous, Sloan. The silence is louder than a gunshot. She pulls back like I slapped her. I don't move. I don't reach for her. I just sit there, fists clenched, pulse wrecked, wishing like hell I was a weaker man. Because the second I do, it's over. I won't be able to stop. She doesn't speak, doesn't snap at me, doesn't accuse. Just blinks once, slow, steady, like she's sealing something off behind her eyes. And then she nods. Not a goodbye. Not even a full acknowledgement. Just a shift. A retreat. A surrender. She grabs her bag from the floor, tucks the med kit away with a kind of careful precision, and turns toward the door. Her footsteps don't echo. Her back stays straight. And when she moves across the room, she doesn't look over her shoulder. She just sits, facing the wall. And I don't stop her. I don't call her name. I don't touch her. I just sit there, muscles locked, breath caught somewhere between shame and heat, and stare down at the blood drying on the side of my shirt. The silence is deafening. I'd rather bleed out alone than break her down with me. Because I've done that before. Not to her, but to people who didn't deserve it. People who thought they could hold the weight of what I carry. They couldn't. And I won't let her try. Not when I know how this ends. Not when I still want her enough to destroy us both.
Chapter 15. Lena. Back at DSG, no one talks about DC. Not the extraction, not the safe house, not the silence that followed. The mission gets logged, boxed, filed under success. Kael does the debrief himself. Short, cold, efficient. He doesn't glance at me once. Doesn't acknowledge the fact that I was the one who stitched his side shut. Hours before we boarded the flight home. Doesn't even flinch when he says, Operator Pierce supported extraction. No deviation, no compromise. That's it. That's all I get. No apology, no clarity. Just a line of clean-cut indifference delivered like I was any other operative with a field badge and a pulse. I nod. So does he. The briefing room clears, and we don't say a word to each other. I tell myself that's fine, that it was just a moment, a heat spike under pressure, a natural reaction to too many long hours and too little sleep, something primal, chemical, a lapse. But if it was just a moment, why does it feel like I left a part of myself back in that safe house, buried beneath that blood-streaked shirt and the look in his eyes right before he pulled away? I bury myself in work like it's armor. System sweeps, protocol rewrites, multi-layer firewall audits for the new Summit clients. My fingers move faster than my thoughts can catch up, and that's the goal. Task loops, clean code, anything that keeps me too occupied to feel. Maya checks in once, brief, tight, clinical. She doesn't ask about DC either. No one does. Kael's system has a dozen subdomains, half of which loop through internal threat filters I helped rewrite last quarter. I know how his firewalls are structured. I know which layers are meant to be dummy traps and which ones are real. I know this place like I know my own skin. Except the top-level logs, his logs, still locked, still encrypted, still cold. Technically, I have the clearance to request access, but I won't get it, not without a justification that would raise red flags. He's buried the deepest layers under independent authorization, triple password protected, digitally untouchable even to me. That shouldn't bother me, but it does. I've seen the man bleed. I've touched the scars, sat beside him in silence when there was nothing left to say. So why do his files feel like stone doors bolted from the inside? I see the change before I know what it means. Kael's posture is tighter, not tense, just honed. Like something inside him is coiled, waiting for movement. He moves faster between command levels, stays in his office longer, doesn't make rounds like he used to. He walks past the team's central terminal without stopping. That's new. We pass in the halls once. He doesn't meet my eye. That's not. I catch a glimpse of his screen through the glass as I walk by the ops corridor late in the day. He's deep in something, fingers moving fast, jaw locked, eyes hard. But the terminal interface isn't one I recognize. It's not our standard OS. It's something custom. He closes the window as I pass. Doesn't look up. My pulse kicks, quiet and steady like a drumbeat I don't want to acknowledge. I don't know what he saw. I don't know why he won't tell me. But I know that look. He's hunting something. And I'm not sure if he's trying to catch it or keep it hidden. The ping from Maya comes through an hour later. A red-marked comm overlay flashes on my secure relay, and her voice filters through the scrambled channel like smoke. Caught something, she says. Short burst. Came out of your site's relay node 2 hours ago. I sit up straighter. Type. Encrypted. Old school cipher with manual injection. No metadata tag. But I ran the structure through black archive filters. And her voice lowers. It's tied to one of the missions Kael was on. Redacted op out of Lisbon. The only 2 field tags tied to that signature were Kael Donovan and Evan Grayson. My blood goes cold. Could be a plant, I say, though my voice is tighter than it should be. A fake trail. Could be, Maya says, but it's a clean ghost. Whoever sent it knew exactly what they were calling back. That ops buried 6 layers deep. And the burst went offshore? Straight to the Caymans. Relays bouncing too fast to trace. I close my eyes for a beat. Let it settle. Let the weight of it press. Either someone's repurposing ghosts, Maya says softly, or you've got an inside man. The silence that follows is worse than gunfire. And either way, it means someone's weaponizing Kael's past to sabotage his future. I pull everything apart, his movements, his words, the decisions he's made since the day I walked into DSG, the times he's trusted me when he shouldn't have, the moments he's held back when it would have been easier to lay blame, the way he pulled me out of that lockdown corridor, the way his hands shook after the ambush, the way he said I can't lose control again like it was a confession he didn't want to make. He didn't tell me about the hidden feed. He didn't mention the change in behavior, the locked logs, the patterns building beneath our feet like pressure under steel. That should be a red flag. Hell, it is one. But when I close my eyes, all I see is a man standing in front of a fire, trying to outrun a burn that started long before I ever showed up. He didn't tell me about the surveillance, but he's not the leak. He can't be. I should flag it. Loop Maya in, run a secondary trace on that burst signal, and start vetting everyone with top-tier clearance, including him. Instead, I open a shadow log and mirror his access history from the past 24 hours. Quietly, secretly, not to trap him, but to protect him. In case I'm wrong, in case someone else is framing him before I get the chance to prove he's clean. I pass him in the hallway later that evening. The corridor's quiet, a few low voices behind doors, the low hum of floor sensors and system hum. Kael turns the corner just as I step out from ops. His shoulders square when he sees me, but his expression doesn't change. He doesn't stop. Neither do I. No words, no nod, just the silence between us. But when we pass, our hands brush, barely. Not enough to mean anything, not enough to ignore. A pause sparks in the air, half a second. A static charge that wraps around my ribs and sits under my skin like a live wire. He keeps walking, so do I. But the echo of that touch follows me all the way back to my quarters. I don't know what's coming next, but I know where my loyalty will fall when the walls cave in, and that terrifies me more than anything else.
Chapter 16. Evan. I find her exactly where I expected. Down in the far west corridor, server wing 6, off-grid, off-camera, dead quiet. No one comes down here unless they're hiding something, or trying to remember what they are when they're not performing for the rest of us. The lights hum overhead, low, sterile, casting long shadows across rows of locked glass doors and matte black terminals. She doesn't hear me at first, which surprises me. She's usually sharper than that, but then again, so am I. She's staring at a screen, not typing, just thinking, lips pressed tight, eyes moving like she's running calculations in the back of her head she doesn't want anyone else to see. I take 3 steps in. She notices, doesn't flinch, doesn't smile, just looks up, composed, unreadable, and says, "Grayson." I stop 2 paces short of her, just far enough to give her space, just close enough to take it away. "Who are you?" I say, low and level. "Really?" She doesn't blink. "I'm your systems consultant," she says, calm, polished, just the right amount of fatigue in her voice to make it believable. But she's lying. Not overtly, not badly, just enough to make it feel real. I've seen it before. Hell, I've done it. I study her. She meets my eyes, but not with challenge, with stillness. And that's the tell. She's not just sharp, she's trained. Too precise, too measured. Like someone who's learned how to vanish in plain sight. I don't call her on it, not yet. Just nod once, slow. "I used to think you were overqualified for the job," I say. "And now?" "Now, I think the job's too clean for someone like you." Her expression doesn't change, but her posture shifts half a degree, like someone bracing for the next move before it's made. She clears the screen and closes the console. "I work late when I need to think," she says. I let the words hang between us. Then I say his name. Kael. There it is. A flicker, not in her face, not in her voice, in her breath. She pulls it in, just a shade too sharp. "You're not afraid of him," I say, watching every inch of her. "But you're afraid for him." She doesn't answer. She doesn't have to. Her silence says everything. I let it sit. They're both in deeper than they realize. Or maybe they already do. Maybe that's the worst part. I take a step back. The tension thins, but it doesn't leave. "Careful what you get close to," I say. DSG has a way of burning the people who try to save it. And then I walk away. Before I say something I can't take back. Before she asks the question I'm not ready to answer. The lights in my apartment are off. They always are lately. The only glow comes from the muted television, flickering with a looping feed of the summit, talking heads, suit jackets, flashbulbs, smiles. None of it touches me. I sit on the arm of the couch, elbows on knees, fingers locked tight like I can hold the world still if I grip hard enough. On the counter across the room, a photo frame lies face down. I haven't picked it up in weeks. We do this clean, no shadows, no collateral. Kael's voice lives in my head like it never left the battlefield. But it didn't end clean. We lost a man. We buried the truth. And I took a call I was never supposed to answer. One voice, no name. We own what you did, Grayson. You want your son safe? You work for us now. I tried to say no, once, and then my son's college tuition vanished overnight. His scholarship revoked, his internship offer pulled without explanation, and his apartment searched under a sealed warrant no one could explain. They didn't have to threaten him with guns. They threatened him with ruin. And I said yes. I didn't sell out my team. I traded my soul to keep my son breathing. I stand up, walk to the kitchen, pour 2 fingers of bourbon into a heavy glass, set it on the counter, and don't touch it. Later that night, I step out behind DSG's north loading bay. The concrete is slick from a light rain, the air thick and buzzing with static. Security lights hum overhead. One flickers. I don't look up. I dial the number from memory. 3 rings. Then a voice, distorted and flat. It's early. We're running out of time. A pause. Then deliver her. No. My throat is tight. Not yet. Tell them to wait. Another pause. Longer. 1 week, the voice says. After that, she's no longer your problem. The line clicks dead. I stay where I am, phone still in my hand, staring into the dark like it might give me a way out. But the thing about darkness, it doesn't give anything. It just waits. The walk back is longer than it should be. Maybe it's the weight in my chest, or the silence trailing behind me like smoke I can't shake. Either way, my boots feel heavier than they did an hour ago. I take the south stairwell, fewer people, fewer eyes. By the time I hit the top floor, the hall outside the executive wing is dead quiet, except for one thing. Kael's office light is still on. It always is, this late. Has been since Lisbon. I pause outside the door. My hand hovers over the sensor. I could walk in, say something. Tell him what I know, what I've done, what I'm trying to undo before it's too late. I could confess, but I don't. I just stand there, listening. Soft movement inside, the scrape of a chair, a breath, deep and quiet. He's thinking, planning, probably running 6 contingency ops in his head. Probably doesn't even know I'm here, and I don't want to interrupt whatever he's holding together. I'd still take a bullet for Kael. That hasn't changed. But the difference between loyalty and treason, it's thinner than blood. And I think I just crossed it. My quarters are dark when I step in. Same as always. I leave the lights off, walk to the dresser, pull off my jacket, set it aside with deliberate care, like it matters. Then I reach for the badge clipped to my chest, my DSG clearance, my rank, my title, and unhook it in one smooth motion. It makes no sound when I set it on the counter, but it feels like it echoes anyway. I look up. There's a mirror above the dresser, and for once, I don't look away. I really look. At the man I've become, at the lines around my eyes, the weight in my shoulders, the hollow where conviction used to live. I'm not the villain in this story. I just stopped being the hero a long time ago. And when the truth comes out, I hope he knows I tried.
Chapter 17, Kael. The audit starts like 100 others. Low-level access trail sweep, scheduled packet captures, internal anomalies, flagged but never escalated, routine maintenance for anyone else. For me, it's a last-ditch effort to find whatever the hell is crawling under my skin. I've been running these sweeps after hours, logging them through a ghost admin profile that doesn't technically exist. Half because I don't want the team seeing it, half because I don't trust myself not to break protocol if I find what I'm looking for. The relay lights up, clean at first. Then it blinks. A hitch, almost imperceptible. I widen the trace radius, strip the OS filters, dig 3 layers deeper than I'm supposed to. And there it is. A handshake pattern from a comm injection that hasn't been used since. I freeze. No, that's not possible. It's buried in the echo layers, masked behind a false timestamp. But I know the structure. I built the structure back when Command didn't want standard clearance anywhere near our black teardrops. Encrypted analog layering. Manual sync key. 4-ring redirect. Seal protocol, my unit, my past. It shouldn't exist anymore. We burned it after Lisbon. We buried it in a file marked deceased and disavowed. And now it's back. Like someone walked it in through the front door. You bury the bodies. You burn the reports. You don't expect the ghost to come home. I narrow the search, check the bleed-through, scan the file headers from every angle. One name threads through the static, over and over. Evan Grayson. I log the result under a locked partition. Try to ignore the weight crawling into my chest. Then I do what I always do when something doesn't sit right. I start hunting. I rerun the fragment trace, backtrack the breach data from the summit, the safe house, the ambush route, pull every log that looks remotely off-center. And I find it. Mirror data logs. So secondary shadow process has already been here. Running point, gathering fragments, tagging anomalies. Quiet, efficient. It's not me. It's not Evan. I follow the thread upstream, past the diversion shell, through a ghost admin ID with a false clearance mask. It lands in one place. Dr. Sloan Pierce. No, not Dr. Pierce. Lena. I sit back, spine hitting the chair like I've been punched. She's not waiting for answers. She's finding them. Internal. She's not running. She's hunting. And I don't know whether she's looking for the truth or for me. I drive to the Donovan estate without telling anyone. No security entourage. No comms alert. Just me, the hum of the engine, and a gut full of things I can't shake. The front gate recognizes my credentials and swings open without question. The estate is quiet, just as it always is. Symmetrical hedges, white stone paths, sharp edges carved into old money. I find my mother in the garden. She's in her element, gloved and regal, standing among rose bushes the color of dying sunsets. A pair of garden shears clicks rhythmically in her hands. Snip, snip, pause. She doesn't look up. You only come here when you're hiding, she says. The corner of my mouth twitches, but I don't argue. What would be the point? I was in the area, I offer. She cuts a perfect bloom with clinical precision, drops it into the silver bucket beside her. You haven't been in the area without 5 bodyguards and a press trail since you took over DSG. Try again. I stay silent. My boots crunch lightly over the gravel as I step beside her. The air smells like cut grass and soil, with the faintest hint of old perfume lingering in the breeze. You look tired, she says, finally glancing at me. I am tired. But that's not the kind of thing we say in this family. Instead, I say, there's a situation I'm trying to sort. Snip. Another rose falls. Does this situation have a name? She asks. I hesitate. That's all the answer she needs. She wipes her gloves clean and fixes her gaze on me. What is it about this woman that unsettles you so deeply? I don't look at her. My jaw tightens. She's complicated, I say. That's not what I asked. I exhale slowly. I don't know what she's hiding. I don't know what she wants, and I can't stop watching her long enough to figure out if she's a threat. Eleanor folds her hands delicately over the shears. You've always been willing to bleed for what matters, she says quietly. The question is, are you ready to live for it? The words land harder than they should. Because I don't know the answer. I follow her back to the veranda where the tea's already been poured, the setting perfect in its serenity. I don't think she's just a consultant, I admit, eyes on the garden. Of course not, Eleanor says. You never fall for the obvious ones. I glance at her, startled. She just sips her tea. I haven't fallen, I say. Her smile is small, but it knows too much. She's asking questions, finding things I haven't authorized. She's tracking the same breach points I am, maybe more. And what does that tell you? She asks. That she's smarter than I gave her credit for. No, Eleanor says. It tells you she's dangerous. I nod once. She is. She studies me. And yet here you are. The silence stretches. Then softly she sets her cup down and says, You're already in too deep. Now figure out whether that's a risk or a rescue. Her voice is even, calm, but her eyes are fierce. I don't answer because I can't. I don't know if she's here to save me or destroy everything I've built. The halls of DSG feel sharper when I return, like the walls know something I don't, like every corner's holding its breath. The main security wing is half lit for night protocol, shadows sliding across the floor in clean clinical lines. I round the corner and stop dead. She's there, Lena, Sloan, whatever her real name is, coming out of Lab EB2. A secure lab, one of the few I don't let just anyone into. She freezes when she sees me, but it's not the freeze of someone caught. It's the stillness of someone ready for a fight, or a confession, or both. We stare at each other in the hush of flickering lights and humming machines. She says nothing, I say nothing. But everything inside me knows. She knows I've been watching. I know she's been digging. There's no fire between us right now, no flare of anger or desire or words we can't say out loud. There's just gravity, and gravity never negotiates. I walk past her without speaking, but I feel her turn when I do. Her presence drags behind me like static. I don't look back. I can't. Not yet. My office door seals behind me with a soft click. I engage the internal lock, activate the manual system override, strip every alert layer down to raw data access. Then I pull up Evan's file. Not the public version, not the DSG scrub, the real one, every deployment, every ghost op, every emergency transfer and redacted line. And then I cross-reference it with the traces Lena's been following. The signatures align, the timestamps stack. The protocols match dead formats that should have been destroyed with the rest of Operation Revenant. Every thread leads back to the same name. Evan Grayson. My brother-in-arms. The man who dragged me out of a firefight by the straps of my vest. The man who swore he'd never lie to me. If I'm wrong, I lose everything. If I'm right, I lose him. I lean back in my chair, close my eyes, and the only face I see is hers. And no matter how this ends, I don't think she's walking away clean either.
Chapter 18. Lena. We lay the trap like we're planning a dinner party for a killer. Kael stands at the head of the ops table, arms crossed, jaw carved from tension. His voice is calm, precise, stripped of anything human. I sit beside him, feeding in the false intel packet we've designed to look like a live firmware transfer between DSG and one of their highest-level clients. It's just bait. Real enough to twitch a pulse in anyone watching internal systems. Just fake enough to catch whoever takes the bite. I walk the team through the details, payload specs, transmission timing, exit protocols. No one questions it. They never do when Kael's in the room, not even Evan. But I watch him. I watch the way his eyes track the projection screen, flicking just a half second too fast. I watch his thumb tap twice against his leg. Kael keeps his eyes on the map, but I feel the shift in him. He's not just monitoring security. He's monitoring everyone in this room, including me. The op moves fast, faster than it should. The handoff point is a corporate underground hub outside the perimeter, clean, neutral, and supposedly secure. We monitor from a relay van parked a block away, eyes on every camera feed, ears tuned to every decibel of background noise. Everything goes by the book, until it doesn't. There's a flicker, just 2 seconds. One of the internal surveillance feeds blacks out. Momentary interference, too quick to be natural. Kael goes rigid beside me. "What was that?" he asks, sharp. Evan's already on the console. Minor relay stutter. Looks like a sync drop between hubs A and C. Recovered clean. Kael doesn't buy it. Not for a second. Could have lost a packet in that window. Evan shrugs. But we didn't. His voice is even. A little too even. I shift in my seat, pulse tight. He's playing casual, but the math's off. Evan doesn't make sync errors, not unless he wants to. Kael watches him for a moment longer than necessary, finally turning back to the feeds. The room feels colder after that, and I start wondering whether we just watched a near miss or an intentional dodge. The drinks are Kael's idea. At least that's what Evan says when he tosses me a bottle and flops onto the battered couch in the field post common room. The mission was technically a success. No stolen data, no breached lines, no evidence the mole took the bait, but it doesn't feel like a win. Kael sits across from me, legs stretched, bottle untouched on the floor beside him. The others talk in low voices, someone's playlist humming through a wall speaker, but I only hear the silence coming off him. I test it. Tilt my head, let my gaze linger. I ask a half-sarcastic question about relay lag and whether he trusts anyone with a cable these days. He doesn't laugh. But he looks at me, really looks, and says, "You always drink like you're waiting for someone to pull the trigger." I blink. That's because I am. He leans in slightly, elbows on his knees, voice lower now. "Hope you've got good aim." I wasn't supposed to feel it. The burn in my chest. The way my skin tightens under his gaze. This was about control, until it wasn't. I sip my drink. Keep my expression light, but something inside me is shifting. It's cold by the time we leave. The streets are quiet. Low traffic. Wind knifing between the buildings. Kael walks a half step behind me, hands in his coat pockets, like a shadow that doesn't want to announce itself. "You don't have to walk me back," I say. He doesn't respond. We reach the entrance to my short-term lease a few minutes later. The light above the door is flickering. Probably hasn't been fixed in months. I turn to say goodnight, and he's already looking at me. There's nothing casual in his expression now. No officer mask. No commander's edge. Just that unreadable heat simmering below the surface. Contained, but barely. He doesn't ask to come in. I don't invite him. But we both linger like we've forgotten how to leave. Like crossing this threshold would undo the last of our restraint. Standing this close might already be enough to do it anyway. We're too close. The air between us is nothing. Just breathe. Heat. One heartbeat away from something neither of us is allowed to want, but can't seem to stop circling. His hand brushes mine. It's not even a touch. Not really. Just enough contact to pull the air from my lungs. I feel it everywhere. I'm breathless. I look up, and he's already leaning in. His mouth stops just short of mine. His voice is low and rough and wrecked, like the words hurt coming out. "If I kiss you again," he says, "I won't want it to stop this time." His eyes burn through me, darker than the streetlight above us, deeper than I'm ready for. And I want it. Too much, but I whisper. Then maybe don't start. Neither of us moves. Neither of us breathes. We're statues in the dark. A storm, frozen in the instant before lightning strikes. This isn't seduction. It's surrender waiting for a signal. He pulls away. Not quickly, like it kills him. Then he turns and walks, and doesn't look back. I don't move until the echo of his boots fades. I push the door open with fingers that tremble more than I want to admit and shut it behind me. Then lean against it like I've been shot. The pressure doesn't ease. It just shifts. out of my chest and into every single place I've been trying not to feel. I slide the comm device from my coat pocket, fingers gliding across the encrypted overlay. The screen flickers. The message screen loads. I type one line to Maya. We're not just in danger of exposure anymore. Pause. Then, I think I'm falling for him. The cursor blinks at me like a dire warning. I hit send. Set the device down. Exhale like I'm still holding a weapon. And that might be the most dangerous thing I've ever done.
Chapter 19. Kael. Morning. She walks in like nothing happened. Slate gray blouse, black slacks, tablet in one hand, that signature calm wrapped around her like armor. Not a single crack in her voice when she says, "Morning." Like she didn't almost kiss me last night. Like I didn't almost let her. I grunt something neutral. Nod toward the intel folder she asked for in yesterday's debrief. She crosses the room, heels quiet on the polished floor, and I watch her the whole way. Don't mean to. I just do. She slides the file between us, opens it like she's dissecting a corpse. The time gap between camera sweeps was tighter than I thought, she says. 4 seconds, not 5? I nod. Could have made the breach easier to miss. She hums in agreement, doesn't look up. But I see it. The tension in her jaw dot the way her fingers rest too lightly on the page, like she's trying not to touch anything that might unravel. We're shoulder to shoulder now, watching the data scroll across my secondary monitor. Her arm brushes mine when she leans in. Once. Twice. By the third time, I stop pretending not to feel it. My body remembers the way she tasted, even if my mouth never got the chance. "Want to walk me through the axis anomaly on Relay 5? She asks. Her voice is steady, her posture sharp. Damn her and her control. I want nothing more to shatter her into a million pieces underneath me. I nod, click the file. Looks like a dummy echo, not a loopback. External ping buried in a local address. Intentional. Oh yeah. Our eyes meet for a second too long. She doesn't look away. The silence stretches. We're still standing close, but she's not watching the screen anymore. She's watching me. Then, out of nowhere, "What happened to your team?" The question cuts through the air like a clean blade. No inflection, no hesitation. Just dropped between us like she's asking about the weather. But I feel it. The shift, the sudden weight of the room. I don't answer right away. Just stare at the data feed like maybe it'll give me an excuse not to remember. It doesn't. "We had intel," I say finally, voice low. "We had a plan. Tied up. Blacklist clearance." I glance at her. She hasn't moved, hasn't blinked. I exhale once, slow and sharp. "Someone gave the enemy our coordinates." Her eyes widen, just barely. "Half of us didn't walk out." I stop there. No names, no aftermath, no mention of Evan. Just enough to say I lived through it. Not enough to explain how I'm still bleeding from it. She doesn't speak, not right away. But her gaze softens, changes. Not pity, not sympathy, just understanding. The kind you don't earn unless you've seen hell too. And I swear to God I can see it, the secret in her throat. Pressing upward, straining against her perfect composure like it wants to claw its way out. She opens her mouth. I brace. Wait. Her fingers twitch at her side. She shifts her weight. Eyes dart just once toward the exit. Then she closes her mouth again. Like whatever it is, it's just not ready to come out. Not today. The comm suddenly buzzes, low and insistent from my desk. Just loud enough to remind us this isn't a confessional. It's war. The comm buzzes again, low and pulsing, private frequency. Encrypted layer with a mirrored relay loop. I set it up myself. Only 2 people have access. I glance at Sloane. Her spine straightens. It's subtle, so small most people wouldn't catch it. But I'm not most people. I key the console. Maya's voice filters in, calm and clipped. We've got a problem. There's no delay, no hesitation. Sloane steps forward, already answering before I can say a word. Go ahead. She doesn't flinch, doesn't ask how Maya got the channel, doesn't even look at me. She's not reacting. She's responding. Like someone who's been waiting for the call, like someone who was never just here to watch from the outside. She doesn't explain, doesn't offer a reason, just snatches her tablet off the table, scrolling with one hand, already running extraction algorithms with the other. Whatever it is, they've planned for this. Practiced it. Her eyes flick toward the door. Then she's moving. No apology, no goodbye, just gone. The glass door hisses shut behind her. Her footsteps fade down the hall. And I don't stop her. I should. I should demand answers. Lock the damn building down. Drag the truth out of her one encrypted file at a time. But I don't. I just stand there, staring at the empty space she left behind. Whatever's coming, it's already here. And she knows more than she's telling me. And the worst part, I don't know if I want the truth, or if I just want her to lie better.
Chapter 20. Lena. I tell myself the distance helps, that staying here, in this too-quiet apartment with its faded gray walls and humming vents, is about clarity, safety, control. I've run high-risk ops across oceans with less adrenaline than I'm carrying right now. Kael's voice hasn't left me since I walked out of his office. The weight of his silence, the way he waited, the secret I nearly told. I've got my tablet open, screen split in 3. One tracing breach patterns from yesterday's mission. One running a custom encryption brute force loop. The third? A blank message window to Maya. I haven't typed anything. There's nothing I want to say that doesn't start with "I cannot stop this anymore." My comm buzzes. Priority override. Sender, Kael Donovan. Text, get back. Now, urgent. No protocol tags, no encrypted header, just 4 words. But they land like a detonation. I grab my gear without thinking. Lock the apartment door behind me and don't look back. By the time I arrive at DSG, it's chaos. Security teams are moving in tight lines. Red lights strobe low along the baseboards. Voices are clipped, too fast, too tense. System breach initiated at 0907, someone says. Kael's already in the server corridor, barking commands, face carved in stone. I slide into a side terminal and log in. The moment the system reads my signature, the fire hose hits. Files, alerts, anomalies, and under it all, a second trail. I know this play. They want us looking left, while they bleed us out from the right. Secondary port is rerouting traffic from core vault logs. I shout across the room. Someone tries to lock it down. Too late. A small, brutal ping echoes back from the mainframe. Target files offline. Gone. They didn't come to break us. They came to erase us. And I let them. The server room door slams open like it's been kicked. Kael strides in, jaw clenched, eyes wild, fury rolling off him in waves so thick it nearly knocks the breath from my lungs. Where were you, Sloane? The name cuts sharper than usual this time. I straighten. You told me to run an external sweep after yesterday's sting. I was... He slices the air with one hand. Don't feed me protocol. His voice isn't loud, but it's deadly. Measured rage. Controlled fire. You're the only one in this room with clearance and a reason not to be here. It lands like a punch. Not because he's wrong, but because he wants so badly for me to be innocent, and now he can't afford to hope. I don't flinch, but I feel it. The fracture. The space between us cracking wide enough to fall into. Evan steps into the room, cool as a glacier, and just as lethal beneath the surface. Actually, he says casually, I saw one of the new interns rerouting file logs through the auxiliary port an hour before the breach. Everyone turns, even Kael, and for half a second I see it. His grip on control faltering. Evan's voice stays calm, smooth, just the right amount of concern. Might have been nothing, he adds, but better to be safe than sorry. Kael latches onto the idea like it's a rope in rising water. I see the tension shift in his shoulders, doubt traded for direction. Security pulls the intern, young, wide-eyed, visibly shaking, into an emergency protocol hearing. The kid probably couldn't hack a vending machine, but right now, he's the perfect scapegoat. Evan doesn't look at me, but I feel him. I feel him winning. A moment later, he's at Kael's side, speaking low. Might be time to pull Dr. Pierce off field ops until we're sure. Just until things cool down. Kael doesn't look at me either. But when he nods, I feel something inside me go still. I'm not asked, I'm told. I swipe my badge at the terminal. Access denied. No red flag. No warning alert. Just a quiet rejection. I try again with the same result. A few heads glance my way from across the room, but no one says anything. They don't have to. The system says it all. I've been locked out, cut from the loop, erased like a bad line of code someone doesn't want to debug. It's not betrayal, it's confirmation. And the worst part? If I were Kael, I'd probably do the same. Still, I don't sit with it. I don't beg, don't protest, don't chase. I just slip my tablet from my bag, pivot on my heel, and walk to the outer hallway. Cool, calm, silent fire beneath my skin. I drop onto a bench outside the west stairwell and fire up my ShadowCom overlay. To Maya, I send one line. No headers, no tags, no fluff. Tell me you have something. The reply doesn't come for 20 minutes, but when it does, it detonates like a landmine. Partial decrypt complete. Deep state relay tags match cold echo protocol. My pulse stutters. That operation's not just classified, it's buried in blood. And Evan Grayson's clearance ID is hard logged in the metadata trail. I read it twice, a third time, but the words don't change. So the truth was in front of us all along. And now I've been silenced, while the real traitor walks free. And the only thing more dangerous than losing Kael's trust is what I'll do to protect him once I get it back. Chapter 21. Lena. I show up like I still belong, hair pinned. No jewelry, no warmth, not armor. Not today. Just war paint. The lobby scanner doesn't even chirp when I swipe my badge. It flashes red, like it knows how to humiliate you quietly. Access restricted. One of the tech interns glances over, pretends not to notice. The guy from Ops 2 desks over stiffens when I pass. Too obvious, like guilt wears cologne. And just like that, I'm radioactive. I walk the perimeter of my old station. My name already stripped from the console. My files rerouted. Nothing's official. No charges. Just silence. The kind that says you're not welcome here anymore. Kael stands 20 feet away, conferring with 2 department heads. He doesn't acknowledge me, doesn't nod, doesn't blink. I don't need an accusation. This question mark, this is worse. You can survive silence. But isolation, that's what kills people like me. Makes you question whether you were ever real at all. I wait until mid-morning, until I know the corridor outside the elevator will be quiet, controlled, no eyes, no ears. He steps out, tablet in hand, eyes tracking something on the screen. I intercept him before the doors close again. If you think I'm the traitor, I say, voice razor-edged and low, say it. Kael stops mid-step. His shoulders square off with mine. Calm, Controlled, ice-cold steel. "I think I don't know who you are," he says. It's almost worse than yes. I step in closer, just enough that our shadows overlap. "But you did last night," I whisper. "Didn't you?" His jaw ticks, barely, and then he says it. Flat. Final. "That was a mistake." I don't breathe. "Then why do you look at me like you're still burning from it? Like you'd set fire to every rule you wrote just to feel it again?" He turns and walks away before I can answer. The heat of his gaze stays. The comm vault is dim, quiet. One of the few places at DSG where secrets don't echo back. I lock the door, pull the shade, activate the static field, then open the line. Maya's face flickers into view. Pixelated, tight-lipped, eyes sharp. "You need to pull out," she says without preamble. "You're compromised. They'll burn you next." I let out a slow breath. Measured, calm. "I'm not done." "Lena." Her voice drops. "Kael wouldn't do the same for you." She's not wrong. I don't argue. "I know," I say quietly. "That's not the point." She doesn't speak for a long moment. Then just don't die over it. The screen fades to black. I grab a coffee from the second-floor machine. Bitter, cheap, overly hot. Perfect. I've just brought it to my lips when I feel him. Evan. He slides into the seat across from me like we're old friends catching up after a long week. Like he didn't just hand me over to suspicion with a bow on top. "You holding up okay?" he asks, voice all concerned silk and false sympathy. I don't answer. Don't blink. I just take a slow sip of coffee, eyes on him over the rim of the cup. Evan leans in, voice pitched low, like we're sharing secrets instead of war crimes. "Kael's judgment's been off lately," he says. "You know how emotional he gets. It clouds him. Always has. You'd love to twist that knife, wouldn't you? Feed it to me like sugar, then wait for the poison to kick in. Too bad I already know where you hid the blade." I smile, but it's the kind of smile wolves use, the kind you wear when you know what comes next. I don't cry. I don't break. I get up and walk away without another word, secretly savoring the shocked look on Evan's face. Let him wonder for a little bit longer. In the dark of my DSG-issued quarters, wrapped in silence that buzzes louder than combat fire ever did, I play it all back. Kael's face when the breach alert sounded, the way he looked at me like I'd already betrayed him, the fire in his voice when he asked where I was, and the flicker in his eyes, rage, and something worse. Disappointment. Every moment replays behind my eyes like static-laced footage I can't rewind or erase. He didn't protect me. He didn't stand up. Didn't question what Evan handed him like gospel. But I'm still going to protect him. He's still fighting shadows. The enemy is already inside. I'd rather burn chasing the truth than sit back and watch him get gutted by a lie. I open my tablet. 1 line, no preamble. 2. Maya. I'm finishing this. For Kael, and for me. I sit up straighter, slide my cloned drive into the port under the terminal lip. The screen flickers once, twice, then stabilizes. Dim blue, whisper quiet. No signature trail, no ping, no trace. The ghost shell hums to life. A pathway straight into DSG's mainframe. Admin level, buried under root logic and decoy scaffolds. I coded it myself, before I ever stepped through Kael's front door. My fingers hover over the keys. You don't walk back from this. Not with your soul. Maybe not with your life. But maybe that's the only way to save what's left of his. I start typing, and the war begins.
Chapter 22. Kael. I lock the command suite door behind me with a thumbprint and voice override. The room seals with a hiss and a low metallic click, the kind that says this is where secrets live and die. The terminal powers up. Black line access. No logs, no watchers. Just me and whatever the hell is bleeding under my roof. I cue the security feeds from breach night. Split screen, corridor angles, biometric scans, system activity reports, all layered in digital silence. I scroll. Back, pause. There, 0237 hours. I don't even need to zoom. She's standing outside the server wing hallway, alone, still. Sloane, or Lena, whatever the hell her real name is. No keycard swipe, no forced entry. Just presence. Hands folded, eyes tracking. Body tilted slightly toward the reinforced access panel like she's listening for the future to crack. Not panicked, prepared. I scrub forward a few seconds. She checks over her shoulder, once. Calm, measured. Walks away before the alarm ever sounds. She's not reacting. She's reading the playbook ahead of time, which is exactly what you look like when you've got something to hide. I sit back, jaw tight, muscles locked. The air feels too cold, like it's trying to freeze what I already know. I should feel vindicated. I don't. I feel like I just watched something sacred start to rot from the inside. I find Evan outside the lower diagnostics bay. Office. Now. He follows without a word. Shuts the door behind him. Doesn't even sit. I want her locked out, I say. Every floor. Every clearance level. She doesn't move through this building without asking permission. His brow lifts slightly, but the nod comes too fast. All of it? Everything? He leaves without asking why. That should be a relief. Instead, it feels like a funeral. I should feel better. I don't. I feel like I'm severing a vein. Maybe hers. Maybe mine. This is the job. Protect the system. Protect the team. Cut what needs to be cut before the infection spreads. That's what I tell myself. But it still feels like betrayal, and my name's the one carved on the blade. When I get back from the diagnostics wing, it's done. Her credentials are gone, wiped clean. A red flag buried so deep in the system it pings with every door she even thinks about opening. No access to servers, no access to security, not even the elevator to the command floors. She'll have to ask permission now, just to breathe in the same air as the rest of us. I tell myself it's protocol. It's what any leader would do with a compromised asset. I almost believe it. Until I pass the second-floor break room and catch sight of Evan, leaning against the counter, laughing with one of the new recruits like this is just another Tuesday. Easy. Loose. Too relaxed for a man who just helped me gut a woman we were both once willing to trust. I stop. Just for a second. Watch him smile. That same easy grin I used to count on back when it was just us and a mission, and no one else knew our names. I trust Evan. I've always trusted Evan. If anyone's got my 6, it's him. So why does it feel like I just handed him the match? Doused her in gasoline. I have to get out of here for a bit. I don't call ahead. Don't announce myself. I just drive. The Donovan estate sits quiet on the ridge, draped in dusk and trimmed hedges that haven't changed in 30 years. Eleanor finds me exactly where I knew she would. On the back terrace, looking out at the hills like they hold answers I never asked for. She's in her robe, hair swept back, tea in hand like a goddamn empress surveying her kingdom. You look like your father when you're lost, she says. No greeting, no softness. But you've got my pride. That's the dangerous part. I don't argue. Just cross my arms tighter over my chest and keep staring into the wind. She sits beside me with a sigh that's half grace, half warning. I remember when pride was your shield. Now it's your blade, and you're the one bleeding. I glance at her, just once. She's watching me without watching me, like she already knows what I've done. She sets her tea down gently on the table between us, the china clinking against the glass. If you push away the ones who care, she says, you'll be left with nothing but your ghosts. No anger, no judgment, just truth, the kind that settles in your chest like frost. The worst part isn't that she's right. It's that I don't know if it's already too late. The drive back to DSG is a blur of taillights and silence. I've got the footage looped on my phone, eyes flicking between the road and the screen. Over and over, I watch her, Sloane, hover outside the restricted wing. Her body language doesn't change, not once. No nerves, no fear, just control. Then there's a pause, a half-second hesitation, barely noticeable if you're not looking for it. But I am. She doesn't move, doesn't reach for the panel, just stands there like she's waiting for something or someone to tell her it's time. I hit pause, frame by frame. Her expression doesn't give anything away, but her posture, it's not indecision. It's conflict. She looks like someone who's making a choice or giving something up. I hover over the delete icon, thumb twitching. Like if I erase it, I can erase what it means, what it might mean. That she knew. That she's involved. That this whole thing, us, was just another operation. I don't press it. The screen goes dark. I head back to my office. The lights are low. I don't turn them up. Just drop into the chair like it might break under the weight of what I'm still not saying. There's a message on my desk from Ops. A simple printout. Short. Sharp. Dr. Pierce has requested access to Level 2 diagnostics. Authorization pending. I stare at it. Not because it surprises me. It doesn't. She's still working angles. Still trying to claw her way back into the machine I locked her out of. And part of me wants to say yes. To let her back in and pretend I didn't see what I saw. But I don't approve it. I don't deny it either. I just sit there, watching the paper like it might blink first. This isn't command anymore. It's war. I'm not sure if I'm still leading or just trying not to lose what's left.
Chapter 23. Lena. The silence in this apartment is the kind that scratches at your skin. I've turned off the lights, left the windows cracked just enough to let the cold in. Maybe I want to feel something sharp, something real. My fingers tap the edge of my comm tablet, open to the same DSG access request form I've already submitted 3 times today. Each one ignored, not denied, ignored. That's the part that burns. I refresh it. Again. Still red. My clearance is gone. My access. Revoked. And Kael? Kael hasn't said a word. You're not benched, Monroe. You're frozen out. I stare at the screen a second longer, then swipe it closed and open a clean relay to Maya. Lena, I need the back door. The response is almost instant. Maya, you sure? That's not a quiet door. Lena, I'm done being quiet. A brief pause, then another line scrolls across the screen. Maya, sending cloak key. You've got 10 minutes before the watchdog pings. I lean back, exhale slowly. My ribs feel tight, like I've been holding my breath for days. Maybe I have. I plug in the drive and initialize the cloak. The lights on the hardware blink once, then fade to black. It's working. Ghosted in diagnostic space, buried deep in an admin mirror loop Maya left behind 6 months ago. The keyboard glows under my hands. My fingertips move automatically. Decrypt, ghost filter, mirror trace. Muscle memory, born from years of living in shadows. All right, you beautiful bastard, I whisper to the terminal. Show me what you're hiding. Evan's archive opens like a mouthful of knives. Encrypted logs. Communication handoffs. Clearance authorizations that don't belong to him, but were signed using his key. I dig deeper. Offshore data relays. Ghost IPs with routing trails that trace back to Montenegro, Prague, Seoul. Every place DSG has sensitive assets. Every place we've had a breach. My stomach turns. Not from shock, from the cold clarity of being right. A folder flashes on the fringe of the archive. Cold echo. I pause. Then I open it. And there it is. Data packets, logs, comms that run parallel to ops from Kael's old SEAL days. Same format, same mission signatures. Evan's clearance ID is stamped across every goddamn file. It was him. This whole time. He's been hiding behind Kael's loyalty and using it like a shield. My pulse pounds behind my teeth. But my hands stay steady, because now I have the truth, and I'm going to use it. The further I go, the more it stops feeling like a data sweep and starts feeling like an autopsy. Evan Grayson's digital fingerprints are everywhere. Sloppy in the places that matter, pristine where it counts. Like he knew exactly what kind of forensic trail would matter to a ghost like me. I find a series of falsified login credentials, all with timestamps that almost match his schedule, but are just clean enough to look accidental. They're not. 3 pings later, I hit the offshore relays. Encrypted packets rerouted through servers in 6 countries. The kind of bounce patterns only a seasoned Black Ops handler would know how to bury. And then, cold echo protocol. I stare at it like it might detonate. It's old school. Legacy code old. Stripped down encryption built for missions that didn't make the books. Kael's world. Kael's past. Except now it's in Evan's private archive. With logs. With rerouted DSG data. My lungs tighten. I scroll faster. One of the intel bursts references the Montenegro op. The one Kael said nearly killed them all. There's a buried transmission that never made it to official channels. A reroute that led straight to a kill box. Evan knew. You didn't just sell out DSG. You sold out your team. You bled Kael's nightmares into every inch of this place and wore his trust like armor while you did it. I force myself to stop. To breathe. Then I start copying files to my encrypted drive, hand trembling only once, when I catch my reflection in the dark screen. I don't recognize my own eyes. They look like his did. Kael's. The night he thought I betrayed him. The data finishes copying. I slot the drive into the secure comm rig, open a relay to Maya. Lena, sending payload now. File marked SE, Havoc. Maya, got it. Starting decrypt. Jesus, this file's got teeth. While she works, I pace. Every wall in this apartment feels like it's pressing inward. Like they know I just did something that can't be undone. Maya, encrypted with a reactive trace. If Evan realizes this got pulled, he could trigger a failsafe. Lena, let him. I've got it mirrored 6 ways to Sunday. A pause on the line. Then her audible voice comes back quieter. More serious. Maya, this isn't just internal corruption, Monroe. These protocols link to deep state networks. Some of them are tied to pre-cleared kill teams. My stomach turns. So this isn't just about bleeding intel. Maya, no, this is about leverage, about control, and he's been working on it for a long time. I walk back to the window, staring out at the city blinking beyond the glass. It's too quiet. Everything's always too quiet before it burns. Kael trusted him, with everything, and now the only person who can stop this is the one he just locked out. I look down at the drive in my hand, still warm, still humming, still full of the truth that might save him, or wreck him. I shove the drive into my coat pocket like it's a loaded weapon, because it is. The moment I put this in Kael's hands, everything changes. Not just for him, for me, for Maya, for the entire operation. But I can't sit in this silence anymore. I can't keep watching him bleed from wounds he doesn't know he has. While I pretend my hands aren't covered in the same dirt, I grab my coat, loop my bag over one shoulder. I don't check my hair, don't fix my makeup. This isn't about appearances. It's about truth. And God help me, I want to tell him. Not just about Evan, about me, about who I am, who I've been, why I walked into his kingdom with a lie stitched into my name. I reach the door, fingers curling around the handle, and that's when the screen on my comm rig lights up. Maya, stop. Right now. I freeze. The line is audio only. Her voice is sharp, controlled, but I can hear the static edge of panic under it. Lena, Maya, I'm walking out the door. He deserves the truth. Maya, he deserves to live through this. That stops me cold. Lena, what the hell does that mean? She doesn't answer right away. Then, if you tell him now, about Evan, about you, it doesn't just blow the mission. It lights a fuse. You'll lose your cover, your leverage, and possibly him. And not just emotionally, I mean operationally. We don't know how deep this goes. I stare at the door. My pulse thuds at the base of my throat. Maya, you want to take Evan down? I'll help you. But if you move now, you burn the whole thing to the ground. And if you're not ready to lose him, don't do it. The call ends. Just like that. The quiet rushes in again, louder now, meaner. Truth always demands a sacrifice, but no one tells you until it's your heart on the altar. I press my forehead to the door. I've got to do this, Maya. I don't have a choice.
Chapter 24. Kael. The office is dark except for the blue-white glow of the surveillance logs pulsing across my screen. I scroll through timestamp after timestamp, trying to chase ghosts through lines of code and static. It's quiet. Too quiet. That kind of quiet that makes you feel like something's about to go wrong. Then the alert pings. Dr. Sloan Pierce requesting access. I don't move. Midnight. She shouldn't be here. Not after the breach. Not after the lockdown. Not after I signed the damn form that gutted her clearance and boxed her out of everything she once had access to. So what the hell does she want now? I stare at her name glowing on the screen. Not her real name, but the name she used when she walked into my life and made everything unravel. Sloan. She shouldn't be here. Not after everything. Not unless she's ready to burn the last bridge left standing. My thumb hovers over the denial command. It'd be easy, simple, the clean end she never gave me. Instead, I press authorize, not because I trust her, because I need to see how this ends. The door clicks open softly, and then she's there, standing in the threshold like she's walking into a room that might implode around her. She doesn't look like a threat, doesn't look like a liar, doesn't look like the woman who turned my world into a goddamn minefield. She just looks heavy. Like she's dragging something behind her I can't see. I don't get up. Just watch her like I'm behind bulletproof glass, and she's the final shot. She stops 3 paces inside and says quietly, "Why did you shut me out?" Her voice is too soft for the hour, too soft for what I feel breaking under my ribs. I lean back in my chair, arms folded, ice in every word. "Personally or professionally?" I ask. "Which betrayal do you want me to answer for first?" She flinches, just barely, like a pulse under the skin. But I see it. I need to see it. Good. Let it sting. Because whatever she's about to say, I need it to hurt. Otherwise, none of this meant a damn thing. She closes the door behind her, and for a moment, she just stands there, like she doesn't know how to begin. Like she's weighing the weight of what this will cost both of us. Then she starts talking. "My real name is Lena Monroe. Each word is deliberate, precise, not whispered, not shouted. I'm with a covert intel division tasked with exposing leaks in private defense firms. DSG was flagged. My cover identity was created months ago. The resume, the credentials, all of it. Her eyes stay on mine the whole time, unflinching. She tells me about Maya, her handler, about the investigation, the surveillance taps, the mission that put her in my command center, in my server rooms, in my life. And Evan, she says, he's the leak. I have proof, tied to Black Ops comms, cold echo protocols, yours. She never pleads, never stammers, never once says sorry, because she's not sorry. Not for the lie, not for the op. Maybe not even for what she's about to do to me. And then, I didn't plan for you, she says, voice low, voice breaking. For this. That does it? That shatters whatever fragile thing I was using to hold myself together. I slam my fist into the edge of the desk. Papers scatter. A lamp crashes to the floor and explodes into glass and sparks. The sound is loud. Too loud, but not louder than the silence that follows. You were never here for me, I say, my voice rough, hollow. You were here to expose me from day one. That's all this was. She doesn't argue, doesn't beg, doesn't cry, which somehow makes it so much worse. I point to the door. My arm shakes just slightly. Rage and heartbreak in the same breath. Get out. She hesitates, just for a second. That flicker of hurt finally showing in her eyes. Don't make me do this again. Don't make me lose something else I never got to keep. I lock eyes with her. My voice goes flat. If you care about me at all, don't make me say it again. She leaves without another word, and the second the door clicks shut, the silence rushes back in like smoke through broken glass. After the door shuts behind her, I don't stand. I don't even breathe. I just slide down the wall like someone cut the strings. My knees hit the floor, my back thuds against the glass, and the silence rushes in around me like a goddamn tide. And then I'm there again. Not in my office, not in this moment, but in the dust and gunfire of the Syrian border. 7 years ago. Evan's voice is in my ear, urgent, sharp. Left flank's collapsing. You push forward. I'll cover the gap. I remember hesitating, just for a second. I've got your 6. Always, he said. I trusted that voice with my life, and it saved me. That time, we made it out, mostly. One man didn't. Another never came back the same. And I thought, God, I'd hoped, at least one thing survived intact. Now I know better. That memory used to feel like armor. Now it feels like the first lie I ever swallowed whole. He saved my life once, and maybe that was the beginning of the end. The flash fades. I'm in my office. My hand is bleeding where the glass from the broken lamp cut across my knuckles. I don't care. The air is stale. The silence feels hollow, like a room where someone just died. Maybe someone did. Maybe it was me. Or the version of me that still believed in something. In her. I look around the room. Papers scattered, lights dim, her absence echoing like a scream swallowed by concrete. I've been betrayed before. Lied to. Broken. But this was the one wound I didn't see coming. And I think it just killed the part of me that believed in second chances. Chapter 25. Kael. The sun's not even fully up when I walk into DSG, but the place already hums like a loaded weapon. Fluorescents buzz overhead, too bright, too clinical, and every shadow feels ominous. I move through the east entrance without a word. Badge. Biometric scan. No eye contact. No questions. The silence suits me. It's the only thing around here that doesn't lie. I take the stairs instead of the lift. Habit. Control. Maybe just the need to burn something off, and make my way to the upper command suite. Swipe in, turn around and lock the door. Only then do I allow myself to breathe. The black line console pulses awake beneath my hand. Secure clearance level 6. Top brass only. A file is waiting for me, flashing red at the top of the screen. It's not addressed to me, but I don't need to open it to know who it's about. Her name hits like a blade to the chest. Monroe. Lena Ace. Reassignment. Effective immediately. Field access. Revoked. Primary directive. Terminated due to operational compromise. No fanfare, no warning. Just cold language wrapped around a decision I didn't make, but maybe deserved. I read it twice, then a third time, each word heavier than the last. The cursor blinks like a countdown. They didn't tell me. Not Maya, not her handler, not Command. But of course, they didn't need to. The unspoken reason hangs between the lines like a noose. You. I closed the file slowly, deliberately, like it might explode if I moved too fast. I sit there for a long minute, hands clenched into fists against my thighs, spine straight, heart somewhere between numb and fire. You tell yourself this is what you wanted. Clean separation, professional order, distance. But all it feels like is retreat, like surrender wearing a tactical vest. I stare at the darkened monitor, seeing her name burn behind my eyelids. And for the first time since this thing started, I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to do next. The command suite is quiet when I come back later. Too quiet. Late shifts rotated out. Early ops haven't filtered in yet. Just hums from the consoles and the faint tick of the wall clock as if time's mocking me for thinking I could outrun it. I move toward the encrypted relay station purely on instinct. Habit. Maybe hope. The chair at her old desk is still pulled slightly to the left, like she meant to return and just didn't. I don't know what I expect to find. I run a hand along the edge of the console and feel it. Something tucked beneath the keyboard, barely brushing the back of my fingers. Not protocol, not standard. Personal. I pull it free. It's a piece of paper, folded tight, creased at the corners. My pulse kicks. I recognize the handwriting before I even unfold it. Sharp, slanted. Hers. I read the line once and it punches straight through my ribs. He can hate me, but I won't walk away while he's still in danger. That's it. No name. No date. Just 7 words written in the voice I can't get out of my goddamn head. My grip tightens on the paper until I feel the fibers give way beneath my knuckles. Half crumpled. Not torn. Not thrown. Because I can't. I lean forward and brace my hands against the desk, shoulders locked, breath like gravel in my chest. You lied to me. You built an entire life in front of me that wasn't real. Every smile, every truth carefully measured, weaponized. You broke something I have no idea how to fix. Still, you're the only one who never stopped fighting for me. Even now. Even when I don't know if I do the same for you. The armory's quiet at this hour. Dim overheads, metal glinting in low light, the scent of oil and cold steel hanging in the air like ghosts that never left. I find Evan exactly where I knew he'd be. End of the room, workbench lit up with a single desk lamp, his rifle broken down in neat pieces like therapy, or confession. He doesn't look up when I walk in. Doesn't need to. He knows my footsteps like I know his lies. I let the silence press between us. I don't raise my voice. Don't storm. I've done this long enough to know that truth never shows up under pressure. It leaks when you act like you're not looking for it. So I just ask, even, you think she got to me? Evan doesn't flinch, just finishes brushing the firing pin, sets it down with surgical care. Then he shrugs, casual as sin. She's intel, Kael. That's what they do. They infiltrate, charm, distract. He finally glances up, eyes calm, voice steady. Don't forget who built this place with you. I study him, not the words, the edges around them, the set of his shoulders, the subtle hitch in his breath before he answered, the way his jaw ticks once, left side, always left, when he's trying to stay unreadable. His eyes don't meet mine for more than a second. I know this man. I've trusted this man with my life, with the lives of people I swore I'd protect. I know his poker tells better than my own. And right now he's wearing a mask I've never seen before. And it doesn't fit. Evan leans in. Not much, just enough to close the space between us to make it feel smaller, controlled, like the walls are closing in, but I'm the one expected to flinch. You've been compromised, Kael. His voice is steady, Too steady, like he practiced it. Everyone sees it but you. I don't move. Don't blink. I've taken sniper fire with less venom. His eyes hold mine now, and there's a flicker in them. Something that doesn't match the tone. Not confidence. Not anger. Fear, dressed up like certainty. She cracked you open, he continues, a little softer, like he's slipping the knife in slow. And if you can't see that, maybe you're not the one who should be leading this anymore. The words don't land. They detonate. Not because they're true, but because they're crafted to feel true. That's the part that sickens me. This isn't just a warning. It's a wedge. One he's hammering between me and everything I built, between me and her. He's testing me, trying to redirect the blame. Paint her as the infection, me as the casualty. But underneath the poison, there's something else. Something scared. Not of me, of what I might uncover if I stop listening to his voice and start trusting my own gut again. Evan walks away like he's already rewritten the ending. Shoulders squared, pace even, the ghost of a smirk hiding behind his composure. He doesn't look back. He knows I won't stop him. And this time, I don't follow. I don't call him out. I don't clean up the mess he just smeared across my trust like war paint. I just stand there, surrounded by gun oil and dust and something darker I can't name. The weight of it settles behind my ribs, tight and low, like a warning flare that won't go out. I flick the overhead lights off one by one, shadows chasing me across the room like regrets. When the last one dies, I stand in the dark and lock the door. A solid click. Final. Cold. Then I brace my hands against the metal and breathe. Not relief, not grief, just survival. Barely. If Lena was the lie, why does Evan feel like the trap? And if I'm wrong about both of them, why does every bone in my body say I'm not?
Chapter 26. Lena. The car slows as we turn onto a side street in Capitol Hill, one I used to know by heart. Same crack in the curb, same tilt in the stop sign, but I don't see DC the same way I used to, and it sure as hell doesn't see me the same either. I step out into the gray light of early morning, the kind that makes everything feel like memory. Rain from last night clings to the pavement, catching reflections from streetlights that haven't shut off yet. My boots hit the sidewalk with the kind of echo that feels personal. The Lincoln safe house sits just ahead, 3 stories of carefully curated neglect, tucked between a townhouse and a faded law office like it doesn't have teeth. I used to walk this city with Darius at my 6. Confident. Sure. Bulletproof in the way only people who haven't lost yet can be. Now I carry him with me instead. In the ache behind my ribs. In the weight of the drive in my pocket. In the things I should have said. In the silence I gave him instead. I take the steps 2 at a time. No hesitation. If I stop now, I won't move again. I raise my hand to knock. I don't have to. The door cracks open before my knuckles make contact, and Imani Blake fills the frame like she owns it. She's got Darius's height, but none of his softness. Not anymore. Her curls are pulled back in a tight braid, sleeves rolled, expression carved from concrete. "You've got 2 minutes to make this worth my time," she says. No smile, no warmth. Just ice and steel and the unspoken truth between us. You let him die. I nod once and step inside. No small talk, no apology. Not yet. There's a time for penance, but it's not before the facts. The safe house still smells like cedar and burnt coffee. The walls are lined with monitors. Paper files stacked in precise columns on a table that was never meant to hold grief. Imani walks ahead without looking back. Stops at the island in the kitchen, grabs a sealed envelope from beneath a folder, and slides it toward me like she's dealing weapons, not words. "You're not the only one hunting ghosts," she says. Her voice is razor sharp, But it's not cold, not entirely. It's angry, which means she still cares. And that might be the only opening I get. I break the seal on the envelope with careful fingers, even though I already feel the burn crawling up my spine. Whatever's in here, it's not good. I can feel it before I see it. High-res stills printed on matte stock. Surveillance grabs. Not from DSG. From somewhere darker. Grainy edges. Just enough to chill the blood. Kael. In one frame, he's walking into the DSG annex. Another at the armory. One more, damn it, outside my apartment building. Same shirt he wore the night he almost kissed me again. Beneath the photos, a folded comm trace, time-stamped and tagged with deep state coordinates, redacted strings that link back to a cold echo subnet. And under that, a data relay map with Kael's name circled in thick black marker. Top of the list, labeled Priority Extraction. I stop breathing. Imani's voice cuts in, low and lethal. They're coming for him next. Your boy? He's lit up like a damn beacon. I swallow, but it doesn't go down. I knew. Somewhere in me, I already knew. But seeing it, hearing it from someone else, it's not just fear now. It's grief preloaded and cocked. And I'm not sure how to outrun it this time. Imani watches me close the file. Her arms fold across her chest like a shield. But her eyes don't blink. She's not done. And neither am I. Now your turn, she says. What really happened to my brother? She doesn't raise her voice, doesn't accuse, which somehow makes it worse. I set the file aside, meet her stare. It costs me something. No soft version, I ask. Her jaw clenches. Don't insult me. So I give her the truth, raw, ripped open. He died saving me, I say quietly. We were deep. Ghost level op. I pushed a call, early, because I thought we could intercept clean. I was wrong. Her mouth doesn't move. Her shoulders don't drop. But I feel it. The shift. He covered me. Took the hit. And I've been trying to make that count ever since. The words settle between us like ash. Still hot. Still dangerous. She doesn't speak. Not right away. But the silence isn't sharp anymore. It's heavy. And I let it stay that way because no answer I give will ever be enough. That was the truth. All of it. And it still doesn't feel like enough. She slides the encrypted file across the counter like she's handing me a live wire. No hesitation, no explanation. Just trust, sharp-edged and unsaid. I've been tracking their operation from the civilian side, Imani says. No badges, no backup. Just me and a data spine they didn't think to bury deep enough. You want in? We do it my way. I nod once. You don't have to like me? She doesn't blink. I don't. Her voice is flint, but something loosens behind her eyes. Not forgiveness, not yet, but understanding, respect maybe, or something close enough to fight beside. But I believe you want justice, she adds. That's something. I slip the file into my bag like it weighs more than classified secrets should. Darius used to say Imani could spot a lie from a mile out, strip it clean, and leave you standing there with nothing but your raw truth. If she's standing with me now, even in shadows, maybe I still remember how to be real. Outside, the wind kicks up with the scent of ozone and threat. Spring thunder rolls low across the rooftops, and rain begins to patter like fingers drumming a warning across my shoulders. I keep my head down as I walk, hand tight around the flash drive in my coat pocket, already thumbing open my comm for Maya. Internal. I've got a new ally, a new trail of blood and numbers to follow, and a deadline I didn't see coming until it was staring me in the face. I text 3 words to Maya. They're targeting Kael. No answer. Not yet. Just the storm overhead and the weight in my chest. If they're coming for Kael, then they'll have to go through me first.
Chapter 27. Kael. The office is dark except for the soft pulse of the diagnostics terminal. Cold blue light washing over the floor, the desk, my hands. I haven't turned on the overheads. Haven't needed to. I haven't touched the desk since the night she stood in front of it and tore every truth I believed in straight down the middle. Her voice still echoes in this room, in the corners, in the spaces she left behind. I rest my palms against the console and lean in, weight pressing forward like I'm daring it to collapse under me. You don't miss someone who lied to you. So why does the silence feel louder with her gone? The logs flicker in front of me. Ops records, access patterns, subdirectory sweeps I've run half a dozen times already. But something keeps pulling me back. Restless hands, mechanical eyes. Some piece I keep missing. Then it hits, off pattern. A code shell, fractured, buried in the tertiary memory bank where it shouldn't be. Not standard, not logged, not scrubbed all the way either. I dig into it, and there it is. A tracer op. One of the false intel pings Lena embedded last week to bait the leak. One that only 3 people knew existed. My name? Hers. And Evan Grayson's clearance stamped all over the log like a brand he never thought I'd see. I don't move. Don't breathe. Just stare at the screen as every wrong answer I've been chasing, every doubt, every silence, clicks into place. This wasn't sloppiness. This was arrogance because he never thought I'd look at him twice. And now I finally do. I stalk through DSG's lower wing like a man on borrowed restraint. The hallway is cold, bright, too quiet for the war I'm holding just beneath my skin. Every step feels louder than it should, echoing inside my skull instead of off the walls. Ahead in the glass-paneled strategy hub, Evan sits at the round table like he owns the goddamn air. Coffee cup in one hand, tactical tablet in the other. Calm, casual, unbothered. Like he didn't just shatter the spine of everything we built. He doesn't see me. Not yet. I'm half shadow behind the glass, heart pounding, every muscle coiled. My hands itch. I imagine grabbing him by the collar, dragging him into the comm vault, slamming him into the server racks until he bleeds truth across the tiles. I imagine making him say it, out loud, with my name still burning in his mouth. But I don't move. Not yet. I want him to confess. But I need him to underestimate me first. So I turn around. 1 breath. 2. Each step away from him a vow I'm going to keep, and one I know I won't be able to break. In my quiet office, the lights stay off. Same as always. The only glow comes from the auxiliary station, black-lined, unmonitored. It's not tied to DSG's mainframe, not traceable, not visible to the men I used to trust. I log in and open the black channel Maya used to ghost our relay 6 months ago in the Balkans. 4 words. All I send, I need to reach her. The reply comes fast. Too fast. She's off-grid! I stare at it like I'm trying to burn through the screen. Then my fist comes down on the desk, clean, sharp, loud. The veneer cracks beneath my knuckles, splinters slicing up the side of my palm. I don't feel it. Of course she is. Because the second I believe her, she disappears again. I replay every moment with her. Not the missions, not the silence, the in-betweens. The way she stood her ground when everyone else backed down. The way her voice cracked, not with lies, but restraint. The way she kept circling the truth, trying to hand it to him without saying it out loud. I didn't want to see it then, I see it now. She wasn't covering her tracks. She was protecting me, every single time. I turned my back on the only person still standing between me and the wreckage. And now she's out there. Alone. Ghosted. Off-grid. There's a goddamn target on my back and no one else willing to take the shot for me. It doesn't waste another second. A few keystrokes and the screen lights with a classified operations window. Cold echo. A relic. A shadow op that was never meant to surface again. I breathe once, then open a new file under the same name. Not a mission, a trap. I won't confront Evan yet. That's too soft. Build a sting out of lies and buried protocols. Lace it with just enough truth to make Evan twitch. And when the hammer falls, I will be the one holding it. Standing in the ruins with proof. And maybe just enough left to fight for. You chose the wrong man to betray. And the wrong woman to make disappear.
Chapter 28. Lena. The drop site is a shell of a consultancy office, off DuPont Circle, 4 floors up, broken water cooler, and a receptionist desk with a dusty nameplate no one's bothered to replace in years. I'm technically listed as remote contractor for a defunct IT firm, but that's just the paper trail Maya forged to get me in the building. The lights buzz overhead like they're trying to confess something. There's no warmth here, just industrial carpet, cold fluorescence, and a smell that clings like copier toner and complacency. I set up at a corner desk near the far window. The blinds are tilted just enough to make it feel like I'm being watched, even though I know I'm not. Not yet. My burner laptop hisses to life. Encrypted shell, cold boot, triple jump relay through Maya's shadow nodes. The flash drive sits in my pocket like a ticking bomb, loaded with everything Imani pulled. Signal traces, access fragments, even internal DNS drift markers that say this whole operation is bleeding under its own weight. I check the time. I've got 1 hour. Then this badge turns into a useless piece of plastic, and the whole building resets its access profile. No second chances. I pull on gloves, slide the flash into the holster at the small of my back, and lock eyes with my own reflection in the dark glass. 1 shot, in and out, no backup. Let's dance. The Rogue Network hub squats beneath what used to be a satellite analytics office in Foggy Bottom, burned out after a small fire 5 years ago. No injuries, no arrests, no follow-up. Which is to say, someone bought silence. The main entrance is sealed with a rusted padlock, a decoy. The real way in is the freight elevator around the back, hidden behind a dumpster, and a wall of ivy no city workers touched in years. I slide the access badge over the reader and wait for the green blink. When it flashes, I step inside the lift, press B2, and brace as it sinks beneath the street. The descent is slow, mechanical. My fingers flex in my gloves. This is what it feels like when a mission crosses the line from theory to memory, from strategy to blood. The doors open into shadow. The corridor smells like ozone and overheated circuitry. Wires snake along the ceiling. The hum of machines pulses like a heartbeat, steady and low. 4 terminals glow in the dark. 1 hallway leads deeper. No movement, no guards. Too easy. I slide the flash into the main port. The malware boots instantly, silent, clean, surgical. On screen, a network bloom unfurls like a spider web, tendrils racing outward from a core relay node in Northern Virginia. It's working. 15 seconds to map, 10 to replicate, 9, 8, dark. The lights slam off, the screens die. Somewhere behind me, a door creaks open, and I know I'm not alone anymore. Footsteps, fast, close, too many. I whip around and draw, sidearm clearing my coat in one motion, clean, smooth, practiced, but it's not fast enough. The first blow hits low, hard to the ribs, blunt and brutal, precision, not panic. They don't want to kill me, they want to shut me down. Pain flashes white behind my eyes as I stumble back into a bank of dark servers. Another grip snags my wrist. I twist out, drive a knee into someone's thigh. Connect, 1 down. I swing with my elbow, crack another across the jaw. My boot lands on a shoulder. Momentum throws him off balance, but it's not enough. 3 more move in. 1 grabs my jacket. The other pins my gun hand. I bite down, hard, on instinct. Someone yells, I lunge for the terminal, but they drive me to my knees. This is containment, not kill. And that's what scares me. They know who I am, and they want me alive long enough to bleed me dry. Then a voice slices through the chaos like a scalpel, clean, commanding. Let her go. The hands fall away, one by one. The air shifts. I brace on one palm, breathing hard, heart jackhammering in my chest, the taste of copper in my mouth. I look up through the haze, blinking sweat and dust from my lashes, and see him, tall, tired, still too sharp to be real. Reza? My voice is barely air. He steps forward from the dark. Same eyes, same blade-thin mouth. Older now, paler. Scar running just under his collarbone, where a bullet tore through Istanbul's back alley and took half of my belief in happy endings with it. But it's him, Reza Malik, my partner once, my shadow after Darius, the ghost I buried when he stopped answering encrypted pings and went dark for good. What the hell? I start, but he cuts me off with a glance. On your feet, Monroe. You've got less time than you think. I stagger upright, chest aching, adrenaline still humming under my skin. He doesn't move to help me. Never has. No sentiment, no softness. I've been embedded with the network, he says, voice low and even, watching, waiting for the crack in their armor. You just made it. I narrow my eyes. You let them hit me? They weren't going to kill you. Gee, thanks. He ignores that. Reza never was great at apologies. You're here because the plan's shifting, he says. Fast. And messy. I look at him harder now, his stance, the faint tremble in his left hand. Not fear, restraint. You're not just watching, I say slowly. You're running double. He gives a single nod. Why? I press. Why the rescue? His face darkens. Because Evan Grayson is about to break in half, he says. And Kael Donovan's standing right on the fault line. My heart stutters. You know Evan? I know enough, he says. He's been feeding intel through encrypted drop points, under heavy surveillance. Not for profit, not for leverage. He pauses. For his kid. The bottom drops out of my spine. They've been holding him, Reza continues, threatening him. That's how they got to Evan. That's why he's still bleeding intel and covering it with firewalls. I stagger back half a step, like the truth is a punch I didn't see coming. Evan, always still, always composed. The man Kael would take a bullet for. Why didn't he say anything? Because he's scared. Because he still thinks if he plays it right, he can keep the kid alive and you all intact. And what now? Reza's eyes go flat. Now the ones pulling his strings don't care about the rules. They're done keeping him useful. They want an ending. He looks at me, dead center. If we don't stop this, DSG burns. A beat. And Kael goes with it. The world tilts, not because I didn't know danger was coming, but because now it has a face, and it looks like someone Kael calls brother. We hole up in a beat-up Civic 2 blocks from the network hub, parked under a blown streetlight humming like softly. My ribs throb where the ambush landed, and Reza's got dried blood at his collar, but neither of us mentions it. The engine's off. The city's wet. And for once, DC feels quieter than the inside of my head. I glance at him. I thought you were dead. He doesn't look away from the windshield. I thought you wouldn't come back after Darius. His name lands like thunder between us. Silence follows. Heavy. Honest. Reza finally speaks again, low and rough. We've all lost people, Lena, but if you're here, if you're still chasing this, you haven't lost your fire. I bite back the emotion swelling in my chest and flip open the laptop. The screen flickers, then sharpens, Signal locked. The malware's trail pulsing in real time. I've got 'em, I say. They're moving. Fast. We follow now, or we lose the whole chain. Reza looks over, jaw set. Then we follow. I slide the laptop into the duffel, heart pounding. He checks the mirror, then looks at me. Let's burn the whole damn thing down. Rain starts to fall just as Reza slams the gear shift into drive, tires peeling out onto wet pavement like the night itself is trying to swallow us whole. The lights blur. Street signs vanish in mist. We barrel toward the edge of the map, and I know whatever happens next, we don't get another second chance. I pull out my burner and fire a message to Maya on the emergency protocol line. One sentence, no hesitation. Get Kael out of DSG now. The screen confirms transmission. I hold on to the duffel like it's carrying every soul I've ever failed. I don't know if I'm already too late. I don't know if Kael's still in that building or if the next explosion takes everything I couldn't save. But I do know one thing. If they want Kael Donovan dead, they're going to have to go through me first.
Chapter 29. Kael. I lead Evan into the Black Tier vault beneath DSG's command wing. No cameras, no feeds, no eyes but mine. The air down here always runs cold, even with the heat humming from the servers and the walls. Every step echoes, sharp against concrete. His boots behind me stay measured, relaxed, like this is just another late-night post-op, like I haven't already written the ending. He says nothing as I slide my keycard into the final lock, punch in a 12-digit override, and watch the security door groan closed behind us. Now we're sealed in. He glances around the room, casual. We doing this off-book now? I don't answer. Just walk to the center console and cue the projection array. The light flickers once, then the air between us glows sharp and unforgiving. Lines of cascading code, file access logs, clearance markers. A mirrored trace tree expands in slow rotation. His name is tagged on every layer. Recognize this? I ask, voice low. Evan doesn't move at first. Then he steps forward, hands on his hips, jaw flexing. What is this? He says. But his tone's too flat, too late. Because I'm not watching the files anymore. I'm watching him. That's the moment. Not when the data loads. Not when his name lights up the screen. It's when he doesn't deny it fast enough. It's in the half-second stutter before he schools his face. The betrayal's not in the proof. It's in the pause. You want to tell me how your ID ended up in a file you swore you never touched? Evan exhales through his nose. Folds his arms like I've caught him skipping protocol, not detonating the foundation we built together. His eyes drift back to the projection, lingering on the op. Lena baited. Cold echo. I don't know what you think you're seeing, Kael. Don't, I snap. My voice is sharper than I mean it to be, but not sharper than he deserves. Not this time. Not in here. That shuts him up. Evan goes still, really still. His weight settles evenly. Shoulders lower. Head tips forward. It's the posture of someone deciding whether to fight or fold. I've seen it before. Right before he shoots. Right before he lies. But this time he doesn't reach for a weapon. He just looks at me and says it. I did it. 2 words, no inflection, no apology. Just fact. And somehow, that hits harder than if he'd drawn a weapon and aimed it straight at my chest. Because at least then I'd know how to stop him. This is a wound I can't treat. Evan lowers his voice like it matters. Like softening the words will somehow muffle the impact. Like I haven't already heard enough to dismantle a decade of loyalty. You think you're the only one who lost people, he says. My son is hanging in the balance. The words don't compute at first. My brain glitches, my jaw sets. I blink. You told me he moved overseas. Berlin, with his mother. He gives a bitter laugh, dry and brittle like he hasn't exhaled truth in years. No, he says. He was taken. Black Cell out of Tunisia. You remember the fallout from the Zurin strike? The op we buried under a dozen sealed briefs? I nod once. Tight. The scars still itch. They didn't forget, Evans says. They changed names. Went private, sent me a message after Baghdad, no demands. Just a photo of him. Bruised, bound, alive. The floor shifts under my feet, not literally. But it might as well have. They told me they'd keep him breathing as long as I fed them intel, he continues. Nothing explosive, just misdirects, ghost stops. Keep DSG chasing phantoms while they move the real pieces. He doesn't plead, doesn't excuse, just lays it out. Like confession is the only currency he's got left. Evan looks up at me and his eyes are hollow, like the fight burned out long ago, and all that's left is this final wreckage. This was the only way I could keep him safe, he says, and I didn't tell you because I knew what you'd do. I clench my jaw. Yeah, what would I do? You'd try to fix it. You'd storm in, pull strings, push too hard. You'd blow the whole thing open and they'd kill him. His voice is calm now, but I can hear the desperation inside it. The kind that digs its claws into a man and never lets go. My hands are fists at my sides. They itch for the trigger, for closure, Dot. For the kind of clean ending I know I'm not going to get. I've killed for less. Buried men for even thinking about compromising our unit. But this isn't treason. This is a father bleeding out in slow motion. And I hate that I recognize the sound of it. I hate that I can't pull the trigger. Not because I forgive him. Not because I believe in mercy. I know what it means to lose someone who shouldn't have been in the line of fire, and that sound in his voice, the rasp beneath the steel. That's the sound of a man who already lost everything, and kept breathing anyway. So I walk past him, no words, no warning, just the storm behind my ribs. His voice stops me, just above a whisper. They're already coming. I stop cold, jaw tight, spine braced. Evan steps forward, slow, like even he doesn't want to be the one to say it. They know she's the one who cracked me. They know she ran the trace. Lena's marked. His voice cracks. They'll kill her first. And just like that, my moral compass snaps. Because mercy has a price. And now the only thing I care about is making sure they never get the chance to collect. I unlock the vault door without looking back. No farewell. No final words. Just the sound of the lock disengaging, and my boots hitting the floor like a war drum. The hallway is quiet, too quiet. The kind of stillness that buzzes under your skin, begging for violence. I walk through it like it's soaked in gasoline. I could end him right now. Put a bullet through the betrayal. Burn the last bridge before he gets the chance to light the match. But I won't. Because I already lost my brother once. On a battlefield, in a blast zone, in a moment that changed everything. And this time, he did it to himself. He handed me the knife and then bled out in front of me with his silence. With his secrets. With every goddamn time he looked me in the eye and let me carry the weight he should have confessed. So, no, he doesn't get my bullets, he gets my silence, and the knowledge that I walked away still standing while he's left crumbling under his own lies. I pick up speed as I head down the corridor, each step hammering like the pulse in my throat. Because Evan's right about one thing. They're coming. I don't know when. Don't know where. But I feel it in my bones, like the static before a lightning strike. And if they so much as touch her, if they lay a single hand on Lena, they'll learn exactly what kind of monster I become when I've got nothing left to lose. Not a commander, not a soldier, not even a man. Just the wreckage of all three, armed, unforgiving, and coming for blood.
Chapter 30. Lena. Lena. The DSG compound glows, dim under floodlights as I walk through the perimeter checkpoint, with nothing but a passcode and my heartbeat to carry me. I'm bruised, exhausted, blood on my shirt, My hands, some mine, some not, but I'm here. I told myself if I came back, it'd be for the job, the mission. But it was always going to be for him. The gravel crunches beneath my boots, each step a small avalanche of pain cascading through my battered body. 3 weeks in the field will do that. Turn your muscles into wet concrete, your bones into glass rods. The air smells like diesel and gunpowder, like home. Security cameras pivot as I pass. They recognize me, even if I barely recognize myself. I spot him through the glass doors of the command wing. Kael is waiting, arms crossed, shirt stained, eyes bloodshot. But he doesn't move, doesn't speak, just watches me walk toward him like he's not sure if I'm real, or a mistake he can't bring himself to regret. My reflection approaches his silhouette in the glass, 2 ghosts meeting again. I push through the door, wincing as my shoulder protests. The cool air inside raises goosebumps on my skin. 10 feet between us. 5. 3. I stop, close enough to see the stubble on his jaw, the small cut above his eyebrow, the coffee stain on his collar. Close enough to smell that familiar scent, gun oil, and that ridiculous sandalwood soap he orders from Vermont. "You look like hell," I manage, my voice rough from disuse, from screaming, from 3 days of silence in a basement. His eyes travel over the bruise blooming across my cheekbone, the split in my lip, the awkward way I'm holding my right arm. His expression doesn't change, but something in his eyes shifts, like tectonic plates grinding beneath still water. The silence between us stretches, elastic and dangerous. Kael's eyes, those impossible steely eyes that have seen me at my best and worst, search mine like he's hunting for something he's lost. "Why didn't you run?" he finally asks. Not accusing, not angry, just tired. Like a man who expected to lose one more thing and doesn't know what to do now that he hasn't. I stop, unable to move. Because I don't leave people I love behind. The words hit the air between us like a flare. No takebacks, no qualifiers. He doesn't say anything, just stares at me like he's caught between hitting a wall and falling through it. Then he takes a step forward, and I forget how to breathe. His hand reaches up, hovering near my bruised cheek without touching it. Heat radiates from his palm, warming skin that's felt nothing but cold for weeks. "You had extraction protocols," he whispers, voice rough. "You had contingencies. I made sure of it." "I know." 17 ways out. I counted. "I know that too." His fingers curl into a fist that drops to his side. "But you came back." "To DSG? Or to you?" I challenge, taking my own step closer. The lights hum above us. Somewhere down the hall, a printer whirs to life, then falls silent. The world keeps turning while we stand here, suspended between what we've been and what we might become. "Both," he admits. "When comms went dark," he stops, swallows. "When we lost you, I kept seeing your face. Kept hearing your voice telling me all the ways I'd screwed up the op, all the reasons you weren't coming back. Must have been weird for you." I attempt a smile that pulls at my split lip. "Not having me around to tell you you're wrong." Something flickers in his expression, a ghost of the smirk I've spent 3 years memorizing. Excruciating. He reaches out again, this time letting his fingers brush my arm, just above the wrist where handcuff marks are still visible. The touch ignites nerve endings I thought had gone permanently numb. Well, things are heating up again. You know what to do. Go to VicSavonRomance.com to get the dirty details that this platform won't put on the air. I know it sucks, but at least you can get a 40% discount with code VIXA40 to make up for it. Use it while it lasts and apply it to every digital product in your cart. Back to the story.
I hope you're enjoying this audiobook by Vic Savon. If you want to keep hearing more audiobooks, then please hit that subscribe button and like the video. It may seem insignificant, but the more people that subscribe, the easier it is to produce more audiobooks in the future. So please help us out and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for listening, and now back to your book.
Chapter 31. Kael, we're back in DC, not HQ, not anything that official. This place is bone-deep black, a relay site Maya wired into existence herself years ago, before DSG became a brand and after it stopped pretending to be clean. It smells like wet stone and scorched metal, like things that don't come back. The overheads are dim. A dozen monitors flicker with open code, their glow casting shadows that move like something alive. Maya's already at the console when we step in, hands dancing across the keys, eyes fixed on something I haven't seen yet. "There," she says without preamble. "Decommissioned military base, south of Quantico, connected to DSG back in the early days when the contracts were still under the table." I move closer, eyes narrowing. On screen, a blueprint pulses, half real, half redacted. Beneath it, an active signal relay. Loud, coordinated. "They're launching from our bones," I say, the words gravel in my throat. Maya doesn't blink. "No, they're doing worse." She pulls up a sequence, lines of code cascading through multiple defense relay hubs, overlapping communication satellites, patching into the national power grid like worms burrowing through the marrow. "They're not just bleeding us dry anymore," she says. "They're aiming for collapse. Defense systems, the grid, black sites. This is a takedown, Kael." Behind me, Lena doesn't say a word, but I feel it. That stillness she gets when she's more weapon than woman. Controlled, cold, ready. I lean in, tap the corner of the map where Maya flagged an old utility corridor, marked as condemned, but I know better. "Here, underground signal tunnel. They used it to ferry early DSG comms during OPPE's training. It's still active." "That's your entry?" Maya asks. "That's our entry," I confirm. "Hard breach through the floor access, EMP deployment on entry to cut their internal cameras, and a kill switch on the malware node once we've confirmed data match." Lena's already moving behind me, quiet, efficient. She grabs her field bag, checks her sidearm, and throws on her jacket like the mission's already begun. She doesn't wait for permission. I don't give any. "I'm in," she says simply. That's it. No flair, no drama, just the sharp edge of certainty I've come to recognize as uniquely hers. She says it like it's war. Like she's got no doubt I'll follow her into hell if she walks in first. And maybe she's right. I look at Maya. She's still typing, prepping blackline packets and ghost relay scrubs like her fingers are the only thing standing between us and a shutdown. "We move in 30, I say. "This is it." No one nods, no one breathes, because we all know there's no turning back from this. The safe house armory is colder than it should be. Concrete walls, steel racks, the faint bite of old oil and scorched wiring in the air. No one talks. It's just the click of loaded mags, the rasp of Velcro, the muted hum of breath and tension settling deep into the bones. I lay her gear out on the table myself. Sidearm, flash drive payload, light armor vest, no excess. Just what matters. Lena walks in like she's already halfway through the op, hair tied back, eyes sharp, gait smooth and fast. She doesn't hesitate, doesn't ask questions. Just rests her hand on the vest, fingers brushing the lining like it's some kind of second skin. "This gonna be enough?" she asks, not looking at me. "For what's coming?" I snap the charging handle on my rifle. Not even close. But I still hold the vest out to her. Still hand her the weight like it might mean something more than just protection. She takes it, slides it on, cinches the straps like she's done it 1,000 times. Maybe she has. I've suited up beside every kind of operative there is. Rookies, veterans, ghosts in flesh. Never once felt a thing, never once paused. But watching her zip that vest up feels like a goddamn reckoning. Like the line between what I used to fight for and what I'd burn down the world to protect now. We're almost out the door when Maya's voice cuts through the silence like a wire snapping under tension. Hold up! She's at the terminal, eyes poring over something I can't see yet, her skin pale beneath the screen's flicker. Her hands move fast, too fast. That tells me more than any briefing ever could. What is it? I ask, stepping closer. She doesn't look up. Just swallows, hard. Priority burst came through the encrypted relay. We caught the tail end of it, but it's enough. She taps a command. A timer flashes across the screen, red, blinking, merciless. Intercept confirms deployment sequence, she says. They've activated the network. Timer's live. How long? Maya's voice drops to a whisper. 6 hours. Midnight strike. Maybe sooner if their side gets sloppy. The air goes still. I hear nothing but the distant hum of server fans, the slow, rising beat of my pulse. Lena steps up beside me. She doesn't flinch, doesn't ask for details. She's already sliding her field jacket over the armor, already tightening the zipper. Her eyes lock on mine. Steady, absolute. She's not afraid, not even shaking. I'm unsure as to whether I want to pull her back or follow her straight into the fire. Wherever she's going now, I'm not letting her walk it alone. I catch her at the doorway. The others keep moving, boots crunching gravel and gear rustling in prep, background noise to the moment stretching between us. She pauses just long enough for everything else to blur, just long enough for the world to narrow to her silhouette in the low hallway light. She doesn't turn all the way around, just shifts enough to say it without looking me in the eye. I told you not to follow me if I disappeared, she says, voice barely above a whisper. I could lie. Pretend this is still all about the mission. But I don't. You said that before I knew what losing you felt like. That gets her. Her shoulders stiffen just a little. Her breath hitches, so quiet no one else would notice. But I do. She glances back over her shoulder, and the look she gives me, it cracks something I didn't even know I was holding together. There's no armor in her expression, no mask, just Lena. Just us. We're not fixed. We're not whole. Hell, I don't even know what the hell we are anymore. But if we're going down tonight, I'm going down with her. No hesitation, no regrets. I shoulder the secure duffel, EMP kit, breach charges, backup SATCOM, and head for Maya's console one last time. She's typing without looking, already syncing our movements with the relay cache. Her eyes flick to me only once. Blackout protocol active, I tell her. No signal after breach unless confirmed secure. She nods. And if it's not? You pull the ripcord, burn the node. No hesitation. She doesn't flinch. Understood. That's it, no goodbyes, no fear, just war. I turn and Lena's already in motion, moving down the corridor ahead of me like she owns the shadows. Sharp, quiet, unstoppable. Boots echo against concrete, her spine straight, her pace precise. And I follow, no words, no promises. Just the space between her steps and mine, closing with every breath. We've got a target, we've got a plan. And if this is the last stop I ever walk into, then damn it, I'm walking into it beside the only woman who's ever made the end feel worth it. Every step is a vow. Let them come. We're already in motion. Chapter 32. Kael. We've burned through 3 safe houses in 24 hours. Maya's been running satellite sweeps on a rolling rotation, feeding signal intercepts through a black-line triangulation system I helped design 6 years ago. Nothing. No movement. No pings. No even. But I know better. He's not gone, just silent, just waiting. People like us don't vanish. We go dormant. We hold our breath until the world forgets to watch us, until the trap's already closed. It's nearly 3 a.m. when the secure channel lights up on my burner. No subject, no timestamp, no traceable return code, Just one line. Come alone. I don't need coordinates. I already know where he'll be. It's a dead intake bunker half a mile past the southern edge of Fort McKenna's outer fence. Technically off-grid. Officially condemned. Privately repurposed once upon a time by DSG's first-gen Ghost Squad for Black Ops drills. We used to call it the Tomb. Once you stepped in, no feeds, no satellites, no backup, you were on your own. The gravel crunches under my boots as I kill the headlights and cut the engine. No moon tonight, just clouds and the kind of wind that carries sand and the scent of ghosts. The blast door is ajar, rust eating through the hinges, paint flaking like old scabs. I step through without hesitation, and he's there. Evan leans against the opposite wall, half shadowed by a rusted support beam. His posture's loose, but his shoulders give him away, tense, alert, coiled like a man who's expecting a reckoning. He's wearing the same field jacket from that mission in Morocco, the one I always told him made him look more soldier than spook, only now it makes him look like a relic. "Kael," he says, flat, no heat, just history. He doesn't move, doesn't raise a weapon, doesn't offer a hand. But the guilt? It rolls off him in waves, like heat shimmer on asphalt, like something that's been burning him from the inside for months and he's just now decided to let it show. He knows why I'm here, and he's already made peace with whatever I decide to do about it. "I've got the key," Evan says, his voice low, hoarse like it's scraped raw from the inside. He reaches into his jacket, slow, deliberate, and pulls out a matte black secure drive. It's not flashy, not labeled, just another piece of hardware in a life full of them. He doesn't toss it like a weapon. He tosses it like a confession. I catch it one-handed. It's heavier than it should be. Like whatever's inside it carries the weight of every dead man Cold Echo ever buried. "That'll crack the final layer of the encryption," he says. "Kills the virus. All of it." I turn it over in my palm. It's cold, clean. No scratches, freshly burned. "This isn't a backup, it's a bullet." "Why now?" I ask, eyes locked on him. He exhales hard through his nose, like he's been waiting for that question since the day he first crossed the line. "Because I never stopped protecting you?" His voice wavers. Barely. I just forgot how to protect myself. He looks older tonight, not just tired, depleted. "I got my son out," he adds, quietly, safely. "They've got no leverage left, no excuses." He rakes a hand through his hair. Ragged, hollow, almost unrecognizable. He's not here to save himself. He's here because he finally stopped lying to whatever part of him still wants to die a better man than he became. I take a step closer, the gravel shifting beneath my boots. The wind surges through the doorway behind me, catching his coat and flaring it out like wings clipped too many times to fly. He looks smaller than I remember, not weaker. Just human. And maybe that's the part I hate most. "I'm going into the server compound tonight," I say. "Me, Lena, Maya. We shut it down from the inside." Evan nods slowly, solemn. "Then it ends." I tighten my grip on the drive. "It does. But if I don't come back..." My voice drops. Bare steel. "You don't run. You don't vanish. You don't go dark. You stand in front of whatever tribunal's left and you tell them everything." His jaw flexes like it's trying to hold up the last of his spine. "You face it," I add. "All of it." He doesn't argue, doesn't beg, doesn't ask me to understand. He just nods. Once. "I will." We stand there for a breath too long. Just two shadows carved out of something older than grief and heavier than silence. Two ghosts dressed like men. It's not the mission hanging between us anymore. It's memory, regret, every bullet we didn't fire, and every one we did. For just a second, I see it. Us. Back in the barracks, boots off, ribs bruised from laughter and training drills gone sideways. I see the firelit briefing tents, The shared MREs. The blood pacts we never had to speak aloud. I see my brother, not the traitor, not the informant. The man who used to guard my blind side like it was sacred. The ache rises in my chest, sharp and unrelenting. I turn to go, boots crunching over the dust of a place that saw too much of us both. But before I reach the door, I stop. Glance over my shoulder. My voice scrapes low. Too quiet for war. Too loud for goodbye. You are my family, Evan. He doesn't flinch. Doesn't blink. Just meets my eyes with something raw and bleeding. You still are, he says quietly. That's the problem. His words hang there like shrapnel. No defenses, no armor. Just truth that hurts worse than a bullet ever could. I walk back into the wind. Drive humming. Gun locked. Countdown ticking. Because this time it ends on my terms, and God help anyone who tries to take her from me again.
Chapter 33. Lena. The military base rises like the corpse of a forgotten empire, all rusted skeleton and broken teeth. Razor wire curls at the edges of the outer fence, like something feral trying to claw its way back in. Floodlights flicker overhead, casting long haunted shadows that ripple across the cracked asphalt, like ghosts too tired to haunt. Our SUV jerks to a stop just inside the perimeter. The tires crunch over gravel and old bullet casings, the kind no one ever bothered to clean up. Kael steps out first, weapon in hand, body coiled like he's already halfway into the firefight. His shoulders are rigid, jaw tight, but his movements are fluid. Muscle memory from too many missions that started like this and ended in blood. Maya slides out of the passenger seat behind him, her pack clinking like a ticking bomb made of tech. Her eyes sweep the base in crisp arcs. Cold, methodical, surgical. Riza's Jeep pulls up behind us, headlights off, nearly silent. He kills the engine, hops out, and motions to the two freelancers he brought with him. One broad-shouldered with a long-range rifle strapped to his back, the other lean and fast-looking, eyes like cut steel. I don't know their names, but Riza trusts them. And right now, that's enough. The last time I walked into a place like this, I walked out with blood on my hands and no backup. This time at least I'm not alone. We move fast and low, huddling beneath the ragged shadow of a collapsed hangar that smells like smoke and old sweat. Kael unrolls a topographic schematic across a rust-stained crate, pinning the corners down with spent shell casings like it's poetry written in warfare. This tunnel here, he says, tapping a narrow vein cut beneath the west wing, feeds into the South Comm Tower. We breach from there, suppress anything breathing, and pull security along the outer loop. His eyes shift to me, sharp, unreadable. You and Riza hit the mainframe access point, quiet, fast, no margin for error. I nod once. We hit the core, ghost the drives. Maya pulls the trace back through the uplink. We pull their legs out from under them before they even know we're dancing. Kael doesn't smile, doesn't flinch, but he holds my gaze for a second longer than he should. Just long enough for something unspoken to pass between us, like static on a comm line. He doesn't say be careful, but I hear it anyway. Riza and I move like shadows through the lower catwalk tunnels, single file, low breath, high alert. The air down here smells like dust and coolant, like the specters of engineers who thought they were building the future and ended up wiring a war. Red emergency strips blink beneath our boots, stuttering, uneven, like they're shorting out from the weight of our mission. Concrete walls sweat with condensation and time. Paint peeling like old scars no one bothered to cover. We turn left into a narrow crawlway, and the heat hits me first, faint at first, then building fast, radiating up through the soles of my boots. You feel that? I whisper. Riza checks his wrist console. Server banks. Full capacity. No cooling grid. They're overheating. The air's too sterile down here. Recycled. Pressurized. The kind of environment that makes it easy to forget how fragile the world above really is. 2 heat signatures up ahead, Reza says, voice low. Guard rotation near the mainframe vault. Could be more deeper in. No trap showing. I grip my sidearm tighter. Then they're not expecting us. I glance back once, just to anchor myself. Let's make that mistake cost them. We press forward, another bend, another hallway, and then we reach it. The core room opens like a mouth, cavernous, cold, lined with towers blinking in syncopated pulses of electric blue. Servers hum like a warning just under the skin. And standing in the center, arms raised, palms visible, is Damian Mathers. No weapon, no guards. Just that same arrogant calm I remember from the last time I almost pistol whipped him in Kael's briefing room. I don't want trouble, he says before I can speak. I want out. I don't hesitate. My gun is up before his next breath. That's convenient. Coming from the guy who greased half this machine. He doesn't flinch, doesn't step back, just lifts his chin slightly, eyes unreadable. You think I knew what this would become? You think I signed on for a digital noose around the entire goddamn country? He takes one careful step forward. My finger tightens slightly on the trigger. They've gone rogue, he continues. This isn't just about information anymore. They're launching a reset protocol. Infrastructure collapse, power grid wipeouts, algorithmic market crashes. Cold Echo isn't just a data leak. He pauses. It's a weapon. It's a nuke. Reza shifts beside me, low and dangerous. We shoot him or listen. My aim doesn't waver. My grip doesn't loosen. The barrel of my sidearm is steady between Damian's eyes, and I don't blink when I say it. If this is a trick, if you so much as flinch wrong, I'll put one between your eyes and sleep just fine. He doesn't flinch, doesn't blink, just nods once, like he's been waiting for someone to call him on his nonsense long enough to believe they'll follow through. Fair, he says, voice calm but cracking around the edges. But I know where they're staging the final pulse. And you're out of time. Reza shifts beside me, his gaze flicking between us like he's 2 seconds from ending this negotiation the fast way. But he doesn't speak. He waits. For me? For the call. I exhale, slow and shallow, just enough to ground the weight pressing into my spine. I lower the gun, barely. Keep it ready. Keep it close. You're coming with us, I say. You lie, you die. That's simple. Damian nods, almost relieved. Wouldn't expect anything less. We descend into the final corridor, the walls narrowing, heat bleeding through the metal like the place is sweating out secrets. And then the chamber opens up. Massive. Glowing. Wrong. It's a cathedral of circuitry. Towers of server racks blinking like heartbeat monitors. Dozens of lines of code running across the glass-paneled walls like electric veins. It's not architecture. It's anatomy. Something alive. Something angry. A digital pulse builds in the cabling overhead, humming louder with every second. There's a countdown on the corner screen, red numbers flashing down fast. Damian freezes, his breath hitching in his throat. They're ahead of schedule, he whispers. Hours. Reza mutters a curse behind me, already unpacking the tools Maya gave us. My fingers tremble as I pull the comm unit from my belt and punch the secure channel. Kael's voice cuts through the static, rough, sharp. Status? I keep my eyes on the countdown. We found the brain, I say. But the virus is already breathing. This isn't the beginning of the end. It's the final play. And we're already late to the war.
Chapter 34. Kael, the air shifts the second we breach the lower corridor. It's too quiet. Not the tactical kind. This is dead quiet. like something already died here and no one bothered to clean it up. My boots scrape against the concrete, echoing off walls that should be soundproof. Ahead, the motion-activated cameras flicker, first red, then green. That shouldn't be possible. They're supposed to be dark. I raise my fist. The team behind me halts instantly. No chatter, no movement. That's when the lights go. All of them. Pitched blackness, save for the emergency exit signs pulsing dull red like failing heartbeats. "Hold position," I snap, but the moment breaks before the order lands. Gunfire cracks through the dark. Close, controlled. Muzzle flashes strobe the hallway in bursts, silhouettes jerking, bodies hitting the floor. My earpiece hisses with static. No comms, no Maya. "Lena!" I shout, throat raw, lungs burning. Nothing. Just smoke, heat, and a gut-deep certainty that something's gone horribly sideways. I've led Black Ops in 4 continents. I've dragged broken bodies out of cartel strongholds and lived to light the next fuse. But this feels personal. Like someone's cutting me open just to see how deep I bleed. The smoke thins just enough for a shadow to emerge behind us. Slow, deliberate steps over rubble and silence. Then that voice. Smooth. Snake slick. "Sorry, Donovan," Damien says. Eyes cold and mouth curved like the devil's favorite joke. Not personal. Just business. I pivot on instinct, rifle up. But it's too late. His backup floods the corridor behind him, guns raised, uniforms perfect. DSG issued. Except they're not DSG. I can tell by the way they move. Too fluid, too ruthless, no hesitation. Mercs, hired guns, and stolen skin. Damien holsters his weapon like he's just finished paperwork. They're not here to kill you yet, but once the upload completes, well, accidents happen. My finger curls tighter on the trigger. I knew I shouldn't have let her trust him, but I wanted a win that didn't cost her blood. That was my mistake. Damien gives me a half smile, almost pitying. "You thought this was your war. It never was." I want to put a bullet in that smile, but Lena's still somewhere in this hell, and I need to find her before they do. The dead charge hits before I can yell a warning. It doesn't echo like a standard blast. It punches through the hall like a seismic wave, precision cut and surgical. I feel the floor drop an inch under my boots, then heave up like a dying breath. Concrete cracks. Metal shrieks. I catch her silhouette through the smoke. Lena, gun raised, hair torn loose, mouth moving around words I can't hear. She's yelling my name. I move toward her, then the ceiling buckles. A fire-warped girder slams down between us, dragging steel and debris in its wake. The wall explodes into flame, sparks slicing across my face. The heat knocks me back. My ears ring. Dust chokes the air. When it clears, she's gone. Not dead. I won't let my mind touch that. But gone. I stumble to my feet, lungs burning. My comm clicks once, twice, dead line. "Maya," I growl, tapping the side note. "Maya, do you read?" Nothing. No voice. No static. Just black silence. They jammed us. Or they burned the relay. Either way, I'm blind. I check my secondary channel. The breach team isn't pinging. No data. No movement. Every marker's dark. I'm alone. And worse, this isn't chaos. It's a plan. They don't shoot me. That would have been mercy. They hit me with a paralytic. Fast-acting, precise. Drops me like a puppet with the strings cut. Arms go dead. Legs crumble. But I stay conscious, alert. That's the point. 2 of them haul me through the smoke and steel into the server core like a war trophy. My boots drag across the grated floor, leaving streaks of blood like warnings. They slam me down onto my knees in front of the main terminal, zip-tie my wrists behind my back. One of them mutters something, but I don't hear it. All I see is the screen. Cold echo upload, 71%. The code streams by like a digital pulse, too fast to stop, too late to rewrite. I grit my teeth and look away, because watching it happen feels like watching my team burn in real time. And that's when I see her. Through the reinforced glass wall to the security wing, Lena. She's a blur of motion, hair soaked in sweat, blood on her cheek, fire in her eyes. Fighting like hell, every blow efficient, brutal. She moves like someone with something to lose. Someone who won't stop until she's either holding the wind in her hand or dying to keep me alive. She's still breathing, still standing, still mine. And if this is how it ends, stripped, bound, bleeding on my knees, then let them kill me. But I swear to God, they will not break me. And they will never touch her.
Chapter 35. Lena. They think they've locked me down. 2 guards, one posted at the door, the other pacing near the terminal like he's just waiting to shoot boredom in the face. Their weapons are trained down, not on me. I'm in a holding room with a busted cam feed and restraints that came off the second they looked away. They never checked the lining of my vest. Big mistake. I press my hand flat against the pulse plate at my hip. It hums low, hot. I count to 3 and shift my weight toward the center of the floor. Then I trigger it. The EMP blows wide and silent, a blue flare that crackles like lightning caught in a bottle. Lights overhead pop like dying stars. Sparks leap from the walls. Calm sizzle. The terminals hiss out like crushed lungs. The guard by the door freezes mid-step, blinking at his suddenly dead rifle. I don't. I close the distance in 3 strides and slam his face into the wall before he remembers how to breathe. His skull bounces, drops. The second one lunges, draws a knife with practiced muscle memory. But I've been trained in better places by worse people. I grab his wrist mid-swing, twist until I hear the joint pop, and drop him with a knee to the gut and an elbow to the throat. He gurgles once. Then it's just me, my heartbeat, and the hum of dying circuits. You underestimate a woman trained to disappear. You never see her when she decides to stay. The corridor outside reeks of oil and ozone. I move fast. Low, silent. A shadow trained for this exact hell. I bypass the secondary scanner with a shorted badge swipe. The lock clicks. I shove the door open and brace for gunfire, but it's quiet. Too quiet. The server core glows like a machine god's altar. Veins of cables pulsing red, data towers blinking in uneven rhythm. The air crackles with electricity and something colder. More final. Kael's on his knees. Wrists zip-tied. Blood trailing from his mouth in slow, lazy rivulets. His body sways just slightly with each breath, just enough to know he's still alive. For now. Behind him, the main server screen pulses with a countdown. Upload, 86%. I run, drop to my knees beside him, ignoring the ache in my thighs, the heat in my chest. I reach for the panel. It hisses red. Error, unauthorized access. Biometric lock. Authorized user, Kael Donovan. Of course it's locked to him. Of course they used his body as the final firewall. They built it to need him. And now they're trying to kill him to cover the evidence. I look at him, what's left of him, and I know 2 things in that instant. I'm not too late, but I'm damn close. I slam my drive into the primary interface slot, heart pounding louder than the hum of the server room. Static rips through the comms. White noise, heat, distortion. I bite down on a curse, then cutting through the chaos like a knife through Kevlar. Lena, you're in. Maya. Thank God. I don't waste time. The system's locked to Kael's print and pulse. They're using his body as the key. There's a pause, then sharp swearing on the other end. Of course they are, she hisses. I can slow the signal ping, but I can't shut it down without a live biometric trigger. He has to be conscious. You hear me? I'll get him up. No, she snaps. You get you to him. I'll handle the system. You handle him. I glance over my shoulder at the guards I dropped. blood pooling under the server racks, smoke curling into the rafters. I'm already gone, I say. I hit the secondary access bay at full speed. Reza's crouched behind a flipped workbench, pulse rifle smoking in his hands. 3 bodies on the ground, still twitching. One of them still has his finger on the trigger. He doesn't look surprised to see me, just smirks through the blood streaking his temple. Took your time? I duck beside him, breath ragged. I'm going in for Kael. Reza hands me a fresh clip, loaded and warm. Then I'll hold the door. You just bring him out. He shifts forward, eyes sweeping the corridor like he's counting seconds instead of enemies. The corridor blurs, shadows, gunmetal. The strobe of emergency lights pounding like war drums. I hurl a flashbang around the corner and brace. POP light, sound, screams. I'm already moving before the first one recovers. 2 hostiles rush me, one too fast, one too loud. I shoot the first in the thigh, watch him drop like a stone. The second lunges, blade out, slashes my arm. Pain blooms hot, but I twist in, grab his wrist, and bury my own blade in his ribs. He crumples without a sound. Smoke thickens. Sparks rain from an overhead panel like lightning caught in a cage. Ahead, through the chaos, I see the glow, the server core, the screen. Upload, 92%, 93%. And there, just visible through the thick veil of wire and steam, Kael, collapsed, bleeding. Still, I didn't come this far to lose him now. If I have to drag him out one broken breath at a time, I will. The core room's pulsing like a heartbeat on life support. Wires hum, code scrolls across the monitors, like blood spilling out of a wound we can't close. Kael's still on the ground, propped against the wall, eyes half-lidded, breath dragging like it costs him everything. I drop to my knees beside him, fingers already searching for the pulse at his neck. It's there, barely. Hey, I whisper, crouching low so he sees only me and nothing else. Stay with me. I need your hand, just for a second. His lips part, a flicker of recognition catches in his eyes. He blinks, exhales slow and rough, like it's the first breath he's allowed himself in hours. Then somehow, he lifts his hand. I catch it midair, grip firm but careful, and press his palm to the scanner plate just left of the main server drive. The light flickers. Beep. Upload. Suspended. Authorization accepted. Kael Donovan. Everything halts. The sound, the pulse, the countdown. I exhale with him, shaking, relieved, not safe. Not yet, but not losing. Not today. Kael's gaze finds mine through the haze, raw, cracked wide open. Told you not to follow me? He rasps. I smile, tight, sharp, full of 1,000 things I don't have time to say. Too bad, I whisper, brushing a blood-slick strand of hair from his cheek. You're mine to save. I reach for my sidearm and help him sit up. We don't have long, and they're going to wish we stayed down.
Chapter 36. Kael. My head rings like I took a steel-toed boot to the skull. Blood's in my mouth, metallic and warm, and the floor is too cold to be anything but real. And then, her voice. I blink against the blur. There she is, kneeling beside me like a vision dragged straight out of war and memory. Her hair's loose, face streaked with ash and blood. But her eyes, steady, fierce, unshaken. I need your hand, she whispers, just for a second. I don't question. I just give her what she needs. She presses my palm to the scanner. It beeps. A soft green glow. Upload paused. It should feel like the win we've bled for. But I look past her, down the corridor where shadows move with intent. And I know better. I push off the floor. Every joint screams, but I don't stop. Not now. Not with her this close. I stagger to my feet, muscles locked in protest, breathing fire. She moves like she's going to catch me, like I might fall again. I shake her off with a glance. I'm good. It's a lie. But we both know the truth doesn't matter right now. The corridor outside flickers to life, lights twitching like dying stars, silhouettes shifting beyond the smoke, gunmetal glints, masked bodies moving in sync. Lena draws her blade, silent, clean, ready. I raise my rifle, barrel already warm, and we move side by side, step for step. The first gunman rounds the corner. I fire. She moves. The second lunges from a side hatch. She drops him with one clean slice to the throat. No wasted motion. No wasted time. If they want her, they're going to have to come through me first. We fall into formation like we've done this 1,000 times, like there was never a break, never a betrayal, never blood between us. Just instinct. Pure, practiced, lethal instinct. She veers left, low and fast. I pivot high, rifle raised, catching the scout on the catwalk before he can drop down on her. Steel clashes, her knife flashes once, twice. The man drops without a sound. I clear the next with a clean shot through the throat. Another turns, too slow. I drive my boot into his gut and fire point blank. Flashbang rolls into our path, spinning metal and hissing light. We dive behind a blown console, shoulder to shoulder, breath short and sharp. Smoke curls between us like steam off open wounds. We've got seconds, she pants, voice hoarse but focused. Then we make them count. I reload by muscle memory. She checks her last blade. No time for reassurances, no time for anything but the next breath. She's faster than I remember. Meaner. Smarter than half the men I ever trained. And the fact that she's still mine to protect, still here, still fighting beside me, it wrecks me in a way no bullet ever has. The corridor fractures open. Ahead, the command center, lit like the belly of a furnace, all red core lights and wire-veined walls. And in the middle of it, the virus pulses on the master screen, 87%. Lena bolts. Pure velocity, no hesitation, just fury in motion. She tears down the corridor like fire through dry brush, legs pumping, hair wild, weapon low. She's not waiting for me, and that's fine, because I'm still coming. I drive my feet forward. Every step is heat under skin, pain in my ribs, lightning down my spine. But I don't stop. She's not stopping because this is it. This is what they wanted. My body, my code, my blood. They used me to build the bomb, hid their war inside my name. Now I'll be the one to shut it down, if it kills me. And if anyone tries to stop her from reaching that terminal, they die first. I slam my palm to the master panel. Heat bites back from the console like it knows it's pulling blood. The screen flashes. Donovan. Kael. Biometric accepted. Lena's already there, slotting the secure drive, her fingers moving like they're wired straight to the code itself. Command strings fly across the glass. White hot, razor sharp. Maya, I'm in, she says, breath shallow, starting the crash sequence. There's a crackle, static fuzz, then Maya's voice all steel and speed. You've got less than 30 seconds before system override. You miss it. The grid collapses. Civilian, military, everything. Lena doesn't flinch. Doesn't blink. Neither do I. I plant my hand against the console like it'll hold the world in place. Her shoulder brushes mine, grounding me. And somehow that's the thing that steadies my breath. The lights above us flicker, twice, then hard. Warning klaxons hiccup in the distance. Sparks rain from the overheads. The master screen pulses, red, then blue. At last there's black. Virus. Terminated. I suck in a breath like it's the first one I've had since this whole damn nightmare started. Lena slumps forward for just a second, then leans her forehead against mine, eyes closed, chest shaking. You okay? She whispers. Her voice is broken glass soft. Still warm somehow. Still hers. No, I rasp. But I will be. We stay there like that. Just one breath longer than we should. Just long enough to remember this isn't over. We stopped it. Barely. Battered. Burned. But we're still standing. And if there's still a reckoning coming, then they better start running.
Chapter 37. Lena. They move before sunrise, fast and clean. Black SUVs with 0 markings. Tactical boots whispering across wet pavement. No sirens, no chaos. Just precision. Just the quiet hum of justice finally showing up with its sleeves rolled. I watch from the upper level of the hangar-turned-HQ as the rogue operatives are hauled out one by one. Hands cuffed behind their backs, heads down like they know what's coming next. A few of them glance up toward the windows. They don't see me, but I see everything. Kael's by the main exit, arms crossed, shoulders wide and still. His jaw's a hard line and his eyes are stone. He's not celebrating. He's not smirking. He's just done. We don't always get this part. The clean arrests, the proof. Most ops end in smoke, in fire, in deniability. But this time we get to keep the receipts. And it still doesn't feel like enough. It's late afternoon when Evan walks into HQ like he never left. No cuffs, no backup. Just a man stripped to the bone and walking into his own reckoning. Kael and I are waiting in the situation room. Sterile lighting. A single table between us. 2 cups of coffee. We're not drinking. I don't speak. Kael doesn't blink. Evan pulls out a drive and sets it on the table like it weighs more than anything he's ever carried. I'll testify, he says. Full disclosure. Every name, every payment, every protocol. Kael leans forward, voice like sandpaper and steel. In exchange for? Evan meets his eyes. No fear, just something deeper. Something exhausted. Immunity for my son. He didn't know. He was never part of this. He deserves to stay that way. Kael turns to me. I nod once. Barely. Then he looks back at Evan and says, I'll make it happen. That's it. No handshake. No eye contact after that. No pretense of peace. Just a deal. This isn't forgiveness. Not for Kael. Not for me. But it's closure. And sometimes that's the only thing you get before the next war starts. 2 hours after the sweep, I get the ping from Ops Control. Damien's holding cell. Empty. No forced breach. No camera blackout. Just gone. Riza stands beside me at the terminal, scrolling through the server logs, his expression a cocktail of disbelief and disgust. Last trace shows an encrypted relay bouncing off a Panamanian satellite. He made the jump right before the sweep hit. Kael stalks into the room, eyes already burning with that cold surgical focus. Cowards always find the exits, he mutters. I cross my arms, watching the data cascade. Timers, files, heat signatures. No one vanishes without help. Not from this place. Not from Kael Donovan. And if Damien Mathers is still breathing out there, it means this war didn't end. It just got smarter. Later, I find Maya on the rooftop, legs stretched across the HVAC unit, a flask balanced on her thigh, and a soft glow from her tablet lighting up her face like neon against the night. She doesn't look surprised to see me, just lifts the flask in lazy salute. Offer came in today, she says, tapping the screen. Lead analyst, DC Corps. 6-figure starting, full clearance, personal parking. I lean against the railing beside her, arms folded. You taking it? She grins, taps the tablet off with a flick of her pinky. Not a chance. I arch a brow. Hot girl sabbatical? She laughs. Dry and dangerous. Try Global Data Consulting. Unaffiliated, probably with a surfboard and a satellite phone. Maybe tequila. I shake my head. You could have run the whole show. I already did, she says, and this time her smile softens. But it's someone else's turn to save the world. I'm just going to live in it for a while. Maya's been the invisible architecture beneath every win we've scraped together. The unsung, the unseen. The one who always answered when the world was burning. If anyone gets to choose a soft landing after all this, it's her. I find Kael in the empty command center, alone. No team, no mission. Just him and a map grid flickering dimly on the wall, like a ghost still haunting its battlefield. He's seated near the console, forearms braced on his thighs, jaw tight, eyes locked on something I can't see. You okay? I ask, voice low, careful. He doesn't move, just breathes like it costs him something. Then, ask me tomorrow. I don't argue. I just cross the room and sit beside him, shoulder to shoulder, letting the silence speak. We stopped the virus, took down the traitors, walked through hell and came out breathing. But that doesn't mean we walked out whole. Some battles don't end when the fighting stops. In the low pulse of server light, Kael shifts, reaches over, takes my hand. No words. No weight behind it. Just solid grounding pressure. Like a line thrown across storm water. I don't look at him. Don't need to. I nod once and pull up the next encrypted file from my tablet, fingers already dancing over the keys. This was never just survival. Not for us. It's always been something more. Something earned. And whatever comes next. We face it the way we were always meant to. Together.
Chapter 38. Kael. The conference room smells like stale coffee and burned-out circuits. 4 walls of silence, 2 federal auditors, and a monitor that spits out conclusions like bullets. Clear of operational misconduct. No direct evidence linking Donovan to Cold Echo or the breach. The senior agent clicks a pen with surgical precision. Your clearance will be restored. DSG remains under federal oversight until further notice. They look at me like that should fix something. I sign the document in front of me. Sharp stroke, no hesitation. But the pen feels like a blade I'm still bleeding from. I drop it onto the desk like it might explode. They nod, polite, professional, reassurance dressed up as authority. One offers a handshake, I ignore it. Outside the room, Maya waits. She doesn't say anything, just gives me a small nod that means, you survived. That's enough for now. You can be cleared of suspicion and still feel like a shadow of the man who walked in. They gave me my name back. Doesn't mean I know what to do with it yet. Back in my office, the light slants in low through the bulletproof windows. Lena's perched on the couch, phone pressed to her ear, still in boots and field gear, because none of us have figured out how to be civilians again. Her voice is neutral. Understood. Thank you for the offer. A pause. Then she hangs up. I tilt my head. That sounded official. She shrugs, like the world offering her power means nothing. DC wants me back. Desk in the glass tower, department head, clean slate. And? She looks at me, sharp and sure. Not interested in the politics anymore. I'm done building other people's empires. I nod slowly, but inside something tugs loose in my chest. She would have ruled that tower of glass and secrets, but she chose something else. And maybe, just maybe, part of that means she's choosing me. The article drops at midnight. Amani doesn't warn us. It just hits, like the crack of a rifle in a quiet room. Front page, byline bold. No sensationalism, just fact. Truth weaponized like it should be. She doesn't pull punches. Names are redacted where they need to be. But the anatomy of the betrayal is all there. Cold Echo, the data worm, the corrupted contracts, the body count. Lena's beside me on the couch, legs curled under her like the field hasn't trained that part out of her yet. The light from the screen dances across her face and she doesn't flinch. I watch her hands. Still, folded. like she's bracing for a weight that might never lift. "You okay?" I ask, voice low. She doesn't look in my direction, just nods once. It's not about clearing my name. Her throat moves as she swallows. It's about not hiding his anymore. Darius would have been proud, not because it ended clean, but because she didn't walk away from the fire. She stood in it and let it burn, and came out carrying the truth. We take the long road out of the city. No destination, no timeline. Just two duffels tossed in the back seat, and silence that doesn't demand anything. The world blurs past the windows, lights thinning to dark, concrete giving way to trees. Lena kicks off her boots, feet propped on the dash like she owns the night. One hand draped out the window, catching wind. She hums something, soft, off-key, and familiar enough that it hurts. I don't ask what it is, I just drive. One hand on the wheel, the other resting between us, not quite touching hers. Not quite not. No talk about DSG or Evan or the blood that got us here. Just the hum of tires and breath and space. Sometimes healing doesn't sound like apologies. Sometimes it just sounds like breathing the same air and not needing to run. Eleanor answers the door in her robe, hair pulled back like she's been awake for hours and just waiting for the knock. She doesn't say anything at first, just studies us both like we're pieces in a puzzle she finished solving weeks ago. Her eyes move to Lena. Take her in slowly, not with suspicion, with precision. Then she flicks her gaze back to me, one brow arched, mouth already twisting into something half amusement, half triumph. "Well," she says, stepping aside, voice dry as desert air. "It's about damn time." Lena lets out a laugh. The real kind. Shoulders loose, eyes crinkling, like something heavy just got cut loose from her chest. She steps inside like she's been here before. I just shake my head and follow them in. I've seen war, led men through fire and fallout, held the line when everything else broke. But walking through this door, with her beside me, past and future braided tight, this feels braver than all of it.
Chapter 39. Lena. The warm morning light spills through gauzy curtains, turning the small cottage into a cathedral of gold. Kael sits across from me at the weathered wooden table on the terrace, his attention divided between the crossword puzzle in yesterday's newspaper and the plate of fresh fruit between us. I sip my coffee, savoring the bitter warmth. I never thought silence could feel this good, this peaceful. Kael looks up, the Mediterranean sun highlighting the faint scar above his left eyebrow. "You're just saying that because you can't hear anyone trying to kill us." A valid reason to appreciate quiet, I'd argue. I reach for a slice of orange, its flesh bright against my fingertips. The juice trickles down my wrist when I bite into it, tart and sweet at once. The cottage sits perched on a small cliff overlooking a private stretch of beach. Far below, waves crash against rocks with a rhythm that feels like a lullaby after months of tension and hypervigilance. No earpieces, no encrypted messages, no handlers breathing down our necks. What's a 7-letter word for sanctuary? Kael taps his pen against the newspaper. Respite, I offer, then reconsider, or maybe cottage. His laugh warms me more than the Spanish sun. Fitting. A fishing boat drifts along the horizon, so distant it looks like a child's toy. I stretch my legs, feeling the unfamiliar sensation of muscles relaxing without purpose. My toes brush against Kael's ankle under the table. "I've been thinking," he says, folding the newspaper and setting it aside. "We've never had a normal conversation." "We're having one now." "No, I mean really normal. Like what your favorite color is. Or whether you prefer mountains or beaches." I steal a grape from his plate. "You already know my favorite color is green, and clearly I prefer beaches, or we wouldn't be here." That was tactical information, different context. He reaches across and takes my hand, his thumb tracing circles on my palm. I want to know you without a mission briefing attached. The breeze lifts my hair, carrying the scent of salt and jasmine. In this moment, with nothing but time stretched before us, I realize how starved I've been for ordinary moments. Green like pine forests, not like emeralds, I clarify. And I prefer beaches, but only quiet ones, with someone who doesn't talk during the crossword. Kael smiles, lifting my hand to his lips. Message received. We clear the table, plates clinking as we stack them. Kael's fingers brush mine as he takes the coffee mugs from my hands, and the contact sends a spark up my arm. He sets them in the sink, but instead of turning on the water, he leans against the counter, his eyes darkening as they lock onto mine. You're distracting me, I say, though I don't move away. My voice is low, teasing. Am I? He steps closer, his body crowding mine. His hands find my hips, pulling me against him. Because I think you're the one who's been distracting me all morning. Me? I arch an eyebrow, my hand sliding up his chest. I've been perfectly well behaved. Liar. His lips brush my ear, his breath hot against my skin. You've been driving me crazy since you bit into that orange. Wanted to lick that juice right off your blessed chin. I laugh, but it catches in my throat as his mouth trails down my neck. Kael, the dishes can wait. His hands slide under my shirt, fingers skimming the curve of my chest. I can't. I tilt my head back, giving him better access. You're impossible. And you're irresistible. He pulls my shirt over my head, tossing it aside. His mouth finds the hollow of my collarbone, and I gasp, my fingers tangling in his hair. Bedroom, I manage, my voice already breathless. He doesn't need to be told twice. He scoops me up, my legs wrapping around his waist as he carries me down the hall. The bedroom is bathed in soft morning light, the sheets rumpled from where we left them earlier. He lays me down gently, his hands roaming my body as he kisses me deeply. I push him back, sitting up to straddle him. My fingers work at the button of his jeans, and he groans as I free his fully erect manhood. I lean down, my lips brushing the tip before taking him into my mouth. His hands grip the sheets, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Lena, he growls, his voice rough with need. You're going to kill me. I pull back, looking up at him with a smirk. Not yet. He flips us over, pinning me beneath him. His mouth crashes into mine. Hungry and demanding, I arch into him, my body aching for more. He slides into me and I cry out, my nails digging into his back. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vixavon audiobook is available at vixavonromance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product.
Chapter 40, Kael. We're 3 states out from D.C., tucked into a cabin that doesn't show up on digital maps, perched on the edge of a ridgeline like it's daring the world to try and find us. The air is sharp, clean, pine and frost and wood smoke curling in through the cracked window. It's the first time I've heard birdsong in weeks. The sun spills in low and golden, kissing the floorboards and brushing the edge of the kitchen counter, like it's trying to soften the edges we haven't unlearned yet. Lena's on the edge of the makeshift desk, still in her tank and cargo pants, barefoot, hair damp from the shower. She's holding her burner comm like it's fragile, thumb hovering over the record button. Then she presses it. Her voice is low, honest. For the first time in a long time, I don't know what comes next, but I know who I want beside me when it does. She doesn't notice me leaning in the doorway, watching. She doesn't hit send, just stares at the screen like it might ask her to be something she hasn't quite figured out how to be yet. She moves like a woman who's still half at war. But her voice is the first sound I've heard in weeks that makes me think maybe peace isn't a lie. I cross the room and set a cup of coffee down beside her, fingers brushing hers for a second longer than I should allow. She doesn't flinch, doesn't tense, just lets the moment settle between us. Then, slowly, she smiles. Not the smirk she throws when she's 2 moves ahead, not the grin she uses when she knows she's just saved the world. Again. This one's quieter, quicker to vanish, but real. You always sneak up on me like that, she murmurs without looking up. Only when I like the view. Her eyes flick toward mine, sharp enough to cut. I see the flicker of something deeper there. The part of her that knows what it costs to keep showing up for someone when the world keeps giving you reasons not to. She taps the burner off. Doesn't delete the message. Doesn't send it either. Just lets it exist. Like us. I've carried weapons heavier than this woman, but nothing's ever hit harder than hearing her choose me. We sit in the quiet like it's something sacred. Her bare knee leans into mine, just enough pressure to feel like a promise, not enough to scare it off. Her fingers are wrapped around the coffee mug I brought her, steam curling up and catching the early light like something holy. The windows are cracked an inch. Cold mountain air drifts in, mingling with the faint scent of her skin, soap, metal, the trace of rain that clung to her hair when we got in last night. No talk of DSG, no debrief, no lists, no past. Just her breath syncing with mine. The scratch of her thumbnail against the ceramic. The kind of silence that doesn't demand anything but your presence. You always this quiet after saving the world? She asks eventually, her voice just loud enough to disturb the dust motes dancing in the light. Only when I want to remember what living feels like. She hums. Sips. Lets her head tip gently toward my shoulder, but doesn't lean. Still choosing. Still dangerous. Still here. There's a version of me that never made it to this moment. Didn't survive the war, or the betrayals, or the blood that never washed off. And then there's this one. Bruised. Still standing. Still hers. My private comm vibrates once against the table. Low, short. Not the priority alert tone. Not a DSG line. Just a number. No ID. No encryption tag. I don't move at first. Just stare at it, watching the screen flash like it's tapping out a countdown I didn't agree to start. Lena looks over. Her eyes sharpen in an instant. You expecting something? No. I swipe to answer, say nothing. There's static at first. A quiet pulse, like breath over a deadline. Then a voice, distorted, run through a scrambler. Could be male, could be artificial, could be something in between. You stopped the virus, clever. My jaw tightens. But Cold Echo was just the first fire. The next one? You won't see it coming. Click. Dead air. I stare at the screen for a beat longer, then lower the comm. My spine feels tight, coiled. Lena's already setting down her mug. Do we need to run? Not run, I say quietly. I stand, cross the room to the cabinet, pull open the duffel we promised not to need for a while. Inside, 2 loaded sidearms, flash drives, IDs we haven't burned yet. Just suit up. Peace was never the point. Survival wasn't the end, because whatever's still coming, they've got no idea who they just woke up. Lena watches my face shift before I even speak. No questions, no panic, just that eerie, surgical calm she's always carried. Like whatever comes next, she'll bleed for it if she has to. She sets her mug down without a sound. What now? She asks, voice low, like the answer doesn't matter. Only the fact that she'll follow it. My jaw tightens. The line cuts off in my ear. That silence hits harder than any detonation ever could. I slip the comm into my back pocket. The metal's still warm. Suit up. She nods once. No fear, no hesitation. She stands, walks toward the duffel we swore we wouldn't touch unless the world burned again. Looks like the world just lit the match. There's no such thing as after in our line of work. Only next. And it's already here. Lena grabs her jacket off the back of the chair. Black canvas, weatherproof, lined with backup tools, and just enough attitude to scare lesser men. She pulls her hair into a knot with a tie from her wrist and slips her sidearm into the holster at her hip like muscle memory. No ceremony, no speech, just readiness. I tug the zipper on my tack vest, double-check the flash drive tucked inside the lining, and pull the cabin door open. The air outside hits like premonition, sharp, electric, and thick with the kind of cold that knows something's coming. The sky overhead is trapped between a bruised dawn and a breaking storm. She falls into step beside me like she's always been there, like she always will be. This isn't the end. It's the breath before the next fire, and I'll face it the only way we know how.